Like, oh my gosh, they're going to get on a plane as soon as the show's over.
Nope. She just wanted to come in. She said,
that
Mom,
right?
I haven't gotten to go to work with you all summer.
Oh.
She starts school in a couple weeks, so she wanted to come in. She wanted to
Okay.
see you. She missed you a lot.
Is that right?
She wanted to come in on a day you were in studio. She didn't want to come in on a day that you were in Renton.
That's great.
Yeah, and then we and I never take the day off before vacation or after vacation.
Yeah.
It's always
Pretty
and I
smart
think you're
to
the
do it.
same way, right? Like we always go to work till the last minute you can go, and then you're off to the airport, and there you go. And this year I was like, why?
Yeah.
Why am I going to stress myself out? I'm going to take the day off before we fly out, and I take the day off after we fly out, which already has proven to be a good choice because our flight already got pushed back flying home. So we won't get home till like 11 that night.
It really is. Like I don't know what it is when we try to take trips. We think to ourselves, you got to maximize the entire time that you're there.
Mm-hmm.
Where the truth of the matter is, if you shorten it up a little bit and you give yourself a little window beginning and end, it's so much more enjoyable.
Yeah, because I think
You're not stressed.
every time you come home, you're like, oh, I'm so tired now because I just packed everything in there.
And there's nothing more tiring to me than travel. Like the day travel day.
Yeah.
Oh, travel day. Do I rue travel day? Yeah.
Damn you, travel day.
And home from travel day is great. Like even before, the day before is stressful because you're thinking about the time it takes before you have to do travel day.
Yep.
So even that stresses me out. But as soon as you get home and you're like, oh, I got a day and a half.
Yeah. Oh, I'm in my own bed.
Yeah,
This
exactly.
is lovely.
Exactly. You know, Palmer can catch up on all of her shows and
Oh yeah, she's already been downloading them.
Yeah.
We spent yesterday making sure the devices were ready to go.
perfect. Well,
Yep.
good.
And talking about snacks because snacks are very important when you're traveling.
Snacks are pretty much important at all times.
It's true.
Yeah.
It's true.
It's one of the most important things in life.
She's already checked out the vending machine here today to make sure the snacks are up to par.
Yeah, I hear all the time that the most important thing in life is family. I think it's snacks.
Yeah. Those people that are only worried about family are starving all the time.
Right. I'm not saying that family's not important. I mean, it's at least in the top 13 things in life.
I would think so.
But snacks is clearly ahead of it.
100%.
And snacks with family, forget about it. All right. Well, great morning to you all. Great to have you with us. Here we go on this Monday morning. And it turns out we still have a baseball team with a pulse. So we'll certainly be talking some Mariners baseball today. But also, we got so many Seahawks topics to discuss during today's show. And we're bringing out our big guns to do it. We got a little Monday morning quarterback session today. It's not going to be full scale, but we got a full hour with Hugh today, our first Monday morning quarterback session of the season. Also, Greg Bell will be by here in a little bit. I'll tell you more about that with what's on tap here in a little bit. So, yes, a lot of things to discuss as we have now seen the 2026 Seattle Seahawks play football for the first time, a preseason game Saturday night against the Dallas Cowboys. And I'll say this. It is one of the more difficult things for me as a sports talk show host to get through because not only is it a preseason game, which we talked about last week, but I also kind of knew all the results and then watched it the next day.
Oh,
in
God.
2 different segments and took diligent notes.
Oh,
so that I am ready.
You watched it, had to even be pause.
Right,
rewind.
pause, rewind. I did get to fast forward through a lot of the commercials, but I didn't get to fast forward through the 22 penalties that were called in the game. That's one thing
That
I
is
was
not a
stuck with.
fun way to spend your weekend.
Yeah, Sunday was pretty much like Seahawks, Mariners, Seahawks. I watched the first half, then the Mariners.
Oh, and then you
so
went
that was
back.
our Sunday.
And then you went back.
Yeah. Anyway, can I come with you to Hawaii?
Yeah, there's room in Palmer's suitcase, I'm sure. Kidding. She's got the biggest suitcase of everyone, and it'll be full.
She's looking at you like, no, there's not room
There's
for
no
him.
room in there.
There's no way. There's no room for
She's like,
bunker.
Mom, I've got my packing cubes. I've got my stuffy I've got to put in there. I can't fit a human. Oh,
especially one as large as him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't ask you to put Bucky in
Yeah,
there.
exactly.
Come on.
It's not like we asked you to put Bucky in your suitcase.
Now, that would have been impossible.
That would not have fit in the overhead compartment.
Yeah.
you would have had to check that one.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
And then we would have had to pay extra for being over 50
Oh,
pounds.
for sure. For sure. A lot extra, probably.
Yeah.
All right. So, yes. So we got some preseason football that we'll break down for you. And I think that the lead story from it all is that Mike Macdonald was so noticeably disappointed after the game was over. And I mean, to me, it looked like sloppy football featuring your second stringers for some of the game, but it was mostly played by third stringers, let's face it, third and fourth stringers, and a lot of them playing professional football for the first time. But he didn't wait long in his post-game remarks to express his disappointment. It came right out, right before he even answered any questions. And I think part of it was him kind of being a little angry with his coaches. And that's one thing that we've kind of learned here recently is how hard he is on his coaches. And so he was not calling defensive plays for the first time. He wanted to get a little time calling plays, but he also said, I'll be doing it next week because I too have to practice at it.
Right.
But he was very disappointed in pre-snap. And he was very disappointed in the pace that they were at and getting plays in, and I think that a lot of that was frustrating him. And maybe that is usually I'm so busy with calling the plays that it's bothering me not to have complete control, and so I'm noticing more. Maybe that's what it had to do with. But it didn't take him very long to throw the team under the bus from under the bus. We've got things to work on was pretty much the message that he delivered right off the bat.
I mean, in preseason 1 post game, he delivered more than we've heard from Dan Wilson all year.
Oh, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I did find it funny.
Not once did he say tough one tonight.
Tough one tonight. They fought till the end. But I bring that up, yes, tongue in cheek, but at the same time, like just to show the complete difference, right? And that we've got this guy that is. I mean, we've seen him now in 2 episodes of Hard Knocks, and he's a little bit more of a hard ass than I thought he was.
Yeah.
And which I appreciate because
you gotta be.
Yeah, especially in the NFL. And so but and then just to see how seriously he takes it. I mean, we already know, that he's going into this season. We are not thinking about last season. It does not matter what we did last season. We were doing the ring ceremony months ago. We are focused on this. And he knows how hard their job is this year to go back and try to keep your title.
Oh, sure.
So, I mean, I appreciate that he's doing it, but I also couldn't help but laugh. Like, all right, it was a preseason game. I mean, it's not a real game. Aaron Rodgers said it.
Yeah. And you are running a lot of guys out there that are playing for the very first time. I mean, your entire offensive line did not play. You didn't let Sam Darnold take a single snap. I mean, it was just an all-star team on the sidelines. Mm-hmm. And I do love how into it they all are, the veterans, like there to support down to the last guy. I think that probably there were a lot of Seahawk fans kind of bored with a preseason game. Certainly by third quarter, fourth quarter, I would imagine that you were. But the players weren't.
Right.
I mean, they were like locked in, and they were there for all the backups and we're there to kind of root them on to the very final whistle, which is good. And so that speaks to the culture. And they did actually speak to the culture during the course of the game with the interviews they did with Cliff on the sidelines. But certainly he was not happy with not just the pace in which they got ready for each play. He said that they didn't finish. Did not like the tackling, did not like the blocking, finishing each play. And then when asked about the quarterback play, he said, well, scored 7 points. That's how good the quarterbacks were.
Yeah.
So, I mean, he did offer some criticism and obviously was fairly frustrated. Spent most, though, of the post-game comments talking about Devin Witherspoon, which we'll get into in a moment. But it was, it's a preseason opener. I mean, that's what it is. There were a couple of things that stood out to me. Number one, Tyrese Knight was probably the best guy on the field last night. It felt like he was everywhere, and Mike even referenced that afterwards, said he was our best football player tonight. And it's always, like, good, like, because I sit there and I'm like, okay, I know he's in every play,
Yeah.
But are they picking on him? Like,
Yeah.
is there
it because they think he's weak?
Is there something I'm not seeing here that Hugh will have to inform me about on Monday? So it was nice to see Mike McDonald sort of rubber stamp my thoughts on that. It felt like Tyrese Knight was everywhere, aggressive, and played well, and Mike McDonald certainly backed that up. Montori Foster, I mean, Greg Bell told us, I don't know if anybody else was talking about Montori Foster Jr. as much as what Greg Bell was this preseason, and you saw why he was creating a little bit of buzz. I mean, he was pretty much the only receiver, the Seahawks, that Milroe and Locke, and I say both of them because they alternated like 2 possessions at a time. He was pretty much the only receiver. Once Jake Bobo came out of the game, it was like all Jake Bobo early and then all Montori Foster late. So I don't know if our backup quarterbacks have tunnel vision. They can only look at one wide receiver, or if Bobo was really the best guy in the first group and Foster was the best guy for the rest of the game. But he certainly got targeted. 5 catches, 36 yards, scored the only touchdown in the game, and was targeted 7 times in the contest. He did have a drop, but he had a great catch for a first down that he held on to as well. And so he showed out. Those are 2 people that I think starred, if you will, in the preseason opener.
Yeah, and I do like when you say starred, if you will, because, yeah, it is a different situation. It's not like, fantasy football players go out and draft Montori Foster because he's going to be, crushing it for the Seahawks. But I will say, in terms of what he was asked to do in a preseason game and how well he delivered, I think it's promising because we do need more wide receivers than just JSN and Cooper Kupp.
Well, I don't know if there's room for him on this
maybe
team.
Not.
I think maybe that's one of the thoughts that I had, that they just showcase him for somebody else who doesn't have as good a wide receiver room as what the Seahawks have at this point. Return game was good. Coverage game was good. Those things stood out to me. And then on the other side of it, Shamar Jean-Charles just had a nightmare of a game. I mean, if the Cowboys made a good play Saturday night, number 34 was in the picture. And so...
and he has a great name.
Well, yeah, but... I don't know if that's going to help you when it comes to cut day.
It's definitely not.
But he definitely had a rough game, and so we'll be able to break all that down with Hugh and with Greg. Hugh will be with us from 8 to 9 and Greg at 7:05. But there were other headlines that kind of stole the show since we last were on the air Friday morning. Terry and Arnold and Devin Witherspoon. Let's start with Witherspoon. He did get his deal. It was just a 4-year deal. But it was more per year than what was, I think, anticipated. $33 million per year? I think we were thinking in the range of 31. So he drove a hard bargain. I can't wait to ask Greg more about this, because when the story first broke, it was Adam Schefter's story that I saw first. He might not have been the person that broke it. I don't know. But it's the story that I saw first. And he said in the release that it turned heated before it actually got resolved. So I don't know why, how. I don't know if it got heated between the agent and the general manager. I don't know if Mike and Spoon were completely out of that. I don't know. But obviously they weren't just looking for $1 more than the last guy who was named the highest paid cornerback in the league. They were looking to at least push that bar a little bit higher, and they got that accomplished. Now, it might have cost them a year to only go 4 years on the extension, or maybe that was by design. We want to be able to get another big contract before Devin Witherspoon is too old to make a lot of money. So I don't know what went into it, but it sounds like Spoon and his agent got a little bit more out of John than what we thought they were, and what the market thought that they would get. And so good on them, because John Schneider is not a guy that loses typically in those negotiations.
No, not at all. And I that's one of the things I'm most excited to see when this next episode of Hard Knocks comes out, is kind of get more information on what really happened there.
Yeah.
I think that'll be fascinating.
And at the end of the day, I mean, I realize that you do have to make a deal. You're in the deal-making business. But the end result is you really wanted the player. you were prepared to break the bank to keep him.
Right.
And okay, maybe they got a little bit more than what you had scripted out for your cap for the rest of the season, or won't even affect you this season, for future years. Maybe they got a little bit more out of you. But, I mean, Mike McDonald's kid's wearing Devin Witherspoon's jersey on the first day of training camp.
Yeah, you knew he's not an ordinary player.
Right. He's not an ordinary player, and he's absolutely beloved, and he's part of the fabric of what Mike McDonald has built in 2 short years. Sounds like he is the quintessential type of player that Mike McDonald wanted to build his program around. And frankly, not a lot of guys, when they're waiting for their contract or are in negotiations, go out there and practice every snap, every day at practice. I mean, even Bobby Wagner famously did the hold in, which a lot of people have copied since that time. And he just stood on the sidelines with his hoodie on and his hands in his pockets, and he coached people, but he didn't actually participate and risk any injury. And so even that shows you why Mike McDonald loves 21 so much. And so, okay, maybe they got one over on you, Johnny. Maybe they did get a few extra dollars than you really wanted to give. You thought you were giving top dollar, make him the highest paid cornerback in the league for a while until Christian Gonzalez gets his deal. And maybe they got a little bit more out of you. But at the end of the day, you wanted the player. You wanted to make him happy. You wanted to make him rich. You wanted him not to lose any of his love for the Seahawks and Seahawks culture. And if that took an extra $1 million off the top, then figure out how to make that work, because you got your player and he's staying, and the defense is going to be better for having him.
Yeah, exactly. That $1 million extra is worth much more than losing him or pissing him off.
Yeah. So congratulations to Spoon. They also signed Terrion Arnold over the weekend as well, which has a lot of people excited and a lot of people scratching their heads. I'm more in the scratching my head category. I'm not angry about it, certainly. But we'll talk more about that later on in the show as well, as we get started here on this Monday. But a lot to discuss today. There's no question about it. A lot of things to pour over as we get ready for our final day of Seahawks training camp tomorrow, our final day of coverage of training camp. Obviously, we got 2 more weeks of preseason football before we actually get to the opener, which is now just 23 days away. Also, another really interesting note from that game. Yeah, I was reminded of how big Sam Howell's face is.
I was wondering how long till Chuck brings up old fat face Howell.
It's not even really his head. It's when he takes his helmet off and it just his face just spills out of it. There is just something about his face.
It does look very squished in there too.
Yeah, there's just something. It almost doesn't match the rest of his body. It's just all face. He's it's like he. Where did you get him from? Easter Island? It's just he takes his helmet off and it just his face-a-lanch comes right out from the mask. It's just crazy. All right, let's find out what's on tap for the rest of the show.
May I have your attention, please?
This is What's on Tap, brought to you by Emerald Queen Casino, bringing you the best in live music, entertainment, dining, and gaming. Emerald Queen Casino, always entertaining. For more info, visit emeraldqueen.com.
Cowboys 17, Seahawks 7 on Saturday night. Preseason is underway. Thankfully, only 2 more of these to suffer through.
Thank you.
Nashville this week, and it's not just for the game on Sunday, but they're going to be doing those scrimmages, otherwise known as fighting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pick another team to fight with.
Yeah. So a lot of fights, fight week this week. Greg Bell's going to be in Nashville all week long to cover the fights. So we'll talk to him about that at 7:05 today. Training camp, as I mentioned, final day for us is tomorrow out at training camp. And then on Wednesday and Thursday, we're going to throw our arms around Huskies camp. So Wednesday and Thursday, I'll be broadcasting from Huskies camp. We're going to have a bunch of special guests including Greg Lewis and Mario Bailey and maybe a cast of thousands and some Husky players and Coach Fish and Coach Walters and Damon Williams Jr. So it's going to be a couple fun days, a couple fun mornings, Wednesday and Thursday as we bring you Huskies camp. And, of course, we're going to spend some time talking some baseball today. The Mariners do take 2 out of 3 in Houston. So close to a sweep. I mean, it's a sliding doors thing. You don't know if you win the game Friday, if you have the same fight on Saturday. I mean, who knows? But, man, the difference between winning a series, which keeps you alive.
Yep. And it was an important series to win because you're going against a division opponent.
And sweeping that division opponent and just chomping more than half of their lead away from them to move down the stretch with. I mean, it is a significant difference. But I asked the question last week, sweep or die, and it obviously is not that. It wasn't where we were not facing that much of an extreme. To get 2 out of 3 kind of feels like, yeah, you announced to the world, we're still in this. We're still in this. And the way you played was much better than we've seen you play in a long, long time, which we'll get into here in a little bit. 4 back in the American League West right now, 2.5 games back in the wild card. So plenty of time to make up that distance. So we'll talk about that coming up later on in the show. As a matter of fact, we'll recap Sunday's game with Mariners Morning After next on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. we'll take it.
I'll gladly take it. Yeah.
Celebrating that bathrobe. I'd cinch it up, though, if I were you.
Be careful down there.
Just do a little cincher. Just, tighten things up a little bit. You got some stuff flopping around there. It's Ashley and it's Chuck with you. Good morning here on this Monday. Mariners morning after time, as the Mariners do win 2 out of 3 in Houston over the weekend to stay alive, to keep hope alive. Friday night, they had it. They just had it. And by the way, they didn't have it for a while, and they battled back a couple different times, showed some fight on Friday night, the type of fight we've been looking for. And I know they didn't win the game, but it's as if that fight kind of spilled over into Saturday and Sunday. So maybe even in a loss, maybe there was a discovery that was made. Who knows as to what it's going to take to get this job done. So it was a crushing defeat on Friday. They come back and they win rather easily on Saturday and then into Sunday. And, man, that was a terrific game. It just was.
Yeah.
National game. I mean, certainly we had more opportunities to score and didn't come through. Left a lot of guys on base last night. But, man, it was I'm not going to say playoff atmosphere because there were a lot of empty seats, but it kind of felt like the Mariners and Dan were managing it like it were a playoff game. And good. I think that's the way that we're going to have to play for the rest of the season. And so get off to the early lead on a Randy Arozarena home run, take a 2-0 lead in the third. Big hit for Dom Canzone after Arozarena got caught stealing and looked like he'd run you out of the inning. Instead, Dom comes through with a clutch 2-out base hit to make it 2-0. The Astros make their way back to make it 2-1. And then Cal Raleigh ends up, we didn't know it at the time, giving the Mariners the cushion they would require.
Raleigh in the air for left field. Alvarez back. He's at the track. He's at the wall. Cal Raleigh up and over. He sent it out by that much.
Crawford Brock's special.
NBC on the call last night. Cal Raleigh, yes, bounces it off the top of the wall. The only place it would have gone out, that fly ball in Major League Baseball, but hell, take advantage of it. They certainly do as a team.
Yep.
So that put them up 3-1 at that point, and then it was just hold on. Just hold your breath, grab onto something, and try to will this team to this victory. Brian Wu was really good. Only pitched 6 innings, and there was a little bit of a shoulder issue, as we found out after the game. They even went out and visited at one point. They say he's going to be okay for his next start, but he got through the 6th despite giving up a home run to little Nick Allen to make it 3-2. And then it was the bullpen. It was Spire, Bizzardo, and then Munoz taking you home by putting zeros up on the board in the 7th and 8th and 9th innings. But a few hairy moments along the way, and the hairiest was when Sir Anthony Dominguez came in, and that little bloop Altuve hit where you beat him, and Dominguez coming off a mound, which is not easy.
Right. Especially when you're that tall and a little...
Yeah, you just threw a pitch, and you got to run over a hill and then set your feet and look up over your head. And so he doesn't make the play, and it's like, are you kidding me?
Yeah, that's
really?
Exactly, I think, what I said.
Yeah, bases are loaded at that point. Then Dalton Varsho comes up, and he's the one that pretty much beat us on Friday by singling through the left side of the infield and tying the game up. And he just had that look of, man, is he going to do this again? Very first pitch, lines one down the right field line. You're sure it's going to fall fair because it's been that type of a season. It goes foul. And then Sir Anthony Dominguez just carved that dude up. That pitch to him, that splitty was...
For strike 3, the one that was for strike 3?
Nasty.
Yeah. And
Man, was that a pitch.
he was like, "Oh, this is mine." Like he thought he.
And he was pumped.
Yeah.
So just a huge moment. And then Munoz does give up a walk in the ninth, but really they didn't have a chance against him. He was throwing 102 last night. He had something to prove after Friday. What a weekend for Andres Munoz. Here he is after the game.
Especially noting, what I did wrong with the first outing. And to be honest, it's what I do all the time. Like when I have tough outings, I look it up to see what I could do better. In the other outing was not too much to see because I executed my pitches. I did my best. I threw good deciders. So basically nothing that gave me more confidence to it was just bad luck. We've been through those situations a lot of times this season, but that gave me the mentality of I didn't do anything wrong. It was just part of the game. They were better than me that day, but that gave me the confidence to just go back out there, and try to do the same thing. And that was basically what I did. I did the same thing as last outing. It was just different results.
How much better have you gotten at being able to just flush that and move on to the next day?
To be honest to you, that especially here hurts a lot when those things happen because you feel like you, como se dice, dejaste abajo el equipo. You let it down the team. But I've been through these situations a lot, and I am able to just flush that thing easier a little bit more, especially in the outing that I had.
Andres Munoz doesn't get the job done on Friday, does get the job done on Sunday. I mean, he's been fantastic. Got off to a bad start this year. Mm-hmm. He's been fantastic since that rough start. As soon as he started to fix things, he really was locked in. And he's right. I did not get to watch the game. I was doing the Rainiers game on Friday night, so I didn't get to watch Friday night's game. But just going through the highlights afterwards and the recaps, he had 2 strikes on Paredes, made a fine pitch, and Paredes got a hit. He had 2 strikes on Varsho. He's 1 strike away from getting you out, and he pokes one through the left side of the infield on a good pitch. He was 2 strikes on Altuve before Varsho, makes a great pitch out of the strike zone, exactly where maybe you could have wasted it a little bit more, but he throws a slider outside the strike zone, away and low, and Altuve pokes it through the right side of the infield, and then Walker crushed it, and I think that was a bad pitch. But the game was already tied at that point. That's so frustrating. Mm-hmm. When you feel like, I could have been better. I could have been sharper. I could have wasted a couple of pitches, I suppose. But I threw pitches that should have gotten me out of that game. And if that ground ball by either Varsho or Altuve just a little bit, a couple inches, then we're out of that. And I never even have to face Christian Walker because we've won the game. So to come back and say, not be doubting yourself on Sunday and to close it out, Andres is right. I looked at the tape. I didn't have anything to feel like I did wrong.
Just happens.
They just beat me a couple of times.
That happens.
Yeah. And so it happened at a terrible time, and it felt like a crushing loss. But I don't know. It did something for them, which we're going to talk about in our next segment. No game today. They'll start a series with the Milwaukee Brewers on Tuesday. But on the other side, before we really start diving into football here on this Monday morning, where do the Mariners stand right now? We'll discuss it next. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. great Monday morning to you. Chuck and Ashley with you here on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. All sorts of Seahawks breakdown for you today. We've seen their preseason opener. We've got the Witherspoon story to discuss. We've got the Terry and Arnold story to discuss. Greg Bell will be with us at 7:05 as he typically is. And Hugh Millen, first Monday morning quarterback session today from 8 to 9 right here on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. We do have Mariners baseball. We talked about the game that was played yesterday, the weekend, but haven't talked about where they stand right now. So let's get into that before we start diving headlong into some football conversations here this morning. The Mariners taking 2 out of 3, 4 back in the American League wild card, in the American League West race, 2.5 back in the wild card. Still a preposterous 7 games under 500.
Yeah, that's the
Just
part.
So gross.
I mean, when we talked about this last week with being 9 games under 500, it's just that's the part that's the sinking feeling. And if you just focus on that, you're like, well, yeah, no, they're done, they're cooked. But then it's the crazy thing that your numbers are half that to win your division.
Yeah, I mean, you're still there, still alive. I said on Friday, sweep or die. And it's not that. It's not as clear cut as that. I think that had you lost the series, it might certainly feel over, and we've already had conversations about that. Mm-hmm. But they are certainly still alive, and they've got plenty of time to make up 4 games. And maybe the most encouraging part about this weekend is the edge that they played with, the urgency that they played with, that they managed with. It felt like it was being managed like a playoff game yesterday. And I think that it needs to be. That's the position that you've put yourself in. And it might end up costing you. You might run out of pitchers doing it that way. You might exhaust yourself here down the stretch, but you've painted yourself into this corner. And so you have to play it this way. And I'll tell you, I mean, 2 different comebacks really on Friday. And to sit there and have Victor Robles come through and Brock Rodden just called up on Saturday. I mean, arguably the most important game of the entire year was Friday night. And you called up a guy that hasn't played 1 pitch of Major League Baseball and Brock Rodden. Shortstop's not even his natural position.
Well,
and
thank you for calling up Brock Rodden.
And not only does he add some fire to the lineup and that dirtbag reputation that he has, which is a compliment, believe it or not, in baseball, that he comes up in the clutchest of clutch moments and comes through for you in that situation. Might have been the biggest at bat to that point there. Now you end up not winning that game, and it felt crushing.
Yeah.
But I think that there was something, the way that they played Friday, and maybe it was Brendan Donovan's wiffle balling that got them there, but maybe it's Brendan Donovan just feeling healthy again. I don't know, because I'd kind of like for that guy to kind of take over as the leader, frankly. And I know he hasn't been around and he hadn't been on the roster and he's not even completed a year as a Seattle Mariner, but they're going to have to play like Brendan Donovan the rest of the way. They're going to have to bring that sort of mentality, and I think we saw it from the whole gang this weekend. I think that that's the way that they played. So whatever happened Friday night in a crushing loss actually seemed to me to spill over into Saturday and Sunday, and there was an edge. There was a sense of urgency. There was a foot to the, pedal to the metal kind of approach to those 2 games on Saturday, and they're going to have to play like that the rest of the way. Where has it been all season long? And it almost felt like you needed a loss in order to remind you of how this game needs to be played by this baseball team.
Well, yeah, and you needed to go down early and realize, we're not out of it if we're down early because on Friday, like, you take the early lead, which we've seen them do plenty of times, but then you give up the early lead and you're down 3 before you know it. I mean, how many times have we seen the look on this team like, okay, sorry, we tried, we're done. And for them to have said, okay, down 3, we got this. And to continue, and again, I know they didn't win, but it did say something about them on Friday night, just watching them battle in that game. And And then, to not let that defeat hang over you when you come in the next day.
And totally outplayed them on Saturday.
Yeah.
And then you outplayed them all day Sunday, but again, can't come through with the clutch hits whenever you've got runners on the base paths.
Right.
Otherwise, you don't have to white knuckle it all the way to the end of that game.
Well, yeah, and if you'd had Randy on base still when Cal hits the home run, that gives you 2.
But there just seemed to be a little extra energy to them. And when you're Brendan Donovan and you haven't been around very long and you haven't been around all season long because of injury and you come back and you're still worried, I can't aggravate that injury, and then you haven't played baseball in a while, and then you rehab, and then you get back to where you want to be, and then you have a baby, and then you don't pick up a bat for 5 days, and then you come back and you try to play Major League Baseball against the best competition, and you're off to a struggling start. You can't very well be an igniter. You can't very well ignite the offense that way. But apparently some wiffle ball session with a buddy who flew into town to get his head right, and they went and played wiffle ball in the hotel room, and let me tell you something, wiffle ball will fix you. And then come back the next day, and to be that starter, that fire starter for this team, I thought that I thought his energy, Brock Rodden's energy, Victor Robles' energy.
Yeah.
He should have been playing more this season anyway. He puts the ball in play.
That's all we are asking.
Those 3 guys kind of set the tone Friday. That spread throughout the entire weekend, and Friday was crushing, but Saturday and Sunday was certainly rebuilding, and it just kind of felt like maybe some alarms went off. I'm not going to give myself to it because now you're going to be taking on Dirtbag Central, the Milwaukee Brewers. Their entire roster is made up of Brock Roddens. So you're not going to out-energy them, but you at least need to rise to the occasion, and maybe, finally, 4.5 months into this thing, this team's ready to start playing the way that they were supposed to be. But I'm not counting on anything. We've made that mistake 1,000 times.
1 game at a time, 1 inning at a time. And I was wrong. Sorry, it was Naylor who wasn't on base anymore, not a Rosareno when Cal hit the home run. But yeah, that would have been nice.
Yeah, that would have been nice. All right, headlines next, and Greg Bell, Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Andres Munoz comes back from Friday night's defeat and cinches up a series win for Seattle. The Mariners are 4 back in the AL West, and they've won 9 of 11 this year against the Astros. What a game.
It really was. It really was a really good game. And frankly, if you didn't have rooting interest, Friday night was unbelievable.
It really was. That was an exciting game.
Yeah.
I mean, it ended in crushing sadness, but before that, yay.
Yeah, exactly. Good morning to you. Great morning to you all. Happy Monday. Ashley Ryan is here. You better soak her up, though, because she's going to be gone for a little while.
Soaking up the sunshine.
Oh, jeez. Hawaii. How do people get to such destinations?
I have 9 straight days off of work. I cannot remember the last time in my life I have had 9 straight days off of work.
Oh, geez. How about that?
Yeah.
Some have said you've taken 10 days off.
Some have. I don't know who those people are. What? And why stop there? Because I wasn't here Friday. So basically, 3 years off of work. I've taken 3 straight years off of work.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Well, here we go. We roll into our second hour. We've got Greg Bell coming your way here in a minute and a half to talk about the preseason opener, Devin Witherspoon, Terry and Arnold, and who knows what else on today's conversation with our Seahawks insider. But let me get to your headlines. They are brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. Choose chill. A lot of things. Dallas wins over Seattle 17-7 in the preseason opener for both teams. It's Nashville this week for some fighting during the week, and then an actual game will be played between the Titans and the Seahawks on Sunday. Devin Witherspoon did agree to a brand new deal. Since last we spoke over the weekend, a 4-year extension that's going to pay him about $33 million per year. Terry and Arnold was also signed since last we spoke to a 1-year deal, but there's a lot to figure out before he could ever take the football field for the Seahawks. We'll find out more information from Greg Bell here in a little bit. Also from the National Football League, Aaron Donald had a second workout with the Rams. Pretty much the consensus is, if not the unanimous, there's just a matter of time before he announces his return to the Rams. Jamal Adams didn't make it very long into Vikings camp with his new team. He is out for the season with a knee injury, and it looks like the Browns are very close to naming Deshaun Watson their starting quarterback for the opening game of the year. Huskies camp continues. We're going to be out there Wednesday and Thursday. When I say we, I mean the morning show. We're going to have a cast of 1,000 different guests that are going to stop by and join us on Wednesday and Thursday, so we look forward to that. The Mariners took 2 out of 3 from the Houston Astros over the weekend, despite their crushing defeat Saturday. Andres Munoz, 2-run lead going into the bottom of the 10th and cannot hold on to it. And so the Mariners come back with a win on Saturday. They win yesterday by a final score of 3-2. They are 4 back in the American League West, 2.5 games out in the crazy American League wild card, and they will have a day off today before resuming play tomorrow in Milwaukee. Tommy John passed away yesterday. Sad. Was really a class gentleman in Major League Baseball, known more for his surgery than his baseball playing, but he was a very good baseball player. And the Sounders have now lost 7 straight matches in the MLS. They lost to the Whitecaps last night by a final score of 2-0. Let's talk football with Greg Bell.
As part of our continuing NFL coverage for the 12th Man, this is 12th Man News, part of Chuck's daily visit with our own Greg Bell. Brought to you by Emerald Queen Casino, bringing you the best in live music, entertainment, dining, and gaming. Emerald Queen Casino, always entertaining. For more info, visit emeraldqueen.com.
Happy Monday, Greg.
Happy Monday. Hello.
When do you head to Nashville?
Wednesday evening.
Oh,
I'll be doing my show there Thursday, Friday.
Thursday, Friday, and then come back Monday or Tuesday.
Actually, Monday I'll be doing my show from there too.
Okay.
Because I can't fly back in time for the show, so I'll just be doing a Nashville show Monday too.
Well, if you're going to be stuck in a city, you might as well make it Nashville, Tennessee. Yeah.
Yes. It ain't Green Bay. Exactly.
All right, well, let's get into it. A lot to discuss here today. Mike McDonald was not happy with his team and his coaches, I think, after that preseason opener. It's not like he ranted and raved, but he started his press conference with his displeasure. What exactly was he disappointed about?
He said he didn't like the process, and that means the operation, which means getting in and out of the huddle. When the play's over, getting back to the huddle, getting the call, and getting set for the next play, especially on defense. He talked about that. The pace between plays on offense. He didn't name him by name, but think about it. He had a offensive coordinator, the first time he's ever done it in his life, called offensive plays, 41 years old, Brian Fleury, the tight ends coach from the 49ers, a new offensive coordinator. And on defense, he had Adden Dirty calling the plays. The defensive coordinator who does not call the plays during the regular season was calling them Saturday night. McDonald, in fact, was on the other end of the sideline most of the time from Dirty to separate himself and just watching. So for someone who's used to being a maestro of the defense and calling all the plays through the headset into the middle linebacker and being in control of everything, he probably was frustrated because he wasn't doing any of that. In fact, after the game, when I asked him about having Dirty calling the plays, and he said Dirty did a great job, and let's plaudits and lauds. But he did say, I think maybe I'll take it over next week because I need to get ready for the real season myself. So expect in Tennessee him to be calling the plays this week. But it was left unsaid, but I thought it was telling that if the process and the operation of the team, the pace and all that, it probably had something to do with two first-time, well, not in Dirty's case exactly, first-time play callers.
Yeah, just the complaints of a perfectionist. Like, he wasn't doing it, and it was driving him crazy because he would have done it a little bit different.
Pretty much, exactly.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's talk about some things that emerged that were good from Saturday. And in your estimation, who's the player that stood out?
On offense, Montorie Foster, every time they ask him to do something, here, go run a deep route. Here, go run an in route in the end zone and turn your head real quick as the ball's hitting your stomach and catch a touchdown pass. He broke free on a long, should have been another second touchdown. Drew Lock missed him. He was 3 yards beyond his defender, and Lock missed him for what would have been a second TD. Even Lock blamed himself for that. The substitute teacher from Lakewood St. Ed High School and real estate agent from Ohio, the story I told you about him finding a quarterback randomly in some Planet Fitness gym that worked him out to keep him sharp during last season when he was teaching instead of playing with the Seahawks. All of that's paying off for him. I wrote the story this morning at the News Tribune. It's at thenewstribune.com about I think he may fit as an extra wide receiver, and I'm starting to think about who place he could take. There's probably two spots among Jake Bobo and Cody White and Ricky White III and Irvin Charles, and I think Foster's forcing himself to be there. I mean, he's now getting one's time in practices, and it's a cool story. Not to mention my nephews went to that high school, so I kind of knew about the story before he's broken out here. Defensively, Tyrese Knight was the middle linebacker signal caller, getting the calls in from Dirty, which he doesn't do. Of course, Ernest Jones, that's his job. And Knight went back to what he was doing the first couple of years at UTEP in college, Texas El Paso, before they moved into outside linebackers last year. And Knight said he really liked it. And when you do it in that role and calling the plays, and McDonald notices that. McDonald has a place on this roster for Tyrese Knight, be it in special teams or to be in backup inside weak side linebacker, and now showing he can do this, the Ernest Jones role in a pinch. Tyrese Knight's going to stay on the team, still on his rookie contract, but he really helped himself. And I shudder to say that the offensive line was terrible, because how many years did we say that? But the offensive line was nobody that's intending to play during the regular season, or at least the Seahawks hope not. None of the 22 starters, unless you count George Jelani as a starter, and I don't. I think that Jadarian Price is the starter, is the lead back. None of the 22 starters played, and the offensive line in particular got just beaten around by the Cowboys front.
Greg Bell is with us, our Seahawks insider, joins us nearly every day during the season, thanks to the Emerald Queen Casino right here at 7:05. We're recapping the 17-7 preseason loss to the Dallas Cowboys on Saturday evening as part of our conversation, but there are a lot of other things to get into, which we will here in a moment. I do want to ask you one more thing about the game, and that was, you wouldn't have known this, you were actually there, but in watching the television broadcast, I mean, everybody was just raving the entire game about Riley Mills. I mean, are they preparing us for something special here, or are they overhyping this young man? But because he pretty much was the conversation from the beginning of the game to the end of the game. Everybody that mentioned somebody that has been standing out at camp, be it player or analyst, keeps mentioning Riley Mills. What can we expect from this guy this season?
Well, my guess is Michael Bennett was saying some of that, right?
Michael Bennett, Cliff Averill, Abe Lucas, Leonard Williams. I mean, it was just continuous.
Well, Averill and Bennett played on the defensive line, so they have a propensity to watch for him. They haven't been out of practice every single day, so some of what Mills was doing was new to them for this training camp. Not for us that have been there every day. We've seen him do it. He's very quick off the ball. They're moving him from defensive end to defensive tackle, the versatility that McDonald loves. Yeah, he's been a standout. But I didn't see anything Saturday night that I haven't seen during practices, and it looked the same to me. And he's been doing it against starting Seahawks offensive linemen, not the backup Cowboys on Saturday. So it didn't stand out to me because it's what he's been the whole time. He's risen to the point where he will be a primary rotation guy. And we talk all the time about defensive line depth. And when the Seahawks Legion of Boom defenses were rolling, how they'd have 10 or 11 players, they'd roll like hockey line changes in the first quarter and wear offensive lines down. Riley Mills is a huge step toward that. They don't have it yet, but he's a huge step toward that because he can play, like I said, inside and outside. And, yeah, I would count him as an absolutely a camp standout. Riley Mills on offense, Montori Foster on Riley Mills on defense, and Montori Foster on offense.
All right. Let's talk about Devin Witherspoon. He's got a brand new deal, broke the bank. And the original report that I read said that it got heated before it got sold. Were you hearing the same things?
No, that's an agent's characterization. The national reporters who write these contract stories are getting it straight from the agent, and the agent wants to sound like he went to nails with it wasn't contentious. Heated maybe in the sense of a lot of work got done at the very end to make it finished, but I don't think anyone was throwing chalkboards or anything at anybody, or iPads, I guess, these days. It's $101 million. That's notable. It's $1 million more than Trent McDuffie got. It's $33 million a year, which is notable because it's the richest per average annual value, and that's what agents and players use as comps to other players, eclipsing the Denzel Ward deal. It is everything we thought it would be. And the reason it took a while is because Christian Gonzalez's agent is also Devin Witherspoon's agent. Now Gonzalez will go get his. If the agents do their job, it'll probably eclipse Witherspoon's as the new richest contract. But what's notable most, and I think it's getting lost a little bit on Witherspoon's new deal, it keeps him with the Seahawks through 2031. It's a 4-year deal tacked on to the 2 remaining years they already had. They had him on the last year of his rookie deal. They'd already exercised his option for 2027 as the 5th-year option as a first-round draft pick. They gave him a lot more guaranteed money up front for the first 2 years to get him to sign this deal. He's going to make $56 million the next 2 years, well more than he would have under his final year of his rookie deal and the $20-plus million 5th-year option next year. So it's win-win, as they say, certainly for Witherspoon. But it's a win for the Seahawks to have a 25-year-old 3-time Pro Bowl cornerback at one of the most important positions in a pass-happy league under contract through 2031, and we're not even starting the 2026 season yet. That's value for the Seahawks. By the time his contract ends in 2031, he'll be 30 years old, and it will look like a steal for the Seahawks because the salary cap will be well over $300 million or closer to $400 million by then. It's $301 million this year. And so that contract will be in the middle of the pack in the NFL. He'll outplay that probably halfway through. And it's the richest deal now. It won't be the richest deal then, and that's a good deal for the Seahawks.
Seahawks insider Greg Bell is with us. Follow him at GBell Seattle and get everything you need at the newstribune.com. Terry and Arnold also signed since last we spoke. And so what was the final reason? What was it that pushed it through? Why did the Seahawks feel like this juice was worth the squeeze?
Well, again, they were in first. They felt like they were in most, and this can be either a layaway deal, depending on his legal situation in Florida, or it could be that he never plays for him at all. That's also a possibility if he's found guilty or the courts won't let him, or the NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell puts him on the exempt list. So there are a lot of ifs to get there. They think he can practice soon. They don't know if it's this week, but they think they can have him enough that he will at least get in the program here this month. Whether he comes to Tennessee or not, practices for the first time in Tennessee on Friday in the joint practice, I don't know. They don't know yet, at least as of the weekend, didn't know when he was going to sign. So officially be in the building. He is not there yet. So we'll see, to use the words of Mike McDonald. When you sign a guy facing 8 felonies and life in prison, you kind of have to go with what the guys that could determine life in prison for him say. And that's where the Seahawks stand right now. But they cast their lot. They put in their bid. He took it. And now they at least have the option of him playing for them if it all goes his way. And that's, needless to say, a gigantic if.
So now that you got JSN done, now you got Witherspoon done, how big's the contract look for Byron Murphy next year?
Well, he's on a trajectory toward, I'm not sure at this point he's Jalen Carter, richest deal in NFL history for a defensive tackle yet. But if he has a production uptick like he did last year, he will be. Mike McDonald's saying that he thinks he can have more sacks, more productivity in the pass rush game, and he had 7.5 in limited reps last year. He wasn't always on the field when they pass rush. He's going to be on the field more this year, and he could be out at end more than he's been. I've seen him going up and down the defensive line even more than I did last year. I think McDonald's going to be creative in ways that put him on one-on-one matchups, kind of like an NBA player, clear out the lane and let him go one-on-one. I think I've seen that a time or a million in the NBA lately. That's kind of what they're doing with Byron Murphy. They're trying to find a weak link on an offensive line and put him over that guy. The great thing about Murphy, you can hit him on the field for every play. He can stop the run, and if you want to try to double team him, good luck. He's the best double team guy in the league. Leonard Williams, Jaron Reed, you talk to defensive linemen that are older than he by 5-10 years, they can't believe how good Byron Murphy is against double teams. He drops to a knee. He thrusts his arm up. I call it a Turkish kettlebell move for those listening that are in CrossFit. It's crazy how good he is at 300 pounds to just push his way off his knee through a double team and ruin it. I wouldn't take him off the field. I mean, he's in the middle of what he's like 20, still only 23, 24 years old. He should play 90+% of the snaps, but they want to rotate. Of course, the defensive line, we talked about depth and Riley Mills. But, yeah, Byron Murphy, if his arc continues the way it went last year, he could be in that conversation. He's really, really good at something that gets overlooked, and that's defending double teams.
Well, needless to say, we just scratched the surface. So I would imagine 10 o'clock today, a lot of Seahawks talk.
Seahawks talk, yeah. We might touch a bit on. First, I'm going to play Brian Smetzer's comments after the Sounders game because there are a lot of people, 30,000 in the yard last night, who were pretty frustrated. The Sounders fan base not used to seeing 7 losses in a row. It's never happened in MLS play. But we're going to talk a little bit about the Mariners. I cannot believe, I mean, as great as that weekend series was, they may be kicking themselves mightily for losing that Friday game and blowing that lead. They came back from, instead of 2 games back, they're 4. Yep. And I know they have the tiebreaker, but their deficit is doubled because of that game. But, yeah, tons of Seahawks. You'll hear from Montori Foster. You'll hear Mike McDonald's summation, and you'll probably hear him gritting his teeth through his words, too.
All right. We'll be listening. Thanks, man. Appreciate you.
All right. Thank you, sir.
All right, Greg Bell, our Seahawks insider from the News Tribune. Go ahead and check out his full coverage of the weekend. A lot of things to have to write about at thenewstribune.com. And, of course, you can follow him at GBell Seattle on X. He joins us every day, nearly during the football season at 7:05, thanks to the Emerald Queen Casino. Coming up next, we will hear from Mike McDonald as he pushes words through his gritting teeth after the game. On Saturday, we'll hear right from the mouth of the head coach exactly what was frustrating him. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
She musters a smile for his nostalgic tale.
Don't want to talk over him. To be disrespectful.
So beautiful.
I know. You know, just like Saturdays don't really start until you hear your first Mike McDonald song.
Yeah.
I think everybody knows what I'm talking about.
I think they do.
Yeah. Really, you don't know how to feel about the football team's first preseason game because preseason games are weird.
Yeah, they are.
Until you hear the head coach talk. So another thing, I mean, they don't just have a name in common, the two great Mike McDonalds of all time. And they don't just have greatness in common. They are fire starters.
Yes, I've often said that about both McDonald's.
Yeah, like they're not going to get your weekend going. You're not going to get your weekend truly going until you hear Mike McDonald sing. You're not going to really understand what I watched today until you hear our head coach talk. Mm-hmm. So after every Seahawks game, preseason, regular season, Super Bowl championships, it doesn't matter. We always hear from Coach McDonald. Here he was after the game and went to the podium and did not seem happy.
I told the team it's we're going to learn a lot from this game. Whether take the result out of it. Obviously, it's disappointing to lose the game. Anytime you line up in anything competitively, we're trying to win. But right now, our process needs to improve. That's really the biggest takeaway is on really in both phases on offense and defense. Our operation is not up to par, and how we're finishing plays is not up to par. So that'll be a focus moving forward. But it's good to know. I'm glad we know now on the things we need to be able to do to take our team to the next level, and we have a great opportunity to go figure it out. We got a big week coming up, a couple great practices opportunities, and then off to Tennessee we go, have a great practice and play another great game and take and move forward. So that's where we're at.
You see the operation wasn't up to your standard. What do you mean?
Just all the things. How we get calls in, how we take the line, how we motion, how we shift, how we get lined up on defense, how we communicate. All those things need to take a very big jump very quickly. So, but it's good to know. Now we know it, so let's go get it.
The process, isn't that what they say?
All the things.
Yeah.
I like that, yeah.
So it wasn't about the effort or necessarily the play. It was putting yourself in the best position every single play to make your best play. That's what he was frustrated about was, sort of the conversations and the urgency to get in line. And I think a lot of that blame was being thrown, as we talked about with Greg, at the two guys calling the plays. Brian Fleury's first game as an offensive coordinator, and then Adam Dardap on the defensive side was actually calling the plays. And also, let's face it, part of it is when you are a control freak like Mike McDonald is, like I like everything a certain way, and we have a system in which the little details are going to be so finely tuned, that's going to be part of our excellence. And when you're not doing your duties, when you hand them off to somebody else and you're just observing, then what do you tend to do? It's like when you're at home with your kid, you might feel like they get away with a little bit more. But when you are on the field and you aren't in that comfort zone, when you go to like somebody's house, now all of a sudden you might be over-parenting because you don't want them to embarrass you.
Well, and also because you're probably comparing it to how you do it, right? And being a perfectionist like he is, it's like,
right.
Oof. And then it's just hard. You're sitting there like, I know I could do this better. It's like when you're watching someone struggle with something that you want to help them with.
Yeah.
But you're like, no, I have to let them learn this on their own. But, can I just do it real quick?
Yeah.
It'll be way faster.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the unicorn does that with me all the time. Yeah, that's not how you load a dishwasher. Just get out of the way.
Yeah, just get out of the way. Let me do it. I want it done right.
So I think that's part of it, too. Like, he wasn't doing his normal thing. And so he ended up noticing more, observing more. But he's right, though. I mean, you've got two more of these things. Use it as a teaching tool. Use it as a point of emphasis at practice this week. Now, you're going to be practicing against another team this week, but he's certainly going to hammer those points home. He wants more communication. He wants more urgency, and he wants everything to happen faster. And that includes coaches relaying of information, all of that, not just the play on the field. I don't think he was complaining about necessarily the play on the field. It was all the preparation, and not just going into a game, but from every single play, between every single play. The other thing that Mike Macdonald in his press conference ended up talking a lot about, understandably, because it does feel more important than a preseason game or result, and that is that he did lock up Devin Witherspoon. He and John Schneider, the Seahawks, have locked up Devin Witherspoon to a 4-year extension, $132 million for the star cornerback. Coach was asked, why is Spoon so important to what you do now and what you're going to do in the future?
Well, I mean, Spoon is all the things. He's a great person. He's a great football player. He's a great teammate. He's a great leader. Those are the guys we want to be here. It's kind of similar to Jack's. It's like these are foundational people to our team, and I'm extremely excited to get that foundation laid. Where we know Spoon's going to be here for the long haul, and we're also excited for the opportunity to reward him. That this is a contract that we feel like he's earned, and we should celebrate it as well. But it's also really exciting to know that we have foundational players that are going to be part of our team here for a long time.
He was one of the guys when you said, the first phase of OTAs, some of the veteran guys didn't need to be there. He was there day one.
Yeah.
He's out practicing like a maniac while he's still waiting to get a deal done. Like, what does that tell you about him?
Oh, well, that paints a great picture, John. Like, he's just infectious, and he loves the game. We were talking today, and he's just, people would, hopefully he doesn't mind me sharing this, but people would talk to him about, asking him why he's doing what he's doing. He's like, I love the game of football, and there's a season you're ready for. He kind of keeps the main thing without getting distracted by all the extra stuff. He also probably feels, he's also a great teammate. He just wants to be there for the guys, and how our team plays is important to him, which is really cool.
Mike Macdonald after the game talking about Devin Witherspoon. I wish he would have sung it. Wish he would have sung his thoughts.
If he was like, he gonna be there.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's why he's great.
Yeah,
he's gonna be
great.
there.
And he's right. I mean, we talked a little bit with Greg about Byron Murphy being next and identifying those core players, and the cap keeps growing and building every year. And yet, once you start doing that, it does put you in a position. Get used to this, by the way. If they just keep winning and are successful, and I'm not talking about a Super Bowl every year, but at this stage, let's face it, we're expecting them to be contenders for a good stretch of time here going forward, considering they're champs already and have one of the youngest, if not the youngest, roster in the National Football League. So this is going to be a good run. But what comes with that in a salary cap league is guys like Kobe Bryant. We all wanted Kobe Bryant back, right? Good player, seemed to be kind of a glue kind of player, a really good glue kind of player. And yet, those are the decisions that you're probably going to have to make. You probably are going to have to experience off seasons where more is going to be leaving, more in terms of, the number of players are going to be leaving than are coming in, because you're going to have to make room for Witherspoon's deal and JSN's new deal and Byron Murphy's new deal next year, and Sam Darnold's going to get a new deal next year, and he's probably going to go from 33 to 55 or 50. And suddenly those core players that you've highlighted are making up a lot of your cap. And so then you have to rely on the draft, and you've got to rely on development, and you got to rely on developing guys like Ty Okada's and Drake Thomas that come out of nowhere, but Mike Macdonald's just that good. And so you can take someone else's trash and turn it into treasure. But even those guys will eventually get paid and probably have to leave in order to make room for the foundational pieces that you've identified. It's just going to be the process here going forward, and I think that is the right process. I think letting the Kobe Bryants go to keep the Byron Murphys and the Devin Witherspoons, because there are fewer of those guys. There are more Kobe Bryants than there are Devin Witherspoons in the league. I think that is the right course of action, and yet it will lead to probably year after year us losing some pieces that we think are valuable, but you just don't have a chance. You can't keep them all.
Right. And I mean, we talked about this when Kobe Bryant left, and we talked about this when Derek Hall signed his extension early. I mean, a lot of these guys are going to have an opportunity to have more money thrown at them than they've ever dreamt about. And it's not going to come from the Seahawks, because the Seahawks aren't going to overpay most of them to keep them. It's going to be from a team that needs them more, needs that position more, and they're going to get that. They're going to have that conundrum of, do I take more money?
Yeah.
Or do I want to stay here for the money that they're offering me?
If you want the highest price you can get on an open market, it's not going to be with us.
Right.
Like,
exactly.
Boye Mafe, have fun in Cincinnati.
And I
There's
don't
no
blame
way
him.
we were paying.
Yeah, go get it.
But Derek Hall's a great example of somebody that said, I will take less to stay here.
Yeah.
And so, okay, then let's do a deal. But if you want to max out, it's not going to be as a Seahawk. It's just not going to be. And I don't mind. I mean, the writing's on the wall.
Yeah, exactly.
Brady Russell doesn't make Derek Hall money. Derek Hall's not ever going to make JSN money. That's just the way it works. And so I think they're right. I think they're identifying the right people. And I think it's right to pay those true special players like they've assembled. All right, coming up next on the program, before Hugh Millen joins us for our first Monday morning quarterback session of the year at 8 o'clock, we're going to squeeze in some ABCs of the M's. Do want to let you know Tulalip Resort Casino is waiting for you. The summer concert series continues. I can tell you that the amphitheater, wonderful experience out there a couple of weeks ago. And so they got all sorts of concerts still coming. So go ahead and check that out. You can get tickets at Ticketmaster. And, of course, you can go to the Tulalip website, learn all about it. Go out there and punch card your way through all the delicious restaurants, play a few games, go to the DraftKings Sportsbook, take in a game, gamble a little bit while you're watching the game. I mean, it is just, it's Disneyland is what it is.
Sounds like
for
heaven.
adults. Yeah.
Maybe I won't go to Hawaii. I might just go stay at Tulalip all week.
Yeah, great idea. You go to Hawaii. I'm going to have a better time at Tulalip Resort Casino.
Jealous.
All right, ABC's next on KJR.
you say we dig into Mariners baseball in alphabetical order? Brought to you by Emerald Queen Casino. Bet, watch, and win at Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook. Visit emeraldqueen.com for details. Emerald Queen Casino, always entertaining. And by the Sunset Auto family in Sumner and Auburn. You just get more at Sunset, and people do like that.
ABC, easy as 1, 2, 3. All simple as slow, break me. ABC, 1, 2, 3, baby, you and me, girl.
Monday morning quarterback with Hugh Millen coming up at 8 o'clock today. We're going to do an hour with our QB1, the preseason beginner opener for the Seahawks goes the Dallas Cowboys way. 17-7, but a lot to discuss, and I can promise you saw more than any of us.
By a million.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
You watched the game, rewound, redid it.
Yeah.
He did that 17 times.
Right. And a very short, efficient amount of time as well. He's got an eye for this sort of thing.
Yeah.
Let's get to the ABCs of the M, so we're going to squeeze that in. We left off with the letter G on Friday. G is for gauntlet, and unfortunately, that is what the Mariners are getting ready to face. They're not at the end of that gauntlet. You know, we were talking about this tough schedule that they have here in the month of August. We're only in the middle of it. We are in the eye of the storm.
Perfect.
Having gone through Tampa Bay, New York, Houston recently. I mean, we still got to go Milwaukee on the road, then 3 with the Cubs, 3 with the Phillies, 3 with the Blue Jays, and 3 with the Red Sox in a row.
Oh, my gosh.
Right. And so, I mean, then it does lighten up considerably in September. A lot of games with the Angels, Rockies, and A's in the month of September. So, I mean, it does get light, but, you know, in terms of, and you've made this bed for yourselves, 7 games under 500, 4 games to make up. You can't drown here in good competition over the next few weeks. So, it's going to get tough. The Brewers are as good as anybody. They just beat the hell out of the Dodgers over the weekend. The Cubs, you're good to get to face them here. They're a much better team at home. Philly's dangerous. Toronto's back to playing good baseball again, and the Red Sox have been the hottest team in baseball in the second half. So you gotta keep afloat here, and then hopefully you get to swim without restriction.
Yeah, just cruise on through September.
Yeah, through the month of September. But the gauntlet, as we discussed, it's just beginning. We're not even in the middle of it yet.
Which is, I was thinking like, okay, we had Houston and now Milwaukee, and then it'll be all right. I didn't look past there because I don't like to, because it makes my heart stressed out.
Yeah, but this team really doesn't seem to care who the opponent is. No. They can play down to anybody, and they can play up to anybody.
It's true.
So we'll see how they manage it all. Day off today, and then in Milwaukee for 3 games starting on Tuesday. H is for Houston, and that is one thing. I mean, we did get the tiebreaker, and you do have more games against the Astros before the season comes to a close, 2 of them, as a matter of fact, but you do have the tiebreaker. So that is something to keep in mind, certainly as we head down the stretch. And I don't know what flipped, because they made a big deal out of it last night on NBC. Just this, I mean, it's been a strange season to begin with. Strange for the Mariners, strange for the division, strange for the league, American League, that the Rangers have owned the Mariners this year. The Mariners have owned the Astros, and the Astros have owned the Rangers. But whatever has flipped in our relationship with the Houston Astros, it's real, because they have just dominated them this season. Probably should have swept the series this weekend. They've only lost twice to them this entire year, and they did the same thing to Houston a year ago in taking the division from them finally. So there seems to be hand in this relationship now owned by the Seattle Mariners.
Yeah, and I mean, it is a much more pleasant place to be. I just wish overall we were playing better so it could be more enjoyable to be winning that rivalry this year. Doesn't seem as jovial as it was last year, but we got time.
Yeah. And then I did love Jeff Blum's comments because the first 3 innings, you could just hear him shaking his head like, I don't know what all this talk about this Mariners team can't hit. Because every time I've watched them, because he does Astros color, every time I've watched them, they just hit line drives and home runs all over the park. And I don't know why that is either. Again, it's part of the strange fabric that has made this strange blanket that the Mariners have woven this year. But for some reason, the Astros pitching or at Houston, something about those dimensions gives them comfort in the batter's box. I thought we saw a much scrappier version of the Mariners than we've seen all season long, and maybe that has something to do with getting Donovan back and Donovan back, like back. Brock Rodden added to that, and Victor Robles, who I think we've learned a lesson. We've not been playing that guy enough. He puts the ball in play, and he does some silly things on the base paths sometimes, but for a team that's having a difficult time putting the ball in play, Victor Robles does at least that.
Yeah.
We shouldn't have ever pinch hit Mitch Garver for him, I'll tell you that much.
Oh, God. Oh, God.
And finally, I is for inclusion. September call-ups are a couple of weeks away. Kate Anderson's at least going to be a part of that. If there's anything wrong with Brian Woo's shoulder, he left the game with a little bit of shoulder soreness yesterday, then we may see Kate Anderson earlier. I will also tell you, I watched Laz Montez play Friday for the Tacoma Rainiers. He's now up to, 36 home runs?
Oh, was that all?
This year? And so you're running out of time, Justin, on your promise that if he hits 40, I guarantee you some of them will be for the Mariners.
I heard that.
Yeah, well, we're running out of time on that. He's getting really close to that 40-homer mark. And I watched a guy that improved greatly defensively from the last time I saw him. He put on a defensive show Friday night, plus hit a 2-run bomb that went practically over all of the foliage out in right field, and had a couple of other decent at-bats. So, I don't know. Kind of looks ready. Kind of looks like he could help. And I know Kate Anderson could help, so we'll see how they're going to include them the rest of the season in this master plan. All right, Hugh Millen's next. Monday morning quarterback on KJR.
how you want the operation to go. Hey, we need to get the play call, just intuitively you have that time clock. As a quarterback is expected to have a time clock in the pocket for, hey, I'm holding the ball too long. As does a coach have a internal clock, like, wait a minute, we're not, this is not getting in fast enough. We're not breaking the huddle. We're not calling the plays, our alignment. They have those practices where they're just focus on a walk through just alignment and assignment and so being in the right spot is and the mechanics of the game. I think some coaches would say, hey, that's the first building block, right? And so when he sees that not at his standard, he's not going to be upset. But look, there's a lot of sloppy stuff. I mean, there was a point where you were 2nd and 39.
Uh-oh. I think it just popped off. All right, we got to get that back. All right. Hugh Millen is with us. Yeah, this is like a new thing that we're dealing with here. We heard it for the first time, I don't know, a week ago or something like that. The pop wasn't as large, if that's a silver lining.
Medium pop.
It was just like a gentle tap of a pop, as opposed to one we heard last week where it scared the bejesus out of me. We'll get Hugh Millen back here, and we'll pick it up at that 2nd and 39, and a little bit of the sloppiness that took place on the field that Mike McDonald was not happy with. I mean, it didn't take him. He didn't need any encouragement from the Seattle media horde whatsoever to complain about that. We'll get back to the conversation with Hugh here in a little bit. And there's a lot of other things to cover and some good things as well. But quarterback play, an offensive line, you were operating with your second string offensive line throughout the course of the game. Or at least the course of the first half. Then you had third string, fourth stringers in before it came to a close. I mean, 21 penalties were called in the game. And so, I mean, that just shows you how sloppy it was on Saturday on both sides of the ball. But 21 penalties kind of bogged things down. Maybe that's as much to say about your lack of any kind of continuity or speed or rhythm when you're constantly stopping the game. And also, we did get to see, by the way, Saturday, since I've got a little time to point this out, I didn't think I would, how easy Gene Steratore and others make it look when you're announcing penalties, because I don't know what happened to the main guy, but he got removed from the game and they had to go to the backup. And boy, did he struggle. Boy, did he have a rough time. It looked like he didn't know the rules. He didn't know which team was on which side of the ball, any of that. But he certainly, his cohorts didn't make it easier on him. They were flag happy in that second half. Do we have Hugh back?
We don't have Hugh back yet. No, I'm working on it. I've called him. I think he's calling me now. Hold on.
Okay. All right. We'll get Hugh back in a second. Yes, a lot of penalty flags in that game last night or Saturday night, and it was not enjoyable, to say the least. That bogs down a good game, much less a sloppy preseason game like we watched on Saturday. All right. We got you back, hopefully for good here, Hugh, but you were getting ready to talk about 2nd and 39 as an example of how sloppy the team looked on Saturday.
Yeah, 2nd and 39. I mean, that's just going to kind of rankle any coach. And then, he made the decision to go for it on the first play of the fourth quarter at the 6-yard line, 4th and 4. I understand why he would want to on that particular play, to put his team in stress, his offense, see how Brian Flory calls the play, see how they can execute. But I think they may have been better served to kick the short field goal, pulled to within 17-10. Now you get to evaluate the players on the field on defense. Hey, how do you respond when you're within a touchdown and you have momentum? To the players on offense, how hey, let's go try and win this thing. Because now we're within a touchdown, and I think it's hard sometimes for coaches to tell the players, hey, this is important. We're evaluating, and if the coach makes decisions not to win, or I would say that's probably an unfair comparison. I would say that it's not a standard decision you'd make, right? Do you think he'd make that in the regular season?
No.
I do not.
I think maybe
Right.
it had
And-
more to do with, I know Jason Myers can make a field goal. I'd rather work on 4th and 4. But you're right. There's some learning to be done in, making it a 7-point game, and how do we play after that?
Yeah, and now I will say that in my own opinion, if there was some alternate universe, where you could run an experiment 1,000 times, do the Seahawks are they better off today having beat the Cowboys or having lost to the Cowboys in preseason? I would argue that they're better off today having lost. I think that this gives Mike McDonald a chance to really, grind on the details in ways that, let's state an obvious fact. They've been practicing, and their last game was when they won the Super Bowl. And so there's no sense of urgency. Now, I'm not going to overplay it and say there's a bunch of urgency because you lost preseason game number 1. But I was in somewhat of a similar situation when I got traded to the Cowboys after year 1 of their 3 out of 4 year period there where they won the Super Bowl. So as the defending champions, the opening preseason game, we lost to Minnesota at home and looked bad doing it. And Jimmy Johnson was apoplectic. And showed more fury than I could ever imagine a coach could exhibit after a preseason game, let alone preseason game number 1, let alone you're the Super Bowl champions. But it did allow him an opportunity to really kind of reset the focus in those next several days after that. So I think we're just fine. I think this kind of sets out paradoxically as perfect for Mike McDonald.
Yeah, to use it as a coaching tool for sure. Hugh Millen is with us. It's Monday Morning Quarterback. It's our first session as we talk about the preseason opener. Well, let's get into some quarterback play. I know that on Friday you circled Jalen Milroe as a guy to watch, certainly in this game, maybe the guy to watch in this game. And then Drew Lock starts the game. I mean, if there was a highlight, it's going 13 plays, 80 yards in 7 minutes to score a touchdown the first time you touch the football offensively, preseason game or not. So let's start with that. Let's start with Drew Lock and what you saw from that drive and what you saw from the quarterback on Saturday.
Well, I think his best play was certainly the touchdown pass. It's a quarters coverage, which means there's 4 defenders deep in the back layer, and the way that play, you're trying to get a slot receiver to pull the near safety and then isolate one-on-one the outside corner, and with the guy in his face and him having to have had to stem inside, beautiful timing and ball placement. So the execution was great. Thereafter, a few things. He turned down a slant route to Jake Bobo where they set the formation to the left, and he had a slant. He came out, ended up throwing a swing. I think if I was quarterback coaching him, I'd probably give him a minus on that play. That there was a play over the middle that he tried to hit Bobo on what I know the 49ers in their pass offense with Kyle Shanahan, they call it a skid route. So Brian Fleury comes over and Bobo was a line to the left, and you remember him running that in-breaking route, but the pass gets defensed. The ball could have been out in front a little more, but that's an example of just the precision is in the details. I mean, if I'm coaching Jake Bobo, I say, hey, you're losing ground up the field. You gotta, particularly because corners, when you watch the all 22 tape, these corners know Bobo cannot run. And in man-to-man situations or zones that resemble man-to-man, the corner has to mirror the wide receiver. The the wide receiver, when he makes an in-breaking route, he's got to flatten that, come downhill towards the ball. So I think that there was an issue there. He missed the go route at where it was a slant and go. And when you get that kind of separation, you're a professional quarterback. You got great protection. You got to hit that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I would say, do you recall the one where he threw the ball to the inside to Bobo? This is different than the Bobo play that I'm talked about, where they had the incomplete, the pass breakup. But there was one where there was clearly miscommunication on a deep hook with Bobo, and Drew Lock threw it inside. And you look at that, and it's kind of hard to imagine Bobo would be would hook the ball when he's expected to go in. It's also hard for me to imagine. Now Lock was under duress. He throws the ball inside, but if you look at that, we talk about the details of the play. If you're going to have the split end run a deep hook route, and you have a crossing route to influence, this is zone coverage. You have the running back sitting over the middle, but there's a crossing route coming from the right side in the person of Cody White. And his split was well outside the formation. You're asking him to get all the way over to the other side to influence what's called the flat defender, to widen that hole for Bobo. And Cody White, he's at 9 yards. I would have said you'd want to be at closer to 6 yards. He's kind of jogging, and it just looks like a mess. It just doesn't look like crisp football. And then a veteran receiver and a veteran quarterback aren't on the same page. So I think that's one of many examples where you just kind of go, wait a minute, it's just not tight.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so at any event, Lock. He's got to hit that sluggo. I mean, when you run that sluggo, there's two ways you can coach it. You can coach, and the sluggo is a word conjunction for slant and go. And this is the deep ball that Lock missed up the Seahawks sideline. So the receiver, if he takes a thin angle, meaning he comes up 3 steps, and he doesn't go hard to the inside, he kind of goes at a what would in math we call an obtuse angle, a more obtuse angle. That's called a skinny angle. Well, your momentum can keep you going, but you may be less likely to get the corner to bite. If you come up and you go 3 steps and then you go flatter to the inside, almost like an in route instead of a slant, then you're more likely to get the corner to drive hard, but your momentum is harder to get you going up the field back to redirect your momentum going back vertically. So this was a relatively flat angle, and perhaps if I showed you 100 sluggos in the NFL, you would see many that are at that angle, but you would see many that are a skinnier angle. Mm-hmm. So perhaps Lock, because what we call the receiver gets buried on the first move of a double move, then his acceleration and it's harder to get going. But in any event, there was so much separation. Lock's got to hit that ball.
Yeah. Let's talk about Milroe. There were some plays. He ran more than what we've seen him run in the past and tiptoed down the sidelines at one point, at a 20-yard run at one point. He did have that creative little sidearm throw to Vanette late in the game. And I thought he had a couple little crisp short passes that were accurate. But he did look sloppy for most of the game, and sloppier as the players around him were less experienced as the game went along. So overall, your assessment of what you saw out of Milroe, somebody that you were looking forward to breaking down.
Well, they're calling relatively simple concepts for him, a lot of mirrored stuff. I can recall breaking him down coming out of Alabama, and And if Mike Holmgren were here, we'd talk about the Hank route, which is a very simple route where it's a double curl routes on each side. And then there's the tight end is over the middle, and then there's two guys in the flat. And you can invert it. So instead of the wide receiver going up the curl, you can have the slot doing the curl, and then the wide guys just sit in the flat. That was the first play that they ran for him in a bowl game at Alabama. They were aware, hey, let's just give him something simple. You saw derivatives of that play on Saturday night, just kind of trying to stay with the basics. And there's variations, like I said, I don't want to get into the details. So they tried to keep it simple for him. Double slant, what's called line in that offense where you just, the quick game. I think his running ability was good, but, he had a couple scrambles where he only had 2 yards. And you come back and you look and you say, wait a minute, the biggest thing he has to work on is anticipation. Did he have an in route from right to left where if he put his foot in the ground and he smoked it out there, did he have the time? Well, the pocket was collapsing a lot on him. The Seahawks quarterbacks had 13 pressures against them, whereas the Seahawks defense only produced 9 pressures against Cowboy quarterbacks. So that was a factor. I do not think he had good protection, but while he did on a 3rd and 11 have a 12-yard scramble and he had another 20-yarder, there's a couples where I thought, maybe he's a little underwhelming. Look, we know he's an elite runner. Mm-hmm. He's not young Lamar Jackson runner, but if he ever plays in a game, he's going to be a force with his running ability. But when you evaluate a preseason game, we can postulate it very simple like this. Regular season starting defenses, that we can assume that they have more team speed than backups in the preseason. Is that a fair assumption? Mm-hmm. So we know that if we take a quarterback like Milroe and his athleticism, whatever we see when he's beating defenders, it's going to be harder if he's doing that in the regular season. And then Lamar Jackson would attest to this point. Then it ramps up even more in the playoffs because you've got great team speed and everybody's motivated on every play. So some of those running plays that you could get in September, you cannot get in January. And so it just elevates. So when you're talking about a quarterback whose running ability, but specifically scrambling ability, is a big part of what they contribute, then you've got to really look at that with a keen eye and say, hey, are you scrambling? Are you turning down some plays? Are you scrambling when you could have just turned to your left? There's a check down right in front of you. Dump it to him. Let him go. And there were some minuses on his sheet in the manner that I described, where I think that in some cases his eyes weren't even in the right place, and he missed guys that he could have with I'm not going to say elite level, but just normal level, good timing. That there's some opportunities to get some intermediate cuts down the field.
Hugh Millen is with us, our QB1. It's our first official Monday morning quarterback session of the brand new football season. And I appreciate that Hugh dressed up for it. You should see him with his tux on right now. And
maybe
yes.
for the opener against the Patriots.
Yeah, we should.
Get the tux on a Thursday morning.
Yeah, we should get matching tuxes for Thursday morning.
No, Softy would disown me if he knew I was wearing a tux.
All right, well, we got more with you on the other side. We got a lot more to break down. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
morning. Brought to you by Tulalip Resort Casino. When all you want is everything. Everything Tulalip.com on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
All right, season's underway. Preseason game, a loss to the Dallas Cowboys, 17-7. Nobody's worried about that on Saturday night. We've already talked about some of the sloppiness that Mike McDonald was referencing in his post-game press conference comments. But there's some good things to dive into as well. Hugh Millen is here diving along with us, our QB1 here on a session of Monday Morning Quarterback. Can we talk about Tyrese Knight? Hugh, I mean, he seemed to be everywhere. I don't know if he was just Jesse Tuggling it, where he was just collecting tackles everywhere he went, or if he played really that well. But Mike McDonald said he was clearly the best player on the field, so I assume you thought highly of Tyrese Knight's performance too.
Yes, really, really good. And I do want to start off. I've heard it said that he was wearing the green dot and that he was the Mike linebacker. To the first point, he's wearing the green dot. The communication that's just visible on the end zone. But I would say this. I can't prove it, but I do not believe there is one quarterback room in the National Football League that would watch that tape and say that Tyrese Knight was the middle linebacker. He was the will linebacker. And, it's the Drake Thomas position that he had and then Drake Thomas took. He played will linebacker. And the fact that he was doing any of the communication doesn't change the fact that he was the weak side linebacker. Now, you could say he was an off-the-ball linebacker, so he's a middle line. If you want to use a term that in a very generic sense, he's a middle linebacker. But Patrick O'Connell was the Mike, which is the actual middle linebacker, and I'd be stunned if Mike McDonald wouldn't agree with that. I'd be flabbergasted. So at any event, weak side linebacker, beautiful instincts in terms of recognizing, gap schemes, the backside guard coming at him and understanding how to beat the blocks, step up. His awareness of how to beat blocks was really, really on display. When you're playing the weak side linebacker and you have to walk out on a slot on a third down, it's a too high structure. If he was protected by what's called a cloud corner, meaning he's aligned on the right side of the field, and there's a corner. I believe it was 34. Our boy Shamar
Gene Charles,
yeah. Who wrote. But if he would have had a zone there to his outside, then that would have been a less of a area that he had to cover. But when the corner clears out of that and runs down the field, there's a lot of grass that the will linebacker Tyrese Knight has to cover. And so on that third down, he gets a pass breakup against number 83. I look it up. 83 is a wide receiver. So he's covering a wide receiver in the slot on an outbreaking route where he doesn't have cloud help, which is the corner to his outside in the shallow zone. So I think just, as I said, recognition, his tackling, but that really was going back. He played. Remind me again. Did he play at Texas? Not San Antonio. That was Reek Woolen. But look up his college. I know it was a small college, but I remember watching them. They played a game against the Arizona Wildcats.
That's right. But go ahead.
Was he Texas? I don't know. Maybe Ashley can help us. But in any event, he played at a smallest college. I remember studying the Arizona tape every single play, and I remember writing down
UTEP.
That
that's right. UTEP.
UTEP. Okay, so UTEP plays Arizona. And I remember just going, his eye discipline, whoa. you can fool him. One fake fly sweep, and he's just all over the place like a chicken with his head cut off. And so, his movement was good, but his recognition was not. So now you're getting a young player that's got some experience, getting obviously elite coaching, and it all came together for him on Saturday night. He had a hell of a game, and in coverage, being tough physically, recognition, the awareness to take on blocks physically or sidestep a block if he could without getting himself out of a gap. I mean, yeah, a lot of good stuff. I'm sure his grade sheet looks really sterling.
Now, you said our boy, Shamar Jean Charles. I'm assuming you heard my segment from earlier where I said it seemed like every good play the Cowboys made, he was in the picture trying to defend. So I guess you're with me that he was sort of on the other end, the guys that seemed to struggle on Saturday night.
Yeah, and in his defense, a couple of things. First of all, I was kind of going. There's some plays, where as I'm watching the tape. I mean, it's hard to get me really excited because it's preseason. But like Jared Ivey came down and just stoned this pulling lineman, and I go, "Wow, that is some serious violence." But I didn't say "wow." I said "whoa," and there's a few times where I go "whoa," and then I was talking with my wife. I'm like, "Is wow more of an expletive than whoa?" And she's like, "Yeah, maybe." So anyway, you could argue that there were several whoa plays, but only 2 wow plays, and they were both made against him by the same receiver. That the touchdown to track the ball and convert that to a touchdown, that was that could have made SportsCenter top 10, and then the catch in the end zone, the one-handed catch, that could have made a SportsCenter top 10. I don't know if it did, but certainly they seem like candidates. And so yeah, he was victimized. He was at the other end of really great plays. But and they also, if you're rolling to Nehemiah Pritchett, that on the coverage, and Seattle's, their number one coverage is a coverage called Cover 6, and they are, depending on how you want to look at it, either number 1 or number 2 in the league in percentages and the total number of plays and what have you. So they're a big Cover 6 team, and what that means is you got 2 safeties that are high, and you're playing what's called quarters coverage on one side and cover 2 on the other. What does that mean? You're rolling the coverage down to one side, so one corner has a really easy job. He's in the flat because he has a safety over the top. But the opposite corner, he doesn't have any safety help over the top, so he's got to cover everything from the line of scrimmage to the back of the end zone on that particular widest receiver. I don't know if that it'd be better if I had a napkin to draw it, but the point is, if you're rolling to Pritchett, he's got an easy job. But here you're giving the tougher job to Shamir John Charles. So that came into play a bit, and yet look. I don't know. We need to spend a lot of time on a guy who's likely to get cut, but yeah, it was a tough day for him.
Yeah. Hugh Millen is with us. It's our first Monday morning quarterback session of the football season, and certainly more to discuss. We'll continue the conversation next on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. thoughts on Saturday's game, but certainly I want to bring back you for one more segment because two huge stories over the weekend. We've shared our thoughts about Witherspoon and his contract situation, and also whether or not we should or shouldn't sign Terry and Arnold. Well, now it's fact. Now they've both been signed, and so we'll get Hugh's thoughts on those two subject matters next. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. Back hour here on this Monday. Our first football game has been watched. It is being evaluated, and we're breaking it down for you here this morning, or have been breaking it down for you here this morning. During the regular season, Monday morning quarterback, 2 hours of Hugh Millen after every Seahawks game from 8 to 10. We were just going to do an hour today since it was a preseason game, but I'm sure he's got a few extra thoughts, few leftovers that he'd like to mull over. But primarily, I wanted to do another segment because we have Devin Witherspoon and Terrion Arnold contracts to react to, and I'm sure everybody listening wants Hugh's thoughts on these two topics. And so we continue with our QB1 here on this first Monday morning quarterback session of the year here on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. All right, Hugh. Well, let's talk about Spoon. Let's talk about the big deal first. 4 years, $132 million extension, and so highest paid cornerback in the National Football League. You all right with that?
I absolutely love this guy. I think it's clear he's Mike McDonald's favorite player for good reason. I think his love of the game is infectious. I think for a team, if you compare it to the Legion of Boom, I don't think it has the kind of the innate swag, and I don't say that as a plus or a minus. I just think it's an observation, and I think that Witherspoon brings the swag, and so there's a elite burning competitor in him. So I think you're paying for his mentality. What he brings to the team in terms of kind of the emotional straw that stirs that drink, in my opinion. And then when you consider his versatility, he plays outside in their base defense. What's nickel because of Imanori, but then when they play dime, he comes in. He can play the slot. They put him generally to the field, the widest side, and you have to really lock into this concept about the Seahawks defense. When you play as much too high defense with both safeties deep and away from the line of scrimmage, in a general rule in sports, space is the friend of an offense and the enemy of the defense, right? I mean, whether it's basketball or soccer, what have you. I mean, imagine soccer if there was 25 players, it'd be all bottled up. If there's 6 players, it'd be wide open. Same thing with football. I mean, imagine if defense could play with, 25 guys. Everybody would have a friend near them to help. Now imagine football. Now they have 8-man football in high school. Watch it. The scores are like 63-61 because there's more space for everybody to cover. So back to McDonald and his defense, those two high structures that he play, when you put Witherspoon to the field in the flat, there's only 3 guys underneath on some of those coverages, and to his side, he's got the flat, and so he's got to cover so much ground that he and without help, he essentially has to match to the flat, play man to man. And so the ability for him to play inside out, because you got to defend the inside pass first to the flat, is really paramount to what they do. And finally, I'll just say if you go to the most important play in the entire year, 4th and 4 in the NFC Championship game at the 6-yard line, and everyone's talking about how D-Law backed off and covered the running back. Well, Matthew Stafford then comes back inside, and you got Witherspoon. He's covering Terrence Ferguson on a double move with no help to the safety, and he just plays it perfectly. He doesn't bite too much on the out route. He's in a position to undercut the seam again with no safety help, and he gets an official pass breakup to stop the possession on 4th and 4 with under 5 minutes to go in the NFC Championship game. So he's a clutch player. He's a versatile player. He's an emotional player. He's a skilled player. He's a physical player as much as he can be with his size. I think he checks every single box, and that's why he's getting paid like this.
Yep. Happy to have him back here. So go ahead and feel comfortable out there getting your number 21 jersey because he's going to be here for the next 5 seasons minimum. Let's talk about Terry and Arnold. I was on with a couple guys, David Softy Mahler and Dick Fain, on Friday. They couldn't believe that you and I would question that the Seahawks should or shouldn't have interest in Terry and Arnold. They were just married to the idea. But I know what your thoughts were last week. You shared them with us here on the show. So now that the deal looks like it's done, I mean, we still got some other details to get him on the football field. I don't know when that's going to happen, but they've certainly committed to him to a degree. And so now that Terry and Arnold looks like he is a Seahawk, what does Hugh Millen feel about that here on a Monday morning?
Well, I think there can be a very good argument for bringing him on. We could highlight those points. You know them. I know them. That it's a player with first round caliber talent and at a position of relative need, of shallow depth for the Seahawks. You're not paying him anything. You can cut him at any time if you don't like what you see. They have all kinds of outs. I mean, there's a number of good reasons to sign him. But if you ask me on a scale of 0 to 10, 1 to 10, whatever, 10 being the most enthusiastic and 0 being the least, I would say 5. And then you say, well, wait a minute, 5 is not good for radio because that's planting yourself right on the fence. You can't be a 5. I'd say, well, then I'm a 4.
Okay.
And why am I a 4? Just one man's opinion. I think that a couple things. I think about the message that Mike McDonald tries to send to the team that about the Warriors in the Garden and what have you, just being, the culture of who they see themselves as and the type of players that they're trying to get. Now, this guy might have elite football character and have had one, just egregious misstep with the law. And a complete moral failing, but we'll sort all that out. But I think I also, I threw 4 hours of tape on and watched every single pass against the Lion defense, and I didn't see an elite player. I see an elite athlete, but I see technique issues with his, in the break point, his feet get wide. I think he grabs a little. I think that in zone coverage, he plays too conservative. So I think that when if I threw on the tape and just go, oh my God, I feel like I'm watching Deion Sanders, then maybe that would push me off of the 5 to a 6. But I'm pushed to a 4 because I think that there's going to be some coaching that still needs to go on with his technique at the break point and what have you. And so I don't think he's a ready-made product where you just come in and you say, yeah, that's the guy you put on Puka Nacua and don't worry about it. I don't think that.
Right.
I mean, two stats to underscore that point. I think we talked about yards per coverage snap how many 109 qualifying cornerbacks. He was at 1.7 tied for worst. Coverage snaps per target. What would that indicate? That would mean how are quarterbacks fearful of going at him or offensive coordinators, play callers? Well, he had 4.7 coverage snaps per target. So the most, if you said, okay, Deion Sanders would have something, like 30 coverage snaps per target. So the fewer you have, the more teams are throwing at you. Well, he's 4.7. Well, that was 107th out of 109. So there's other quarterbacks who are looking at it and thinking just like me.
Right.
And that can be proven right there in that stat. So I would say that I just expected a little bit more of him as a football player when I throw on the tape, and then I ask, man, is it worth the distraction?
Right.
Everybody, there's such a good mojo. Is it worth the distraction where everybody's, all the cameras are around him after practice instead of interviewing Leonard Williams about what a great, player he is and what a great human being he is. We're getting interviewed. It just seems like an unnecessary, wrench in the juju for what you're getting out of it. But again, I am not staunchly against it. I mean, I'm, as you know, I'll take a stand on an opinion, but I'm relatively on the fence of this. But it just doesn't seem like it. Is that about where you're at? I know you're against
I'm
it.
pretty much
more against it than me.
I'm pretty much exactly where you are on it. I mean, to me, look, one guy's not going to come in here and ruin Mike McDonald's culture. I mean, that's not the statement. The culture's so strong. If at any moment he doesn't fit, you're right. You can easily cut him. But I just don't know. I mean, you've built this empire one way, and I don't think you built it around guys like Terry and Arnold. And if you're right, if this was some special player, just because he got first-round pick doesn't mean they didn't miss on that. When I saw Detroit Lions games play, he made a lot of highlights, but it wasn't for good reasons. The last couple of years, I'm not sure he's as good a player as what people who are excited about this tend to think that he is, just because he has that first-round draft pick status attached to his name. And so I just don't understand I don't know if the juice is worth the squeeze. I don't know if the risk is worth the reward that you're going to get for this player. But you know what? They liked him coming out of the draft. Both of them, both Mike and John. So they see something, and maybe they get more out of him than what Dan Campbell and the Detroit Lions could. So I'm not trying to stand on some giant moral high ground on this. It just, to me, there's a reason why the Lions cut bait and ran as quickly as they did away from this story. And if he was a good player, I think that they would have waited a little while longer and let the process play out before they made their decision. It was the next morning, Hugh. Like, the newspaper reports came out, and the next morning, the Lions, all right, story's out. We're done with this. And they moved on from him. And that's an organization that could use secondary help more so than maybe anybody in the National Football League. So I'm kind of with you on this. I don't think it's going to break the Seahawks in any way, shape, or form. And I get maybe rolling the dice on somebody that you liked a couple of years ago who's still very young and you feel like you can get the most out of him. But, yeah, I think that I got a really great thing going here, and I'm not sure Terry and Arnold helps that all that much.
Yeah, and that's a fair inference about the line of thinking of the Lions. I mean, there could be other elements involved in there. But, there was something that kind of just struck me on the Hard Knocks here. Mike McDonald's addressing the team, and I use the term warriors in the garden, and some people, if they didn't see Hard Knocks, are going, what is he talking about? That is a Mike McDonald's reference where he now he may have known that Leonard Williams likes to garden, because that got revealed in the show, and so he may have already known that this was going to land pretty well by using that term. But he says warriors in the garden. What does that mean? He says, hey, we'll drop. We're ready to drop and compete and go to war with you at any time. But we're good human beings. We're good fathers. We're good citizens. We're good husbands. I'm paraphrasing at this point, but that's the gist of it.
Right.
And so he's trying to appeal to his team, like, hey, this is who you are. I'm showing you I'm holding up the mirror to tell you who you are. You are great freaking violent warriors who are outstanding citizens. That's what he's trying to tell his team. Yeah. That's not me theorizing. That's Hard Knocks. It's HBO showing you it.
Yep.
You don't even have to hear the audio. You can hear the audio and see the video. And so, do I want one Seahawk in his mind just kind of rolling his eyes going, yeah, all right, coach? Because really, spare me. Like I don't want any of that thought coming into one Seahawks mind.
Right.
Not unless he's Deion freaking Sanders.
Right.
Like let me say, okay, let's kind of weigh this thing out. As Jimmy Johnson did in the Cowboy team meeting room when he said, "I'm not going to evaluate the backup left guard compared to Troy Aikman." He said those words exactly. He's basically saying we'll tolerate you based on what you produce on the field.
Right.
Is basically what he said. Which was probably a reason why he was explaining why Michael Irvin is a Cowboy. But in any event, I digress. So that's just kind of some of my thoughts. I'm not, one man's opinion as a fan, as an analyst. I'm not outraged by it. I just kind of, if you push yes or no, binary. Do you do this if you're making the call? I would lean no.
Yeah, same with me. All right, a couple minutes here. Any last minute items that you want to clean up, talk about from Saturday? Anything else before we let you go till the next time?
Well, I think the wide receivers group seems a little thin to me. I mentioned Arroyo. I don't know. I just feel like the target. I don't know. The guys who were touching the ball on Saturday night, I wasn't impressed. I feel like they need.
It's pretty much just Bobo and Foster. I mean, they got 12 targets on the night. I don't know if they were the only guys getting open or if Milroe and Locke were just locked in on those two, but it felt like every drop back was either to Bobo or to Foster.
Yeah, and there was times where other guys were missed. I think you saw from the quarterbacks their preferences, but as I look at the tape, I'm going, wait a minute, like there was Drew Lock had an out route that he had down in the red zone where he threw the ball to Foster and he got like 5 or 6 yards, but pre-snap you could see that there was a window that was going to open up on a concept I call fossil, which is fade on the inside and slant on the outside. So fossil is the word conjunction of those two. The Seahawks had brown fossil. Why brown? Because the second letter is R. Black is the second letter is L. So brown to the right. Brown fossil was coming wide open, and if I'm coaching Drew Lock, I'm like, dude, you got a touchdown here. Stay with the fossil. So, and I give one example because we're short of time. I could give other examples, but that was an issue. I think left guard, there was a guy, Mason Richmond, that made an impression on me. Looking at him, I'm like, whoa, that's a tall guard. And I didn't even look up his height, but I see now he's 6'5". So he just looks kind of like a tackle frame. He was very inconsistent. His bad plays were not good, but his good plays showed a ceiling that you don't normally see in a preseason game with all backups and guys who are going to get cut. So I think that Mason Richmond is going to get my attention, to the extent like you're probably thinking, really? Is that where we're at? We're talking about backup left guards.
Well, they're not as important as Troy Aikman. I know that.
Good recall, Chuck. Yeah, touché. So anyway, I'm just kind of randomizing, some of my observations there.
All right.
But,
All right. Great stuff. Awesome stuff. Thank you, sir. We appreciate it. Won't be long now before we're doing it for real.
Yeah.
So good stuff here today.
That's right.
All right.
Two more of this dress rehearsal, and then we'll get out of here. All right.
Thanks, Hugh.
Thanks, Chuck.
There's our QB1. Hugh Millen, little Monday morning quarterback session. We're going to talk some Mariners baseball before we get out of here today, so that's coming up next. They're still alive. They're still breathing. Plus, a report over the weekend that did kind of draw a line in the sand when it comes to Dan Wilson. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. We're so convincing in our sales job of Tulalip Resort Casino, where you can get all you want when all you want is everything. Tulalip Resort Casino. Somebody was certain that Ashley was going to cancel her trip to Hawaii with her family for the next 9 days to come with me to Tulalip Resort Casino. I don't think she was considering that, even though it was a tempting offer. But it just shows you how highly Tulalip Resort Casino ranks in the minds of our listeners, that they would think that it is right there on par with a 9-day getaway.
That's right.
To
They
Hawaii.
said, Tulalip's nice, Ashley, but you still need to go to Hawaii. Do both.
You can do both.
That's what they said. Do both. Yeah, I'll do both.
Yeah,
I
you
will.
Come back home, and then you can just
go straight up to Tulalip.
Deep, derp, deep, and there you are.
I am planning on deep dirt even.
Yeah, and then you've done both. That's what, stovetop stuffing or mashed potatoes, both. I want them both.
Yep.
All right, TulalipCasino.com when all you want is everything. Mariners did stay alive. They are still standing after all this time. I did pose when you weren't here on Friday as this sweep or die to Anders Hurst, and I don't think that he, and this is rare for him, to not go to the extreme.
Yeah.
Because he's pretty much an extreme guy. I think it's the youngness in him. And yet, the difference between a sweep and then just taking 2 out of 3, I mean, that's a successful trip to Houston to take 2 out of 3. But to be 2 back versus 4 back, I mean, that feels like a pretty major difference right now. And yet, they didn't achieve that. They came very close, or at least, I mean, sliding doors. I have no idea how winning Friday might have impacted the way they played Saturday and then Sunday. But I'll say this. The way they played this weekend, even Friday night. So now I don't say this just after wins. I thought them battling back from 5-2 down. I thought them being with their backs against the walls and showing fight. Now, granted, it came from Robles and Rodden, for goodness sake.
Got to come somewhere.
But to battle back and then in the 10th score 2 runs and put all that pressure, Andres Munoz did not pitch that badly on Friday night. It's baseball. I mean, sometimes the ball finds the hole. Sometimes you throw a good pitch and somebody gets a bat on it and it slips through the infield. I mean, yeah, the Christian Walker was a bomb and that was a mistake, but he should have been out of that inning before that. So I liked the way that they fought on Friday, even though it wasn't a perfect game. And then I think they carried that over into Saturday, and I think they carried that over into Sunday. So to me, even though you didn't get your sweep, I don't think they died. I don't think they died this weekend. If anything, I think they showed the most life they've shown in quite some time, Ashley.
And I think that was the biggest thing, is to go into that game on Friday and battle back the way they did. I mean, if Dan at the end of that one would have said it was a tough one tonight, yeah, that was a tough one tonight. Right. But because they did, dang it, fight till the end. But that could have gone one of two ways the next day. I mean, you could have been like, oh, we just can't get nothing falling in our favor. And you could feel defeated going into Saturday. And so to see what we saw out of them on Saturday and Sunday after that tough loss, especially after that tough loss on Friday, I think was the most promising part. And I wouldn't have said sweep or die, but I would have said win or die. Because if you don't win that series, that's a big problem.
Yeah. And look, crazy things happen. Like if they rattle off a 17-game winning streak, then they're going to win the division.
Right.
And we've seen teams do that. We saw the Oakland A's run 20 in a row. They made a movie about it, for goodness sake. I mean, this team itself has gone on crazy runs in the last 5 years just when you thought that they were dead. So even if they would have gotten swept, if they win 30 games in a row, they're going to win the division. Like a crazy winning streak can mute all conversations.
Yes.
But where was that good baseball going to come from? They didn't do everything well Friday night, obviously, but I thought that was the most fight we've seen from the offense in a while for 3 straight games. And it does kind of give you the indication that, okay, we're not going to predict 15 wins in a row, but are you in a position to win more than you lose during this gauntlet stretch, which is upcoming? And then does that put you in a position? Can you be within 2 or 3 games on September 3rd where the schedule gets really, really light? In that instance, you're very much viable. You are entirely alive at that point. So they didn't sweep. They didn't die.
Yep.
And they showed some life, and they showed some scrap, and they showed some fight. And I'm going to give Brendan Donovan some credit for that. I'm going to give Brock Rodden some credit for that. And I'm going to give Victor Robles some credit for that, because I think those 3 guys sparked them Friday night in a loss, for goodness sake.
They did. And it just goes to show you, too, that this team does have more firepower than we're giving a lot of the lineup credit for, because you've got.
Oh, it's there.
Yeah.
It just has been dormant all year long.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, that should give fans some hope, some optimism, looking at that and seeing, okay, it doesn't have to come from Cal and Josh and Julio. It would be nice if it did. But as long as someone else is stepping up to come in and help out on those days where all 3 of them don't have it, or where it's not. I mean, Naylor's been playing, I think, a lot better and getting on base a lot
He's
more.
been really good lately.
Yeah.
Really good.
Yeah. So for him to have some help, if it's not coming from Cal that night or it's not coming from Julio that night, I mean, and he's got Randy, and Randy's still playing really consistently on offense. So I do think this team has enough. And if these extra guys, these other smaller bit players in your lineup offensively can step up and do things like Brock Rodden. And Victor Robles, who shouldn't be an extra smaller part of your lineup. He should be in your lineup playing more consistently, I think. I mean, we saw from him last year, too. So it gives you hope that, okay, if Cal can't find it, or he can only find it once every 4 games. I mean, he had the home run yesterday. That was very needed. So if he can only find it at once every 4 games and the consistency is just not there for him this year, okay, where's it coming from? And I think we got some good answers over the weekend.
Well, I think he is showing a little bit of life from the right side of the plate. It's the left side of the plate he's just lost on. He had one of the worst at-bats of the season against Hunter Brown.
Yeah.
Yesterday.
Yeah.
I mean, just 3. They're not even trying to throw high fat. They're just like, we're going to throw it right down the middle of the plate.
Yeah, and he's
taking
timing.
it.
Yeah, his timing is too. He's
taking the pitches that he should swing at and swinging at the pitches that he shouldn't. It is just the opposite of where you want to be, and he can't figure it out. I did like his answer though when they did, because they went to him to interview him on the national broadcast last night, and his answer was, "You know what? I don't care about my numbers. I don't care about myself right now. This is all about what does this team need for us to get where we want to go." And that's the right answer to take. But obviously, if we get you playing well, that's going to help the team. But
at the same time, I was going to say, if he doesn't focus on that, perhaps he's better able to help the team versus how am I going to get right?
Yeah. I should point this out because it happened over the weekend. Bob Nightingale wrote an article about contending managers who might have to make it to the playoffs in order to keep their jobs. Don Mattingly was one of them. He's somebody that already saved them once, and now in Philadelphia, they think that maybe he is just going to be an interim manager there. According to Bob Nightingale, that Alex Cora is like already locked in for next season as the manager of the Philadelphia Phillies. There were a couple of other names that he mentioned as well that might have to make the playoffs in order to keep their jobs. And here in Seattle, according to Nightingale, in the American League, Seattle Mariners manager Dan Wilson is expected to be fired if the Mariners miss the playoffs, and the same goes for Astros manager Joe Espada. So that kind of flies in the face of what we've heard. I mean, we've all speculated about it, but it looks like Dan's going to be given the opportunity to win with this team, kind of put together a late season run here and try to squeeze into the playoffs in a year where right now they should have no business still having a shot at a playoff spot. But because the American League right now has a team in the playoffs that's 2 games under 500, if the season ended today, because we keep talking about the 4 games, they're only 2.5 back in the wild card, for goodness sake. So you do have a chance, despite how poorly the team has played this year, to still get into the playoffs, and it might be the only thing that keeps Dan Wilson the manager of the team going into next year. So August 22nd, remember, that's when Jerry fired Scott Service, and you almost rallied and made it into the playoffs under Dan Wilson with a new voice. So I think they've had opportunities to make this move, but it really feels like they're not going to. It's going to be Dan's baby to the end of the year, and if he can't get it done, then we might have a different story in the offseason.
And I think that's what I would have expected. I would be shocked if they had come up and decided, nope. Well, maybe not shocked. If they got swept in Houston, maybe I would expect something like that. But I still think, yeah, they're going to let him go throughout the year because he is a Mariners legend, and they do respect him, and they do probably want him to stay somehow a part of the organization. So to go through the end of the year and see how it goes and then make your decision, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah. Well, and the common theme is everyone in the organization loves him.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Then let him host bake sales and let him be around all the time. I need him to get the most out of the talent he's given. That's what I need out of a manager. I don't need a nice guy. I don't need somebody that everybody in the organization loves. I don't need everybody. I don't need a friend.
Yeah.
I need somebody that on a daily basis gets a team to play its best. And not every day, but more often than not. And this team hasn't played its best yet.
Yeah. My college coach said.
Even this weekend was not their best.
No.
Yeah.
My college coach said to us, he called me into the office one day and said, "Do you think I'm a good coach?" And I said, "Oh my God, I don't know how I'm supposed to answer this. I'm terrified. What's the right answer?" And he said, "My goal is for you girls who are all coming from different backgrounds and wherever you are to get along with each other. And I don't care if you don't like me. And if you go into the locker room and your complaints are about me and not each other, then I'm doing something right."
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Way
Our
to go,
complaints
Coach.
were a lot about him.
Yeah, wait. Did you complain a lot about him?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, he should have wore pants more often.
Well, yeah. And he should have probably not got people into taking money to get people into USC and pretend to play water polo.
Oh, there you go. That's another thing.
Yeah.
All right. One last thing to close us out next. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. Final segment of the show. We've got time for one last thing, and this really will be Ashley's one last thing for a while. How long are you gone?
I leave, I take tomorrow off, and I'm back Thursday the 27th.
Oh, boy.
9 full days away.
9 full days of just poi and pineapple.
That's right. We won't be in Hawaii that whole time, but I took the front and the back end off just to get home and get ready to go and get home and be home.
Okay.
Yeah, because last time we went to Hawaii, our flight landed at midnight.
Oh.
Or right before.
Yeah.
And I had to be back here. It's not a really relaxing way to end a vacation.
Oh, that's smart.
Yeah.
Good
Surprising
job.
that's not that relaxing, I know.
Yeah. Good work on your part.
Thank you.
The whole family's excited about this?
The whole family's excited. The friends we're going with, they left today. So, yeah.
Oh.
There's people that were texting in saying, there's a hurricane in Hawaii right now. Well, there was a hurricane that went very close to the Big Island over the weekend. It dropped a lot of rain on the islands, but everything seems to be okay right now.
Okay.
We'll see how it goes with other storms that might potentially happen, but I won't be working, so I don't care.
Well, have a great time.
Thank you.
Relax, enjoy. That's the main thing.
Yeah, I'm going to do that.
Don't hustle and bustle. Don't feel like you got to be places.
I'm definitely not going to feel like that.
Yeah.
No hustling, no bustling, no being anywhere.
Yeah.
Except a pool or a beach.
Yeah. As long as you take that approach, you'll have a wonderful time.
I hope so.
All right. What's your one last thing then?
Well, I do love it. So Palmer the Great really likes coming into work with me every, at least once a summer, usually once during winter break. She always wants to come in.
Yeah.
And last night she asked again, can I come in with you? I said, I just think you're going to be too tired. Are you sure you want to go? Yes, Mom, I really want to go. Please. I said, okay, I'll wake you up. So I woke her up this morning. She got dressed, brushed her teeth, all that. I go to find her to leave. She's already asleep in my bed. And I was like, should I not bring her? Because, she's been up for 10 minutes and she's already asleep. So I wake her up. She's up the whole car ride. She's hanging out here reading, or not reading, looking at her phone. She goes to lay down to look at her phone. She's been asleep down there for 2.5 hours under my desk, sound asleep. I have been recording spots in here. I have talked to Hugh in here. I've been on the air with you.
You're talking about her right now, and she's still not waking
still
up?
asleep.
Oh, my God.
I nudged her a little bit.
I think she was looking for airtime, and then I didn't give her any in the first segment. Otherwise, I probably would have instilled some juice in her.
No, I don't think you would have. I think nothing. I figured, she'll just want to say hi at the end of the show. I tried to wake her up before the last break. I
was going to do one last thing. I was
She's
going to
out.
see what Palmer the Great had to say before her vacation. But
Palmer, you want to wake up? Nope, out. I got to get her out of the studio.
That would be a real surprise if she wakes up and there's Anders Hurst standing over her.
I know. She just stirred. I thought she's getting up. Nope, she's just adjusting on her pillow.
She's in need of a vacation.
She is tired, clearly.
All right. Well, Palmer the Great, next time, I guess.
Yeah. Someone told me not to overpack when I'm going to Hawaii. Thanks for the advice. I promise I'll be responsible.
Yeah. That's good advice, though.
It is, but I am an overpacker always.
But that's just it. That's why it's good advice. Because I trim it down every single time. Even more so every single time. I like just to
That's why, I start big, but I've already started my list and everything. As I'm getting older, I'm getting more responsible. So I got my list. I'll go pack. I'll put extra stuff there. And then I'll be like, nope, don't need you, don't need you, don't need you.
Yeah. I want to get to the point where it's just like I have a toothbrush
and the clothes on your back.
The clothes on my back. And that's it. It's not even in like a plastic baggie. I'm just holding it in my hand.
Yes.
The entire flight.
And then your license in your other hand.
Right. Exactly.
That's it. That's all I need.
All right. I'm going to close with this. Apparently, Deion Sanders' son Shiloh is in bankruptcy court.
Oh.
And so Deion has been subpoenaed, and he has to go to court on game week as they're getting ready for the game. So that's the story. Here's the thing, though. This is really strange. Because Deion Sanders says that the primetime persona that he created was a distraction. It was a character that he had to create. But Deion, whether you believe it or not, it's true. Everybody that played with Deion says he's like the greatest teammate they ever have, or at least one of them.
Okay.
hard worker, apparently very thrifty, like cheap.
Yeah.
Nearly. Even though he had all the bling around, that was part of the character. But the actual Deion Sanders, he was not.
Clips coupons.
He was just like, I'm not paying for that. That's the type of guy he was. Isn't it crazy, though, that like his sons seem to have missed out on that lesson from him?
Yeah, because they were wanting to make sure everyone saw their bling and all their stuff when they were in college. That's for sure.
It's like they picked up on the character. They're like, Dad, I want to be like your character. I don't want to be like you.
You're boring.
But that's apparently like why he attached himself to Travis Hunter, because Hunter is a lot like Hunter apparently is the cheapest guy in the world. Like he got his contract and he bought a boat because he was forced into getting some toy.
Yeah.
But other than picking the wrong woman to marry, apparently Travis Hunter is a lot like Deion, and like he's like, oh, I don't know if I can afford that. That's the way that. So that's why I think Deion attached to Travis Hunter. Number one, he plays more like his dad.
Well, yeah.
And then I think he acts more like the real Deion Sanders, and his kids just grew up wanting to be primetime. Isn't that weird?
That is weird. But it does make sense now that you've said that, why he gravitated so hard towards Travis Hunter.
Yeah.
Yeah. That makes a lot more sense.
Yeah. All right. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 6 a.m. Coming up next on the radio station, we've got yourself Greg Bell, and we got Jessamine McIntyre. Have a great trip. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
after his arrest on 8 felony charges of kidnapping and burglary in Florida. He has an agreement on a 1-year deal with the Seahawks. Hasn't signed it yet. It's not official yet. Devin Witherspoon agreed over the weekend to his awaited new contract. As expected, it makes him the highest-paid corner in NFL history, at least for now, until Christian Gonzalez gets his from New England. 4 years, $33 million per year for Witherspoon, $101 million guaranteed. 25-year-old is now under Seahawks contract through the 2031 season. I think that's what people are overlooking.
Let's go, Devin. Get it.
Here for a while.
Grab that bag.
None of the 22 starters on offense and defense played in the 17-7 loss the Seahawks had to Dallas in the first preseason game Saturday night at the stadium. We'll talk on this show about who helped themselves, who didn't in the game. Around the NFL this weekend, 8-time Pro Bowl edge rusher Von Miller, 37 years old, is signing with the Cowboys to play a 15th NFL season. Aaron Donald worked out for the Rams yet again. Coach Sean McVay said he's hoping for a decision whether the retired all-world defensive tackle is coming back to play for L.A., quote, sooner than later. He hopes for that decision. We told you what's happening there. He doesn't want to be any part of training camp.
Yeah.
He's like, I'll just show up when the game
we know. Yeah.
Mariners beat the Trash Cans 2 out of 3 in Houston this past weekend, including 3-2 yesterday. Bounce back finish in the ninth for Andres Munoz for the save. Brian Wu left after 75 pitches with a sore pitching shoulder. Manager Dan Wilson said that was precautionary. Wu said there's nothing to worry about. Seattle 4 games behind the Trash Cans for first place in the AL West, 2.5 out in the wild card race, 37 games left. The next 3 are in Milwaukee. The Brewers are 29 games over 500. That series starts tomorrow. The Sounders lost for the club's record 7th straight MLS match. They lost again 2-0.
I was working that one last night, and oh boy, the Fighting Felts are not happy.
2-0 to Vancouver at the stadium. No shots on goal. Just 4 shots of any kind. Their fewest in 7 years. 8 Sounders regulars are hurt. The 8th was Jesus Ferreira last night, getting subbed off in the 36th minute. Sounders haven't won an MLS match since May 13. We're in August.
Oh, no.
This was Coach Brian Smetzer after the latest loss in front of 30,000 at Lumen Field last night.
I almost have it. Hold on. Hold.
Or we can play it later. That's whatever.
Nope, I have it. Hang tight. Just takes a little bit to download.
Well, I'd be frustrated if I was a fan too. But the real fans are going to stick with us. We're going to get better. We're going to get guys back from injury. We're going to win some more games this year. So, I'm asking for a little bit of patience. But look, they paid the ticket. They paid the money. They can say what they need to say. They can boo. They can leave. That's fine. But the energy and the fight that the team will show, maybe that's something that they can latch on to. The players haven't given up on them. Players are still working. So hopefully the fans don't give up on the players.
Sounders coach Brian Smetzer after a 7th straight MLS loss for the Sounders. Storm lost 2 home games over the weekend to expansion Portland on Friday, 82-80 yesterday to Chicago. Storm are 70-30 now in the NBA. 37 games, I've only won 7 of them. The Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame inducted its 2026 class in Springfield, Massachusetts. It's Candace Parker, Ella Deladon, Shamik Holzclaw, Amari Stoudemire, plus coaches Doc Rivers, Mark D'Antoni, and Gonzaga's Mark Few. Inducted into the Naismith Basketball Hall of
Very
Fame.
Interesting.
Saturday at Wrigley Field. I don't know if Jessamine saw this. She was out having a great time. The Cardinals rookie.
You think I was having a great time, do you?
I bet you do. On the weekend, I bet you do. Saturday at Wrigley Field.
I try my best.
Cardinals rookie Joshua Baez became the first player in Major League history to hit home runs at each of his first 3 plate appearances of a career, back to back to back. And he got a standing ovation from Cubs fans at Wrigley. And yesterday, 26-year Major League pitching great Tommy John died. He was 83 years old. Played from 1963 to 1989. He was the first to get a revolutionary ligament replacement surgery in his pitching elbow. It's now ubiquitous, and it's called Tommy John surgery. Now with the Monday show.
Greg, we are experiencing a little bit of technical issues, and so Return of the Mac will just have to be me right now because you've got some Mac.
So you got to sing it.
Well, it's really kind of a tragic song. You lied to me. And I don't like to lie.
Okay.
I have to out of necessity sometimes, but you lied to me. Ba-da-bum-bum-bum-bum-bum-bum. You lied to me. Ba-da-bum-bum-bum-bum-bum. And that's the whole refrain. But then it's like return to the Mac is the breakthrough, right? So Sarah, if you're out there listening to us, the breakthrough is that you actually get the return of the Mac, which is me. So I'm very sorry for that.
Jessamine McIntyre, in case you don't know, back in the studio. Greg Bell of the News Tribune out here at Seahawk headquarters. Yes, we are at Seahawks. It's not training camp anymore. They're now on their 19th practice of the preseason. The actual training camp has sort of ended. Fans aren't coming out anymore.
Craig, I fixed the issue. Had to do it. I was right?
Yes, I try. Yes, I try. You lied to me. Even though you knew I'd die for you. You lied to me. Yes, I cry. Yes, I cry.
Now we can begin the show. Returning back from Mark Morrison for Ensign Sarah Bell out in Hawaii. She's not hearing it. They missed all of that because it's 7 a.m. in Hawaii and they just went through a hurricane this weekend.
Is she
on the
okay?
Ship. Well, yes, thank you. But she
okay.
was the ship called back. They thought they were going to have to go out to sea. And the Coast Guard boat that she's assigned to, they thought maybe they'd have to leave the dock. And no, it was half of Hawaii is flooded. They got 3.5 inches of rain in 24 hours. Not just on the Big Island, but we're talking on Oahu, on the north shore of Oahu in Hawaii. So our thoughts to everybody out there. She told me half the island's flooded, and she's okay, and her house is okay, and the ship is okay. But
good.
Yeah, a lot of people are having a hard time, and it's very rare to have Hawaii get a direct hit from a hurricane. I think it's the first time in like 130 years Hawaii, the Big Island, got a direct hit from a hurricane. So
well, they get a lot of weather.
We've
experienced or witnessed, I should say, a lot of it. And yeah, with the fires and hurricanes, tsunamis, yeah.
On the show today, we'll talk about who helped themselves, who did not in the Seahawks' first preseason game Saturday night. Pretty ugly 17-7 loss to Dallas, but none of the starters played. That's the solace. Super Bowl champions weren't quite the Super Bowl champions Saturday night. They will be Friday, though. That's going to be ones versus ones in Nashville. I'll be there live with 93.3 KJR FM. We'll be broadcasting live from the edge of the practice field in Nashville at the Titans facility. Second time in 3 summers the Seahawks have done that trick of joint practices followed by a game at Tennessee. I'll be broadcasting there actually Thursday morning show, Friday morning show, and Monday morning show.
Yeah, let's go.
So, yeah.
Greg, you getting out there?
Yeah. Well, Nashville's not Green Bay, so I'll stay a few days extra.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, at 10:25, you're going to hear from Coach Mike McDonald what he wasn't happy about Saturday night in the game. 10:45, the Mariners won 2 or 3. Are you believing again? Jessamine, are we now back on track? Is this the thing again?
I always believe. I really do. I'm like the Ted Lasso of people. I'm a golden retriever of people. I do believe. Do you?
49451, Tacoma Dodge text line. Do you believe? Are they back now that they beat the trash cans again? They're 9-2 against
I wouldn't say they're like back though. I would just say I believe they have it in them.
They may regret not winning that Friday game. Their deficit is doubled.
But that's a Friday problem. We're on Monday now.
It could be a problem at the end of September if they lose the division by a game because They could be 2 games back right now. If they
Right,
would've just,
right. But that's
they're
like
4.
a future problem. You have to go
4.
into yesterday's thing. That's why I have like a million things that I have to do tonight because Sunday me said, Jessamine on Monday will deal with that.
That sounds nice.
Well, no, it is not nice, Greg, because now I have to deal with it. And
Yes.
that's where the Mariners are.
Yes. Well, now they go to Milwaukee. That's going to be no picnic. 29 games over 500 Brewers for the next 3 games. We got to talk about, and we will, at 10:45, what was that leadership from Jerry DiPoto with a 20-year-old rookie in Colt Emerson? Just what, talking about his injury, and he should have told us. And what the hell was that? You're the leader of the organization.
It's a little.
We talk a lot about leadership on this show just because I used to be my career, but that ain't it. Oh my gosh, that was almost worse. I'm just gonna say this off the top. We're gonna talk about it later, but that may be worse than the 54% comment. Because at least the 54% was outside affecting us, right? Ticking us off.
Yeah.
He's dealing with players in his own clubhouse, in his own organization, and what he gave $90 million to guaranteed. His career's just starting. And you put him under the Greyhound like that? I mean, come on.
Yeah, how do you think he transports? No, I'm very curious because I had a joke with Bryce Miller about he was the king of I-5 during his rehab because he had to go.
Well,
up and
Emerson
down.
was in Houston, obviously, so he took a plane back to Seattle.
Did he,
Presumably they didn't make him take a bus.
You said Greyhound.
Well, I said it as a euphemism for throwing him under the bus, but that was that was. I just don't. You may even think that. Just don't say that publicly. Don't do that. 20-year-old kid trying to bust his ass. He sees Raleigh. He sees a Rosarina. He sees Canzone. He sees Naylor. These dudes have been playing hurt all year. Rosarina can't even run to a fly ball. So don't tell a 20-year-old rookie you should have said something. That was just unbelievable.
Yeah,
man.
that one. Yeah, I'm with you on that.
He doesn't have
I'm
enough
with you
shoes
on
to
that.
put in his mouth anymore. He's just don't say anything.
Yeah, that
don't
was
say it.
not the greatest quote.
That was awful.
That was worse.
Awful.
You're right. It was worse.
It's internally, it's worse than 54%.
Yes, I agree. I
It is.
agree.
49451 on Tacoma Dodge text on if you agree with me. I told you the buck stops and starts at the very top in that organization. At 11 o'clock, you're going to hear from Jalen Milroe. You'll hear what he thought of his performance Saturday. We'll discuss what he says is the key for him improving in year 2, and he didn't do it on Saturday against Dallas. We'll talk about that. 11:30, your text and talkbacks on the Tacoma Dodge text line 49451 before Ian Furness joins me here for his show from 12 until 3. So I already asked you my first question on the text line. Are you back believing about the Mariners? The second one, what do you think about the Seahawks' first preseason game? Alarming? Concerning? Anything you liked? 49451. We'll read that back at 11:30. It was your talkbacks as well. You go to the iHeartRadio app, download it for free if you haven't done so already. Go to 93.3 KJR. There's a red microphone button at the top. There's also a red microphone button at the top of our website, 933kjr.com. Leave a 30-second voicemail message, and Jessamine loves those. She'll play them back.
You know I do.
You can
love
say
your
anything.
Voices.
She's going to play it back.
I edit them. Okay, so.
Well, you've had people singing.
But I really like those.
I know
That's so
you do.
creative.
That's true. That just to let you know, though, if you're hesitant to leave a talk back, the bar is low.
I
You're gonna get
encourage
on the
you
air.
to all be creative and be a part of the show. That's what that 11:30 segment is all about.
When I was in the press box Saturday night at Lumen Field watching that preseason game, it struck me how different we are from just a year ago with the offensive line. Remember last year at this time it was, what's this new offensive line going to look like with a new line coach, John Benton, putting in outside zone? Who's going to start? Who's going to be the center? Is Timmy going to win the job finally? What's this rookie Gray Zabel, the first-round pick? What's he going to look like? And now a year later, man, the thought now is none of those 5 starting offensive linemen who are all returning better get hurt this year because the backups, oh my gosh, that was not Dallas' starters that were running them over Saturday night either, obviously. the Cowboys rested their starters, and their reserve defensive front just manhandled the Seahawks to the point that the Seahawks were just doing takedowns, like 2-point wrestling takedowns, Greco-Roman style, later in the game. Logan Brown had 3 penalties, 2 of them for holding. There was a holding call on Bo Stevens that wiped out that pretty much ruined the hurry-up drive at the end of the first half, the 5th-round pick from Iowa. It was not good. There was a holding penalty that wiped out a Jalen Milroe run for a first down on 4th and 2. That cost them perhaps 7 points. That was the drive that Jason Myers missed the field goal on. Yeah, the offensive line was an issue, to say the least. And John Benton can't be too thrilled with what the depth looks like. Again, because they were playing Dallas's reserves as well. But on the plus side, who helped them? Montori Foster. He's like a friend of the show now, right?
Well, duh.
We had him like 2 weeks ago now on the show telling us about his exploits in Ohio during the Seahawks season last year. He was a substitute teacher for freshmen and juniors at Lakewood St. Edward High School, just west of Cleveland, where he grew up. And he was teaching Latin. He disclosed that after the game. He said, "Yeah, I don't know any Latin. I'd get into class and I'd just tell them, okay."
Well, a lot of our language is derivative of Latin, so it's not that far off.
That was hard to learn. I did it I took Latin in middle school, and I ended up loving it, and it helped me in all my other languages. But that's hard to learn. It's all memorization.
You see, you have a huge diction, which is one of the things that I like to say when people come at me. I'm like, I have a huge diction. And also, I think that it plays to your skills because it helps with communication.
It does, and it is the basis of Romance language and all of that. Well, Montori Foster said, I didn't know any Latin. The kids would come into class, and they'd just don't get in trouble. Don't be loud. But he was doing that last season while the Seahawks were marching to the Super Bowl. You remember the story? The Seahawks cut him last August 7th, 2025, for a hamstring injury. He wasn't too hurt, but they released him because they didn't have plans for him anyway. He was an undrafted rookie from Michigan State. He had played just 1 year of high school football at St. Edward's High School. He was a basketball star, had 2 Division I offers from Akron and Western Kentucky. And then the Seahawks call him back in December. He had stayed in shape, in football catching shape, by recruiting a regular Joe off the street in a gym that became his friend, a Cleveland area high school quarterback 10 years ago, who just walked to him. He said it was some random guy walked up to him in a Planet Fitness type gym and said, "Hey, I heard you're was in the Seattle Seahawks NFL training camp. You want me to be your quarterback?" He's like, "Yeah. Who are you?" And he ended up saying, "Okay, let's go throw." And they threw all during last season, and that had Foster ready for when the Seahawks called in December, late December, between Christmas and New Year's. They called him back on the practice squad. He was on the practice squad through the Super Bowl, got a ring, whole bit. And now he's back in training camp, and he is a star of this training camp. Every single day he's making plays, catches, beating starting corners. He's been great. And
well, how about you, Greg? How about you, Greg? Getting the first, well, not the first, but you got an interview with him before the public. It was funny. We got the story Saturday night. All the writers are asking him in the press conference after the game, after he scored the only touchdown of the game, on a great couldn't even see the pass coming. He turned his head, boom, the ball's right on him from Drew Lock. And they were all asking him questions about him teaching. And somebody, Masvita Marrera, a friend of ours, turned to me and said, "How come you're not asking any questions?" I said, "Man, I've written this story like 3 times and aired it on KJR already. I already know this story." But Montori Foster definitely helping himself. Tyrese Knight with 10 tackles, as well as playing middle linebacker, which he didn't play the first 2 Seahawks seasons. He was the green dot signal caller, taking Aden Dirty's play calls. They weren't Mike McDonald's play calls the other night. Tyrese Knight really helped himself. And George Halani helped himself by just being there. Jadarian Price, the rookie first-round pick, the presumed lead running back for the opener, did do full pads pre-game, but then did not play because he hasn't played in 5 full practices because of the upper leg soreness. So Halani did play 12 carries, 42 yards. Once again, Halani's dependable. That's why he's been here for 3 years. He helped himself, but the reserve offensive lineman did not. And also something else that Mike McDonald didn't like, it was the actual operation of his offense and defense. You'll hear what he meant by that. Mike McDonald's up next.
We'll talk about the Mariners. We'll talk about Jerry DiPoto throwing Cole Emerson under the bus. And at 11 o'clock, you'll hear from Jalen Milroe. All that's coming up from Seahawks headquarters on 93.3 KJR FM. welcome back. Greg Bell Show with Jessamine McIntyre is on every day, 10 a.m. to noon on 93.3 KJR FM. Right before Ian Furness joins us from 12 until 3. Dave Softy Mahler and I believe Dick Fame's with him today, 3 until 7. All that coming up on 93.3 KJR FM. I'm at Seahawks headquarters again because that's where they're practicing this afternoon. They have 3 practices this week here. Then on Thursday's a travel day to Tennessee for a Friday joint practice. That's going to end about the time our show comes on the air, 10 a.m. Seattle time on Friday, and 1 joint practice instead of 2 like they were 2 in Nashville 2 years ago. Then they get a pregame day on Saturday and a Sunday night exhibition game. It's going to be a national TV broadcast on Fox, Seahawks and Titans in the second preseason game. I'm expecting all the starters to do the joint practice against the Titans ones on Friday. The only most extensive preseason time for the starters come in these joint practices so far in the 2 years under Mike Macdonald. Speaking of the coach, he was not happy with a lot of the nuances and the operation, in his words, of the 17-7 loss to the Cowboys in the preseason opener Saturday night. Forget the result. He wasn't talking about the result. He was talking about the process. This is Mike Macdonald from Saturday night postgame.
Okay. First of all, I want to shout out the 12s. I mean, that's the most people I've ever seen at a preseason game. So we owe them a better performance, to say the least. But I told the team it's we're going to learn a lot from this game. Whether take the result out of it. Obviously, it's disappointing to lose the game. Anytime you line up in anything competitively, we're trying to win. But right now, our process needs to improve. That's really the biggest takeaway is on really in both phases on offense and defense. Our operation is not up to par, and how we're finishing plays is not up to par. So that'll be a focus moving forward. But it's good to know. I'm glad we know now on the things we need to be able to do to take our team to the next level, and we have a great opportunity to go figure it out. We got a big week coming up, a couple great practices opportunities, and then off to Tennessee we go, have a great practice and play another great game and take and move forward. So that's where we're at.
You see the operation wasn't up to your standard. What do you mean?
Just all the things. How we get calls in, how we take the line, how we motion, how we shift, how we get lined up on defense, how we communicate. All those things need to take a very big jump very quickly. So, but it's good to know. Now we know it. So let's go get it.
Mike, just to ask you about Spoon's contract. I mean, obviously we all know he's a great player, but why is he so important to what you have done and what you want to do in the future?
Well, I mean, Spoon is all the things. He's a great person. He's a great football player. He's a great teammate. He's a great leader. Those are the guys we want to be here. It's kind of similar to Jack's. It's like these are foundational people to our team, and I'm extremely excited to get that foundation laid. Where we know Spoon's going to be here for the long haul, and we're also excited for the opportunity to reward him. That this is a contract that we feel like he's earned, and we should celebrate it as well. But it's also really exciting to know that we have foundational players that are going to be part of our team here for a long time.
He was one of the guys when you said, the first phase of OTAs, some of the veteran guys didn't need to be there. He was there day one.
Yeah.
He's out practicing like a maniac while he's still waiting to get a deal done. Like, what does that tell you about him?
Oh, well, that paints a great picture, John. Like, he's just infectious, and he loves the game. We were talking today, and he's just, people would, hopefully he doesn't mind me sharing this, but people would talk to him about, asking him why he's doing what he's doing. He's like, I love the game of football, and there's a season to get ready for. He kind of keeps the main thing without getting distracted by all the extra stuff. He also probably feels, he's also a great teammate. He just wants to be there for the guys, and how our team plays is important to him, which is really cool.
He closes out the NFC Championship game with those 2 pass breakups, and then the slot blitzes were just insane in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
How certain players just have a knack for coming up with the biggest moments. What is it about him that allows him to do that?
Well, I think it's his relentless attitude about the details. Doesn't matter the situation. He's playing it at top speed, top intent. That's how we want our football team to operate. There are plays earlier in the game, in the NFC game, that Spoon Probably could have played better, but like the mentality to just attack the next play all the time is probably what makes it so special. And then in both those plays, they're both extended plays where I think we're in man coverage on both of them. To be able to to guard your man for that amount of time relentlessly is it's legendary type stuff. And then in terms of how he plays nickel position on early downs and the things he did in the Super Bowl are some of the things that make him special as well.
I think you may have had a comment on the radio after the Super Bowl about like the impact he had on the Super Bowl as a blitzer. Like, does that make you feel like maybe you should use it more in that role?
Yes. Yes. Yeah, he's a great corner and he's a great nickel, and when Nick's available, Nick's also a great nickel, and so it's a great problem to have as a coach. That how do you deploy your people to have success? But Spoon is very. All those instincts about timing and even beating guards, setting them up and beating backs in one-on-one pass rush situations is it's not common for that skill set.
Looked like he jumped about 8 feet in the air to celebrate after the long punt return.
Yeah,
today.
yeah.
I guess that's
We were trying to get a penalty. We were trying to get a celebration penalty, but I was a little disappointed. And we could bring some more some energy to the celebrations.
To Bob's point, like Ernest Jones was out celebrating. Like, a lot of guys weren't playing, seemed very into the game.
Yeah.
Does that tell you something about those guys?
Yeah, I was excited. And the guys playing, like we have to play with more urgency. Take from when the ball was snapped to like when the play is over, but like how we finish the play, the whole operation needs to improve, and the players are responsible for that as well. This isn't like a comment on our coaches or anything. It's the whole team, and to do that provides energy. That's how you stack plays. That's how you kind of get out of a rut, is by falling back on those like core fundamentals, those core principles of how we're going to operate as a football team. So that didn't happen today. That's probably the most disappointing thing.
Would you really want a penalty?
Kinda, yeah.
Why?
I just wanted the guys to feel the energy and kind of like we did last year. Like I think we got an interception or something, and I think everybody was in uniform. That maybe I don't know. I probably should know the rules better.
Mike, with Tyrese, you said early in camp that you'd like to find a way to get him involved a little bit more. And it seemed like he had one of those games that shows he's ever.
Yeah, we're a little banged up at inside backer right now, so T-Knight played probably more than we bargained for, but he's the best player on the field on defense today for sure. So that was cool to see.
What initial thought on how the two quarterbacks played?
Good enough to put up 7 points. Got to put up more points. We need to operate better. There's some good things. There's going to be a lot of. There's going to be like it's so great to have tape against another team now. Like in a different type of setting where the pass rush is live. You're up against the play clock. There's penalty. All these different things that you'd have to be able to play out are great learning experiences for everybody, quarterbacks included.
Jalen talked to us a couple of days about being more decisive is his key.
Yeah.
How do you think he was tonight? He seemed to hold on to the ball.
There were spots. We got to see if what the things that he was seeing, but I think the whole thing just let's go take another step. Was it there? Let's encourage him to go rip it. I think some great things that Jalen did was extend plays with his legs. Something that has been a point of emphasis with him. He's really. It's great to see him do that today. That really helped us.
Montori Foster's a guy who's had a strong camp. It's good to see when a player can do that and then carry it in.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, happy for Montori. All the things you felt in camp, you felt today during the game.
We haven't seen Jalen take off and run a whole lot like this summer in practices. It sounds like are you saying that's something you wanted to encourage him to do more? Yeah, and like there's the play doesn't have to end if there's nobody to throw in with your progressions. Like you're allowed to extend the play. It's up to you on how long the play goes.
You had Adam Dury doing the play calling tonight?
Yeah, AD called the game, did a good job.
What did that afford you? What did you see differently, or what are you able to glean from
I think it was best for us for right now for him to call. It's a great experience for AD. He's called the majority of camp up to this point. He's done a phenomenal job throughout camp. He really has. We've had a ton of call-up periods. He's on the details. He's thinking, just doing a lot of great stuff, honestly. So, but at some point, I got to get ready to call game 2. So I think I'll probably call next week.
Bud Clark, do you get a chance, since you weren't calling plays, to see him running the right quick?
Did some good things. Some things off the top of my head that I know that we want to talk about and improve. But again, he's a great example of, hey, this is your first experience playing a game, in a loud environment where we have to communicate. The communication needs to improve on Dave. I think that's a wake up call to our guys of, examples of. So shout out to the 12s for being loud and showing our guys that we got to be able to communicate better. But great first experience for him, and he's going to learn from it.
That was Mike McDonald from Saturday night at Lumen Field right after the Seahawks pretty much ugly 17-7 loss to the Cowboys reserves. All Seahawks reserves, none of the 22 starters played. You heard him say when he was asked how the two quarterbacks, Drew Lock, Jalen Milroe, played, he said, good enough to put up 7 points. That means nothing.
Well,
he didn't like the operation of that. It was also interesting for him to hear him say, yeah, I need to blitz Devin Witherspoon more. We've talked about that for a couple of years now. I've written about that the blitz rate numbers for Witherspoon have gone down as his career has gone on. And McDonald actually blitzed him less last year than he had before. And when he did blitz him, he did it in the Super Bowl after not doing it much during the season. And the Patriots looked ill-prepared and overwhelmed by it. And McDonald's intimating that maybe he'll blitz Devin Witherspoon a little more this season coming up. We'll see. And when I was mentioning the players who did not help themselves the other night, one of them was Shamar John Charles. He's the veteran cornerback. He's played. This is going on his 6th NFL season. He hasn't played an NFL game, John Charles, since the end of the 2024 season when he was with the New Orleans Saints. Mm-hmm. Well, today, I mean, you saw the touchdown he gave up, by the way. I mean, Sam Howell.
I think a lot of people watched it. I think it had really good viewership.
Sam Howell, he couldn't hit Lake Washington from the Seahawks practice field when he was here for those 2 training camps after they traded for him. They finally got, I don't know how they traded him, but they did trade him. But Sam Howell threw a shot put of a pass. I mean, just chucked it straight up in the air. Like John Charles could have fair caught that thing in the end zone. Instead, he did not react to the ball being short of the receiver, and the rookie receiver for Dallas just stood there, caught the ball while John Charles was going out of the back of the end zone. He gave up a couple catches over the middle for first downs. Not a good night for Shamar Jean Charles. Well, this morning, the Seahawks put him on injured reserve. He's out for the season. And you say, well, have some grace. The guy was hurt. Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe so. But I will tell you that the injured reserve list is often used to stash guys that they want to have as a reserve.
Why are you giving away state secrets here?
I'm just telling you. That's how this stuff works. I've covered the NFL for 25 years. I've covered the NFL for 25 years. If they like a guy but don't think they have a plan for him this year.
Just say you have a hunch. Jeez, you're just telling everyone everything. You know that everyone's listening.
That could be.
Nationally right now.
That could be.
And so all the other coaches... All 31 of them are listening to you right now.
Kyle Shanahan's listening to KJR before the Seahawks practice.
He better be.
Or the 49ers kid practice. Yes, he should be.
I helped him with his backpack.
The other roster moves today beside IR for John Charles. The team waived their 2 rookie running backs that they'd signed in the last 10 days or so, TJ Harden and Justin Jones, both of whom played on Saturday night. They both got calls near the goal line, and both of them didn't do anything. They ran straight into the line. There was no outside zone reading of cuts or anything. I mean, they just ran straight into a mass of people and didn't go anywhere. Well, TJ Harden and Justin Jones were released. They were waived this morning. The Seahawks signed back linebacker Power Eccles. He was a former Denver Bronco they had released last week in camp. And they signed running back Anthony Hankerson, wide receiver Julian Hicks are now Seahawks from the 90-man roster back full again. 3 out, 3 come in. So Hankerson is the new running back as TJ Harden and Justin Jones leave.
What's the headline for you, Greg, there?
That a veteran, John Charles, put on injured reserve out for the year, which means that a guy like Noah Igbenogany, his 8th year at cornerback, is making some grounds, and they are also clearing the decks for the eventual arrival of Terrion Arnold, the cornerback who is not yet on the roster.
I think for us who are not as entrenched as you are, I want to hear what the things that stand out to you are. So that's why I asked.
Well, Jalen Milroe we can talk about it later when we do the Milroe segment, but he was not decisive enough. He was holding onto the ball. He bailed on some clean pockets multiple times. Just took off running when he had pockets to throw, and he just didn't throw. There was a time that there was a defensive penalty in the secondary. It was early in the play, a defensive holding. The flag goes down obvious right at the numbers in the field to the same side that Milroe was rolling to. Coaches would love to see a quarterback just chuck it down the field into the coverage, hoping for a deep completion. And even if it's intercepted, right, you got a free play. We see it all the time. When there's an early penalty, it's a free play, right? Just throw it down there. Well, Milroe just ran out of bounds. Didn't show the awareness of, I got a free play here. I'm just going to chuck it in the coverage. So what if it's intercepted?
Okay. Learning curve.
Yeah, he just kept running and ran out of bounds. And I thought to myself, well, that's a minus. The coaches in the film are going to say, wait a minute, you have to have awareness to see it's the side you're rolling to the receiver you're looking at that just got held. Then you see the flag go down. Well, he either didn't see it or wasn't aware that, hey, especially in a preseason game where the only games you're going to play this season, chuck the ball down the field, try to make a play.
That's the learning part of it too, right? Yes.
It is. And he hasn't had much experience. That was the first game he's threw passes in since the preseason finale of 2025 at Lumen Field when Mike McDonald gave him the whole game. Remember that? The other thing that was different that may have worked against Milroe, two things. One, he had an offensive play caller who'd never done it before, doing it for the first time on Saturday night, Brian Fleury. And the other one is they were going in and out like basketball players or hockey players on line changes. The quarterbacks, once they left, came back in. Drew Lock started, left in the second quarter, came back in the third. Milroe came in the second quarter, came back in the fourth. It was different. It wasn't bad in that they had more playing time than normal when they get taken out, but it was different. And as far as the operation and the processing goes and the operation between plays, McDonald didn't say it, but he had Brian Fleury on the sideline doing it for the first time in his life, calling plays in a game. And he had a semi-new play caller on defense in Adam Dirty, the defensive coordinator who does not call the plays during the regular season. Now, Dirty does call some plays, and he did a little bit of play calling in the preseason, but that's Mike McDonald's bailiwick. And he was at the opposite side of Dirty, completely opposite. And I was watching through the binoculars, and he was just watching. He wasn't on the headset. He wasn't looking at his play card. That was what Dirty was doing. So that was different too. So the processing, didn't go as well, but it also wasn't like the processing is going to be during the regular season. 49451, I asked you on the Tacoma Dodge text line what you thought of the first preseason game. Anything that concerned you, anything that stood out as a positive to you that you liked that you saw from the Seahawks. We'll read those back at 11:30. Up next, the Mariners. 2 out of 3 in Houston over the weekend. They won them 2 out of 3. They should have won all 3. Well, they regret not winning all 3. And the president of baseball operations, Jerry DiPoto, saying about a 20-year-old rookie shortstop hitting 190 that he should have told him that he was hurt. That's up next on 93.3 KJR FM.
the line, right field, base hit, Brock Rodden. Weston Wilson scores to tie the game, and Brock Rodden, in the Mariners' biggest game of the season, comes up with his first major league hit to tie the game in the 8th inning.
Oh, what a great at-bat by Brock. First base hit, first big league RBI. Unfortunately, it bounces out because the go-ahead run would have ended up scoring.
Yeah, that was just bad luck. That was just bad. That was Brock Rodden in his first gigantic hit as a Mariner in his major league debut on Friday night in Houston. Brought the Mariners all the way back from 5-2 down to tied 5-5. And as you heard Dave Valley on Mariners TV say with Aaron Goldsmith there, had that ball not hopped the short fence on the side into the corner there on the foul side of right field corner, they would have scored the go-ahead run. There wouldn't have been a 10th inning for Munoz to blow, and they would have possibly swept the trash cans out of Houston this past weekend and only be 2 back.
The woulda, coulda, shoulda situation, yes.
Yeah, that was just bad luck. I mean, really bad luck. We saw that short out, watching with my son, and I was like, that sucked, because now that they can't take the lead because of that. But anyway, Rodden went 3 for 10 over the weekend. He had his first 3 major league RBIs, a 26-year-old. He had about 35, 40 people there from Oklahoma, his home area. His family was there. They kept showing on the Mariners TV broadcast if you didn't see it. But it was a cool deal for him. And then he ended up having an OPS of 963 in the 3 games. Mariners don't have anybody who's been doing that. It's only 3 games.
I mean, it wasn't a bad call-up.
No. Instant results against some offense at the shortstop position, which they were not getting from Cole Emerson. The rookie shortstop, 190 batting average. It looked like originally he was sent down before that Friday game to AAA Tacoma. And then as they were talking to him, the Mariners brass, manager Dan Wilson and president Jerry DiPoto in Houston, Cole Emerson told him that Emerson had problems and has had a wrist injury that continues to bother him throughout the season and that he wanted to get checked up on. Jerry DiPoto told the media before the game on Friday, quote, "I wish he would have been a little more upfront if it was bothering him that much. He should have said something." He was as pro as you could be when we sat with him, meaning about the demotion, and he could not have been more understanding. I think he understood where he was, and he took a breath, and then he said, "I would really like to have an updated look at my wrist. It's been a thing." So we're taking a look.
Thing. Yeah.
I suspect we will find that it is a thing. Well, here's the thing. The Mariners knew back in March that Cole Emerson had a wrist injury because that's when it happened in spring training. So much so they gave him a cortisone shot in April when he was at Tacoma. So they knew this was a thing back in March and April. And then as he was batting 190, he didn't say anything because he saw guys like Randy Arozarena and Cal Raleigh and Josh Naylor and J.P. Crawford play injured. And Brendan Donovan early in the season before he went on his extended stint on the injured list. So here's a 20-year-old kid up for the first time playing baseball at the major league level, seeing veterans, leaders in the clubhouse playing injured. So, of course, he didn't say anything. That's not on him.
It is 100%. Yeah, that why didn't he say something thing? That one kind of.
Come on, man.
Yeah, that one sucks.
I'm telling you, we have lambasted, and rightly so, Jerry DiPoto for the 54% comment, and fans should feel lucky. But that was for fans, right? But in terms of leadership inside the organization and in the clubhouse,
you throw
this
your
is worse.
guy. You throw your guy under.
You throw your rookie shortstop that you've committed $90 million to.
Yes, exactly. Yes, that sucks. It just sucks. And
It
also,
just sucks.
For the kid, he's a kid. You have 23-year-old children. They're still children.
Yes.
So for a 20-year-old to have to wear it, that.
Here's why you're batting 190.
But
you didn't
when
tell
you've
us.
been so experienced in public speaking for so long, and to kind of throw it on him, that doesn't rub me the right way.
He should have said something.
Ooh,
Says the president of baseball operations, who had a
is
cortisone
just
injection
really-
put in his shortstop in April.
Who I have no problems with
my
as a
head.
human. But
Hurts my
that's
head.
bad. That's bad.
Hurts my head. It just
Yeah,
hurts my
that's
head.
pretty bad.
That's the
and he
leader,
knows what he's saying when he's saying it too.
Of course he does.
Yeah.
Oh.
No, that's a rough one. And
Up next.
Yeah,
Up
let's go to next.
That just hurts my head, man. I couldn't believe it when I saw it.
All right, let's get rid of your headache.
I couldn't believe it. Up next, Jalen Milroe, the second-year quarterback, the third-round pick from Alabama. He said he had to be more decisive. He was not that Saturday night. You'll hear from Jalen Milroe. We'll talk about him. We'll talk about Drew Lock's performance. Sam Darnold didn't play. Yes, Sam Darnold will play in the opener September 9th against New England. Jalen Milroe up next on 93.3 KJR FM.
from the Star Reynolds Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM sports headlines.
Hi, welcome back to the Seahawks headquarters. You're here from Jalen Milroe right after headlines, brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light Choose Chill. Seahawks 19th practice preseason is today. 3 practices here in Renton this week. Joint practice Friday in Nashville. I'll be there broadcasting live on KJR. And then...
Yeah, you will.
Thank you. Oh, and then Sunday night, second preseason game against the Titans in Nashville. We'll see if Teron Arnold is here today for practice. Free agent cornerback, first-round pick 2 years ago. The Detroit cut after 8 felony charges against him in Florida has yet to officially sign. We'll see if he's at practices this week before they leave for Tennessee. Devin Witherspoon agreed over the weekend, of course, to his contract, $33 million per year, $101 million guaranteed. The 25-year-old, 3-time Pro Bowl corner is now under Seahawks contract to 2031. None of the 22 starters on offense or defense played in the 17-7 preseason loss to Dallas on Saturday night. Around the NFL, 8-time Pro Bowl edge rusher Von Miller, 37 years old, signing with the Cowboys to play his 15th NFL season. Aaron Donald worked out for the Rams yet again. Coach Sean McVay said he's hoping for a decision whether the retired all-world defensive tackle is playing or not will come, quote, sooner or later. You know, he's cruising through training camps. What's he doing?
Yeah.
Mariners beat the Trash Cans 2 out of 3 in Houston, including 3-2 yesterday. Andres Munoz, a bounce-back save after the disaster on Friday. Brian Wu, 75 pitches, left with a sore pitching shoulder. Manager Dan Wilson said that was precautionary. Wu said there's nothing to worry about. Seattle 4 games behind the Cans for first place in the AL West, 2.5 out in the wild card race, 37 games left. The next 3 are in Milwaukee starting tomorrow. The Sounders lost their club record 7th straight MLS match 2-0 to Vancouver. 8th player got hurt. 8th regular player, Jesus Ferreira.
That was a tough one.
Subbed off in the 36th minute. Sounders haven't won an MLS match since May 13. The Storm lost 2 more games over the weekend, both at home at Climate Pledge.
Also
to expansion Portland. And 82-80 yesterday. The Storm lost to Chicago. They're 7-30 in the WNBA. Saturday at Wrigley Field, Cardinals rookie Joshua Baez became the first Major League player ever to hit 3 home runs in his first 3 plate appearances. Back-to-back-to-back. Got a standing ovation from Cubs fans at Wrigley Field. 26-year-old Major League, 26-year pitching great Tommy John has died. He's 83 years old. He was 83, played from 1963 to 89. He was the first to get a revolutionary ligament replacement surgery in his pitching elbow. It's ubiquitous now, and it's called Tommy John surgery.
Oh, wait.
Jalen Milroe. Go ahead.
Wait, hold on. That huge diction that you have.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Ubiquitous.
Ubiquitous. It's everywhere.
Ubiquitous.
There are
Just saying.
high school pitchers that are getting preemptive Tommy John surgery.
They are.
That's ridiculous. That's major high school
learning.
15-year-old kids
I
that
know.
are getting ligament replacement just in case for when it does rupture because they're throwing too hard and throwing too many breaking balls earlier in their careers.
Maybe just take them to the park and not make them throw.
Travel ball, man. They got to pitch all year round.
Yeah, I know.
Or else nobody will get paid in the travel team.
All right. I interrupted. My bad.
Jalen Milroe was the quarterback for about
from the
40% of the game on Saturday against the Cowboys. Drew Lock started. Milroe came in the second quarter, and again in the fourth quarter. He ended up 3 of 8 passing for 36 yards. He ran 5 times for 36 more yards. Mike McDonald said they've been trying to get him to run the ball more when throws aren't there. He talked to us last week. I talked to him before practice on Thursday, and he said, decisiveness. I got to be decisive. That's my key to improving in year 2 in the NFL. Here's how Jalen Milroe thought he did Saturday night.
It was good to be back on the field, especially at home, to start the year off, being around the guys, and especially for us, going through training camp, competing against each other. It was an opportunity for us to go compete against somebody else. So it's a lot of fun. It's good to feel the energy from our fans, especially just being game 1 of preseason. So I'm excited for the season to keep on rolling, and we're getting closer to our first game.
You told us a couple days ago decisiveness is the key to you, being decisive is the key. How do you think that went for you tonight?
Yeah, I think every play that I have the ball in my hands, it's all about being decisive, trusting in the game plan, trusting in Coach Fleury, whatever play call he has, and putting our offense in the best position to be successful. And so I think that was key throughout the whole game. And, of course, this is what preseason game number 1 is for. there's always things we can clean up. There's always things we can do positive. And even if we came out victorious, there's things that we can improve on, get better at. And so that's the exciting part about preseason and getting opportunity to play today. And so the biggest thing just to build on today and build on and going into our next opponent.
Especially in the first half, you took off Leonard a few times. You got some big games. Was that kind of an emphasis to want to try to do that in this game at all, or?
Not necessarily. I think every time I have the ball in my hands, it's all about putting our offense in the best position to win. And whether it's passing, whether it's running, whether it's handing the ball off, so many areas to our offense that can beat a defense. And so every opportunity we have to move the chains, we're going to do it in unique ways. And that was just one way to do it.
What's Brian Fleury like in a game? How does he give you feedback?
Yeah, I think what's unique about having your play call on the field, you can get direct dialogue as far as what he's seeing, plays that are going to set up during a drive. Of course, we have the iPads. We're able to see exactly what coverage, structure and things that they can have, and then the setup plays. And so it's the communication of moving forward, right? Like, of course, you watch the tape of what exactly went down on that drive. So now it's the moving forward aspect of looking at how we can attack the defense.
How did the speed of the game feel today versus last year? And were you pleased with how you were able to use your legs to scramble?
Never pleased, of course. There's so many opportunity to grow as a quarterback in this league. And so I think for all of us in the locker room, it's like, how can we be better than we were this weekend? And today was a great opportunity for us to put in display the hard work that we've been doing during the week. And so, of course, we're going to learn and grow and get better.
What role can a quarterback take in terms of the team finishing in the red zone without pressing?
Yeah. I think that's key. I think when you're in the red zone, we need to come out with points. Whether it's a field goal, whether it's a touchdown, coming out with points is so important, especially helping our defense out. And putting points on the board is so important. It's going to be critical when we play tough opponents. When we're trailing in the game, whether we're in the lead, it just really just finishing drives. So I think that's another emphasis for us is finishing drives.
Montorie Foster's been a really good player in camp all summer. Now he's the lead receiver in this game. Just what have you seen from him since he got here?
I think a growth mindset, a mindset to grow each and every day that he has the opportunity to be on the field. I think also the approach that he takes, whether it's preparing, whether it's playing different positions, X to Z, F, like being versatile so coach can use it on the field. And so I think that's something that I applaud him on, is that he's been versatile around the field to play in all positions.
Jalen, have you ever played in a game like that where the quarterbacks were rotating that way rather than just being one guy playing for a certain amount of time and then the other one coming in? And what were your thoughts on that?
I think as a backup, you have to be prepared or ready to go at any point. This is not my first time being a backup, and so I think reps are so important for me and Drew, and for any guy that's a backup, because in the league, the starter gets the majority of the reps. So as many reps that we can get, as much as possible, is going to prepare us and help us out for whenever the opportunity comes that we play in the game. And so I don't see it as a negative. I think this is an opportunity for us to get reps. And preseason is big for us because during the season, once you have an established starter, your reps are cut short.
You told us the other day how close you are with Terry and Arnold, and you hoped he was going to come here. Now it looks like it's going to happen. Have you been able to talk to him since then at all, or what are your thoughts on that?
Oh, of course. Yeah, of course. That's my dog, and I'm very happy that he's going to be a Seahawk. I think now it's just showing him the way of how we do things. And I think that's not a move forward process. The process was trying to figure out where he's going to go. So now he's a Hawk. And so we're just going to emphasize what we do as, as being here in Seattle and emphasizing our theme, our mottos, and our team mission and goals. And so now it's a running forward mentality with having him a part of our team.
Jalen, what do you think people should know about Terrion?
I think number one is that he's committed. When he has goals set for him, he wants to achieve them. And he's going to put his all into everything he puts into it. This is someone that's really care about his teammates. He's really unique as far as what he can do on the field. And he's going to really love the culture that we have here because it's similar to the vibe that we had when we was in college.
How is he going through all this?
Doing good. He's doing good. He's excited for the opportunity, and he's really going to seize it when he gets here.
That was Jalen Milroe, the former Alabama quarterback, now the Seahawks' third quarterback, after the preseason game he played in. 17-7 Seahawks lost to Dallas at Lumen Field on Saturday night. He's talking about Terrion Arnold because that was his college teammate at Alabama. Arnold and Milroe in the same draft class. The Seahawks took Milroe in the third round. The Lions took Terrion Arnold in the first round, 24th overall. And then they cut the cornerback when he was charged with 8 felony counts in Florida, kidnapping and burglary. Those charges carry up to life in prison. All 8 of them do. Each of the 8 carry life in prison. I was looking at the court documents in Hillsborough County, Florida. His next scheduled appearance is October 5th, which would be after the Seahawks' 4th game of the season against the Los Angeles Chargers at Lumen Field. Terrion Arnold is not yet in the building, officially signed as of I know it this morning. We're seeing if he's going to get here to practice before the team leaves for Nashville, and whether Nashville and the joint practice on Friday might be the first full practice for Terrion Arnold, who has not been in pads since the end of the Lions season.
That would be a weird one
January.
to go through, as your first practice.
I'm sure the hope is that he would get here these 3 days before the team goes back east, and he could get acclimated to the team by then. Otherwise, you're looking at maybe one preseason week before NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell might put him on the exempt list for the regular season. So the Seahawks are trying to get Arnold on the field so he can do what he can do now before any punishment might be coming down from the league. Of course, the Seahawks are at the whim of whatever Goodell wants to be done, and Goodell has set precedent in this case, these cases like this, that when a guy has been charged with these crimes, they're put him on the exempt list until the jurisprudence course runs its course. That may take until the entire season. I mean, if his next hearing isn't until October, it may take a while.
Mm-hmm.
The Seahawks, we talked about this last week, Justin. The Seahawks, in their investigation with Arnold, have obviously gotten a read that these charges might be dropped or that he's exonerated in some way. And that does happen in these cases, that either those who charged recant their stories or, So,
and also, we're never going to really know.
Yeah.
With these cases, it's that Chris Carter, you got to have a fall guy, literally giving advice to new players coming in and saying you got to have a fall guy. So is that the situation? Are these friends of his who just used his name to try to get out of a situation? We will never know.
Probably not. Meanwhile, the Seahawks are waiting for that. But they have him under contract, or at least they will when he officially signs it. They have an agreement. Mike McDonald confirming that on Friday to us. And now we're awaiting Terrion Arnold's arrival to the secondary, which this morning lost one of the cornerbacks for the season. They put on injured reserve the veteran Shamar Jean-Charles, who did not have a good game against Dallas on Saturday night. Remember Jake Haener, by the way? He was briefly a Washington quarterback. He was a Washington recruit to the Huskies. He had a redshirt season, and then he appeared as a backup in a couple games to
I
Jake
remember
Browning.
his name, Haener.
Yeah.
Yes.
He went from Jake Browning's backup to Fresno State and became Fresno State's all-time leading passer and was wild down there. Well, Haener is going to sign with the New York Giants. It was reported this morning.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Let's go.
I'm
all Cougs, but let's go.
Yeah. Jake Haener signing with the Giants.
Yeah. That is really great. I love
By the way, it snuck up on me that the Apple Cup is like 2 weeks away.
I know.
You're groaning. You don't want it on a Sunday of Labor Day weekend.
It's just not the Apple Cup anymore. I also, being on a Sunday night is a little odd. I don't have to travel for that one, though.
You don't.
I will be here. But, yeah, it's a little odd. And then I don't even have Elise because she's in the booth.
I know.
She was my sideline homie.
Exactly. Elise Woodward, that'll be her first game as the new voice of the Huskies.
Amazing and well-deserved.
She'll be on the broadcast live here on 93.3 KJR on Sunday, September the 6th. Yes, a Sunday Apple Cup.
Yeah.
Because NBC got Washington State to move the 118th Apple Cup to Sunday afternoon as an exclusive national 1 p.m. Pacific time kickoff at Husky Stadium on Montlake. You'll hear all of that on 93.3 KJFM, your home of the Huskies, who have their own training camp, preseason camp going on down in Montlake daily with Coach Jed Fish as well. 49451, are you going to the Apple Cup? Are you changing your Labor Day plans to go to the Apple Cup? You Husky fans, you Cougar fans out there? Sunday afternoon, smack in the middle of Labor Day weekend. The Apple Cup is 1 o'clock on a Sunday.
You're
like,
lucky if
that's like a
Sunday is the middle of your weekend.
Well, yeah, because you got Monday off in this case of Labor Day. So exactly.
It was a joke, Greg.
Exactly.
I was just joking around.
You're right. That's a good weekend when the Sunday's in the middle
Yeah.
of it.
Yeah, it is interesting, though. I'm wondering what people think about the turnout this year.
I'm assuming it'll be full. It always is because all the Coug fans and Coug alums on the west side of the Cascades. But
I hope so.
yeah, that's a tough ask, though, on Labor Day weekend. At middle and smack in the middle of Sunday afternoon, but I'm betting Husky Stadium will be full. I'd be really surprised if it wasn't full.
I hate to say this, but I love the people over there. It is a gorgeous, gorgeous venue. It is so great. The press box is very high up, but I've been on the field as well. It is a wonderful place to watch college football.
Were you in the old press box that was attached to the roof before it was remodeled?
I don't know because I was not on the up and up when I first started knowing the finagling of the stadium, but it shook when I was up there.
I covered many years of Husky football for the Associated Press up there, and it did shake. And that
I might have been there then.
You had to take a catwalk from the main building out to the press box, which is literally hanging over the field underneath.
Oh no, I'm not as seasoned.
You would
as
look down
then.
would look down at the catwalk, and you would see fans under you because you were out over the stands.
Oh, I heard the tales of this.
And so they were playing a Saturday game against LSU one September, I don't know, 15 years ago, however many years ago that was, maybe 20 years ago at this point. And the LSU's football traveling beat contingent is like 30 people. I mean, there are writers, and this is even pre-internet blog people.
Oh.
This was the media horde is big at LSU, and they're all in the right side of Husky Stadium's press box. And there was a touchdown for the Huskies. I think one of them, it was otherwise not a good result for UW that night against LSU. And the stadium shook and the press box shook, and those dudes and gals from LSU's media were grabbing the table in front of them, and bracing themselves. They thought we were going to fall into the field because you had to lean forward in your seat and look straight down on the field like a drone.
You were
straight
on
down.
a roller coaster. Yeah.
It was wild. They don't have that anymore. It is attached to the main.
Oh,
main
how
structure.
boring that
Yes.
we have our safety intact.
That
is
old
just
Husky
boring.
Stadium press box was awesome. It would raid sideways into it. It had little holes in the side, and wind would come through.
Okay,
the lake.
I probably got there right after that was done.
Some of you know what I'm talking about. Those who've been in the media might be listening in Seattle.
Or
if you're old
those
enough.
who are fans and looked up and saw.
Yes,
What?
saw our feet.
Go,
That's right.
wait, what?
Exactly.
Oh, well, I mean, everything's going to change. And we know that in college athletics as a
Yep.
whole right now. And I like to hold on to those moments.
They've changed Martin Stadium quite a bit as well. And
They
now
have very good improvements.
And the Cougs are on the other side now. They're on the press box side for the
Mhm.
first time this year. The players and sideline are going to be on
I get the shade.
Yes,
Bring
you
it
do.
on.
Not in front of the students anymore. But the Apple Cup, 118th Apple Cup, Sunday, September 6th, 1 p.m. kickoff. Elise Woodward's debut as the voice of the Huskies right here on 93.3 KJR FM. Up next, your chance to be a part of the show, 49451, the Tacoma Dodge text line. Any talkbacks?
We got a
We'd
few.
love to play those. But
We got a few, but keep them on coming.
I have a feeling I know what the subject is.
Yeah,
When we come
there's
back, you'll be part of the show next when we return from Seahawks headquarters on 93.3 KJR FM.
Absolutely not. Put a fork in them. They're done. Too little, too late.
I agree with Greg 100% about Jerry being wrong to call Colt out on that, but I'm just not surprised. It's just another example of his continued failures at the major league level, leading this team. 11 years is enough. Get him out. And Justin, I don't want him to have another chance to pick a new manager. He should be done.
Okay.
Talkbacks on the iHeartRadio app, 93.3 KJR, or the website, 933kjr.com. There's a red microphone button at the top. You leave a voicemail message 30 seconds or shorter, and we will play it back for you every day at 11:30. Talking about Jerry Dipoto with comments that Colt Emerson should have spoken up about his wrist bothering him throughout the season while he was batting 190. Just that they had an injury in March. His team knew that. He had a spring training wrist injury. They knew it so much that they gave him a cortisone injection in April when he was with AAA Tacoma.
But he should have said something.
There are leadership examples, and then there are not. That's for sure. That was not.
No.
President of Baseball Operations. Again, I think that's worse than 54%.
It is. Because you
Inside
throw your young budding star under the bus while doing so. I mean, he's been in this business for so long.
I know.
I'm just like, do you have a speechwriter? Like, how do you not know that would be the wrong thing to do?
253 is back at the Tacoma Dodge text line 49451. 253 says that they love Brock Rodden. They said that he is playing with some passion. We need more energy. We need more hungry players like that. Tired of the excuses for veteran players perform or give opportunities for other players. More Ryan Bliss, please. Bring him up while you're at it. Las Montes, maybe? Arroyo? Bring them all up.
I mean, at this point, once they do that, though, that's signaling defeat.
Is it?
They
might be better than who they got up here.
At this point of the season, though, I'm saying if you're thinking about it from a
win.
baseball, that'd be great.
It could be better.
I'm saying what it would signal.
It could be better.
I
don't know.
Don't disagree. I don't disagree with you. I'm just saying what it would look like.
253 says predictions. The Mariners will not make the playoffs. Dan Wilson and Jerry Dipoto will both be fired. That means by the management, the ownership. Sounders will not make the playoffs. Smetzer will be fired. The Kraken will not make the playoffs again. Lambert will be fired. This is not me being negative. This is just what I see.
Oh, well, no. Schmetzer will not be fired, I don't think.
He's an institution here locally.
He's wonderful.
The Sounders have lost 7 straight MLS matches for the first time in their existence.
Yeah.
Kraken,
it's not been great. It's not been great.
The Kraken, that's interesting because they did bring Lambert back even though they didn't make the playoffs last year. They did not want yet another coaching overhaul. But you would think, after not making the playoffs 4 times in the first 5 years, that, yeah, they do. The Kraken need to make the playoffs. I mean, for him to keep the job, maybe.
Yeah. I was talking about this with Ian the other day. We saw the meteoric rise of the Kraken in 2023, right?
Yep. Second year.
Playoffs, 7-game series. It was so exciting. Everyone was all into it. And we saw the same thing last year with the Mariners. And my question is, did they overachieve? And so I don't know if someone needs to get fired because they overachieved.
The Kraken's problem is they're getting, and I've said this many times, and it was true in the first year and it's true in the 5th year, they're getting compared to the Vegas Golden Knights. And even though the expansion rules in the NHL changed, people say, wait a minute, the Golden Knights made the Stanley Cup final their very first year of existence. They've been to the Cup final 3 times in their first 9 years. That's not helping this at all, the Kraken, because the Kraken are in the same division as Vegas. They got to see it all the time.
Well, exactly.
That's not helping.
They overachieved from the start.
Yeah, well, and teams learn not to give their best players to the expansion draft.
Well, yeah.
They changed the rules on expansion draft as well. 206 says, post a video of you doing 25 push-ups if the Mariners make the playoffs. I'll do 50. I'll do 100.
Ooh, Greg, I'm writing that down.
I'll do 50.
Okay. So we're hedging. We're hedging there.
I can knock out 50
I think you
right
could.
now in a row. I can do 50.
Okay, Greg.
So, but would they be
50
clicker
push-ups.
board? Would they be clicker board worthy? You know what a clicker board is? In the military, back in
No, Greg, I did not serve. You did. I don't
did.
know.
Well, somebody listening out there knows what I'm talking about. Back in the late 80s, early 90s, I was in West Point, 89 to 93. For the PT test, physical fitness test, we had to use a clicker board. What's that? Well, it's a piece of plywood with wood bracketed on top of it, like a wood pill box of wood.
Mm-hmm.
It's rectangle. It was probably like 6 inches long rectangle, tacked to the wood board. There's a small gap between that wood box and the plywood clicker board. So when you had to bring your chest down low enough for this 2 or 3 inch high board to clicker the actual plywood board. If you didn't bring your chest down far enough, no click didn't count.
Oh,
So they would-
for push-ups. Okay.
For push-ups. So then you would, and there would be a Department of Physical Education instructor, some unbelievably fit, like Tony Atlas guy standing over you, a major or a captain going, no. You know how demoralizing it is to be absolutely smoked doing as many push-ups as you can for 2 minutes and being told no. You're like on 75 and he's saying no.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, I had the same thing when I was squatting in college when I had to do squats for volleyball. And you had to get the bottom, like you had to get to a 90-degree angle when maxing out. So it's not the same. I wasn't serving. I was just playing, I was just weightlifting. And I heard that too, though. And it was like, you didn't touch it. You didn't get there. You didn't get there. You didn't get there.
Very demoralizing to keep your
Well,
effort
for
up.
you, I think it's a little more demoralizing.
Well, your
because-
cadet rating at the time, and then your officer rating when you became an officer, you had to take the PT test at least twice a year when I was an officer.
Mm-hmm.
Your ratings and how your promotions were based largely on your PT score. The higher your PT
Mm-hmm.
score, the more favorable you were to the Army, the more promotion, the whole thing. And I mean, those clicker boards became a big deal. I don't think they still use the clicker board. They changed the PT test.
There are probably people out there that still know what it is.
Somebody out there has done a
yeah.
push-ups on a clicker board. I know they have. Basic training in the Army and Navy, Marines in 80s, 90s. I don't know about the Air Force. They're pretty soft.
I bet the term still exists, though. The term. Okay, here we go. Oh, go. You go.
425 says, I don't want the Mariners to make the playoffs, so hopefully it forces massive changes in the manager and the front office. There are a lot of Mariner fans who think that.
You
Well, I won't say a
guys
lot.
are in
There's a
demo
segment.
mode.
There's a segment of Mariner fans who believe if they make the playoffs, it's just going to be a return of the same old. And they don't want the same old, even if they make the playoffs. I understand the thinking. Again, you're not going to get me to ever criticize a Mariner fan for just about anything because they've waited 50 damn years for a World Series, and they're still waiting. They are absolutely justified in their frustration and everything else.
We got some hoo-yahs coming in.
I knew there'd be somebody who knows what I'm talking about. I knew it. 50. Okay, 50 it is, 206.
Okay, yeah, I wrote it down. I wrote down 50, right?
I can knock out 50 right now on a video.
I know.
could do that.
I could
do that.
I've seen your upper body strength. I'm aware of it. I can just see that you are capable of it.
I do it with my daughter at the Army Navy game. It's fun. That's what it got. I put it on video one time and put it on social media, and that's where this all has come from. That was in my show a couple years ago.
Greg, you're very strong. I can tell you're strong. Let's get to our friend Keith Miller, who says some of these people applying for the mollywop, the way it's all doom and gloom, you got 2 of 3 against your division leader. It was a good weekend. I think he might be being sarcastic, but
it was a good weekend.
It was a good weekend.
It was not a bad weekend for sure to win 2 out of 3 against the first place team. It just could have been so much more without that meltdown in the 10th inning.
Yeah.
On Friday night.
Yeah, that was kind of like, you know what stinks is when you're going into a weekend like that just like cuts so many people off.
I know.
I'm not going to watch it, the rest of it, but the rest of the weekend was good.
Exactly. That home run, the winning home run Friday night, that was over the train tracks. That thing was, that was a missile. It looked like a javelin shot. That was
Did
gone
anyone
so fast.
get it?
It was way over the tracks.
Well, I was thinking about, in it's San Francisco, right, where they have the kayakers who sit out in the bay and stuff.
That's right. They do that.
Do we have that? No, we don't. It's a little too far.
That'd be
a record setter.
1,000-foot home run. Jalen Milroe, 2425 says Jalen Milroe continues to disappoint. Didn't even look good against the backups to the worst defense in the NFL last year. Well, there is that. The Cowboys starters defense were terrible, and then they had the backups in on the other night. 206. The Mariners are far from out of this thing. They have 17 games left against the 3 worst teams in baseball down the stretch. Yep, there's a lot of A's and Angels in that September schedule. We will, in all caps, win the division and be back in the ALCS. Mark it, dude. Smiley face with sunglasses emoji. All right.
That's like being a chill dude.
That is.
Mark
chill?
it, dude.
That's what that means? Okay.
Like, I'm cool.
Got it.
I'm cool.
253, the Mariners owners and Jerry have no idea what it takes to lead a winning culture or even a positive one. The owners only want to make money. Nothing will change with packed stadiums. We brought up that point before.
There's a lot
206.
of people that feel that way.
206 is Husky Stadium, one of the best venues in sports, also has the ability to be one of the coldest places on earth, even when it's not snowing.
Have experienced it.
Yes, I have
and
as well.
I can attest to it.
That's true. I was there one night for a Saturday night Oregon State game, and they're like, man, when was that? 2006, maybe?
Mm-hmm.
It was raining sideways, and the ball couldn't even stay on the field. The ball was getting blown off the field, and the umpire had to stand over it, and it was raining sideways. Isaiah Standback was the quarterback in that night.
Oh, wow. You
And
went
there
all
were-
the way back to Isaiah.
I'm old. And
No, you're
not. There was a field goal kicker. I can't remember his name for Oregon State, who was an All-American kicker who kicked 4 or 5 field goals through that wind and rain and beat him. It was I remember writing a story for the AP that night, the game story, about how Herculean this kicker was to kick into the teeth of this wind and rain.
Oh.
5 field goals to beat a Washington team at Husky Stadium that night.
I think it was like 4 years ago, Oregon and Washington ended up playing on my bye weekend for Washington State. So I sideline reported for ESPN Radio and did the game. And it was like, I have no bones in this game because I hate you both. So I'm just going to be a reporter. And it was still really cold that day for me. And it was early in the season. It was, maybe like mid-October. And it is cold down there.
425 said, and I forgot to bring this up, but yes, Jamal Adams out for the season. 12 snaps is all he lasted.
Yeah.
And that artificial turf in the Meadowlands, the players have a lot of stories about that turf in the Meadowlands. Rips out his knee in a non-contact injury. He's out for the year. Jamal Adams' season over after just 12 preseason snaps. 425 said, when I heard that, it made me smile just a little. You hate for a guy to lose his,
no.
to lose his
You
end of his
cannot
career,
like
lose
the
an
guy.
arm.
Don't root for an injury.
But, no, I understand the karma thing, but yeah.
I get that you don't like him, but I hate rooting for an injury.
425 says, no clicker push-ups. Needed regular ones regular ones work out just as well. Yeah, I think it had more to do with the dictatorial
discipline
nature
and
of the
exactly
instructors.
Mhm.
I was at 253. I was at Fort Sill in 89-90. No clicker board. Okay, good to know. So maybe it was just
But
sadistic of the West Point instructors.
Maybe, though, the term is still recognizable.
Perhaps that's true. 603 says Munoz 100 saves is a big deal. Yep, absolutely. Should have 101.
It is. Love him.
He should have 101. Dude, the ownership is the problem, 206 says. That is the only constant in the past 30 years of Mariner futility. Share amounts of change people have not. All right, I get it. Again, I get it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The
Does the
frustration
show have
is real.
Keith wants to know from the 253, does the show have any restrictions for fantasy football coverage? No. Some fresh takes would be awesome.
Oh,
no.
No.
I don't. Honestly, I'm just not a fantasy football guy. I don't play it. I don't people are like, what? You're into sport? No, I just don't have time and don't care. But
I don't.
If you guys,
I'm in my nephew's league.
Oh, so you do it.
I do it.
If
It's
you all,
fun.
I know Ian does it with Funston quite a bit.
Yes.
So if you all want it, we can. I don't know if we'd have a regular guest or not, or we already have Brandon Funston on with Ian's show, but
2 o'clock every
into
Thursday. I like it for the fun of it. I was talking to my nephew yesterday and actually explaining to him how to cross-reference schedules and what heavy year it is for certain positions. And I'm like, oh, he's 11. Okay, I need to dial this back. And so I said, call in to Ian's show on Thursday.
Right.
We'll see if he can teach us something. And then I had to kind of dial it back and tell him, just ask a simple question. Should I take a running back or a wide receiver first pick? Just ask that, and he'll hook you up.
360 says about Jalen Milroe, I think it's time to let another team take on the project. Milroe doesn't look like he gets it. We've talked about this before. They don't need him to be an NFL-ready quarterback this year. They need him to be ready next year when Drew Lock's contract runs out and they have a decision whether to re-sign Lock or run with Milroe. Of course, for Milroe, this is his chance now to make the impression that they're going to make that decision based on after this season. He's only in year 2 of his 4-year rookie contract at minimum salary. They're not releasing him. They're not. It will be interesting to see if they keep him on the game week active roster every week like they did last year. If they want to put him on the practice squad, they'd have to expose him to waivers. So that's some of the choice they're making. That's what is at stake for Jalen Milroe this week when they go to Tennessee. Joint practice Friday with the Seahawks and Titans. Second preseason game Sunday. Up next, the mayor of Maple Valley, Ian Furness, will tell us what he's got going on next, including
We have Chris Crawford in for the mayor.
What?
We got a lot. Yeah, I know, right?
Okay, fine. Chris Crawford and I will talk next on 93.3 KJR FM. right, welcome back. Greg Bell at Seahawks headquarters, Jessamine McIntyre. We're here every day, 10 a.m. to noon on 93.3 KJR FM. And today, Chris Crawford is joining us because he's on the show instead of Ian Furness from 12 until 3. Good morning, sir.
How you doing, buddy?
I'm good. An abbreviated weekend because I was at the stadium for some of it. You were probably immersed in Mariners trash cans all weekend.
You know what's funny is I had to cover the game for NBC, so I had to watch that game a little bit later. But it was a fun little sports week. It's a nice reminder of how fun the middle of August till the end of October can be, especially if you have two teams involved in those games, and we'll have 3 with the Huskies. And if you're forced to be a Cougar fan, I suppose there can be 4.
Hey now.
Hello, my friend.
Hey now.
Hello, my friend. But yeah, it was a fun little weekend, and it felt like a series that as much of a must-win as you could possibly have at this time of year.
Are you with me in thinking that they are really? It's that Friday game's going to haunt them the rest of the season.
You bet your sweet bippy. Yeah, I think Friday's a game that we're going to look back at for a very, very long time. It seems like they have one of these every year. There was the game against Kansas City in 2025. Right. There was another game against Kansas City in 2024. There's always something you look back on. But that's one, especially looking back at that one and also the other Munoz blow up where it's just a bunch of dink and dunk, dink and dunk, dink and dunk, and then obviously the 3-run blast where, boy, it just feels like the baseball gods sometimes just don't love us very much, Mr. Bell.
Those gods were against him on the Rodden hit into the corner. If that doesn't go over the short wall on the foul side, that's a go-ahead run. They don't even have a 10th inning.
That's a great point. Yeah, look, they have built their own or dug their own grave, but it seems like the grave diggers aren't being very nice to him at the same time and maybe dig in a little bit faster. It is fair to say the Mariners haven't gotten a lot of breaks this year.
I have a feeling that the Jerry DiPoto comments on Cole Emerson will be a large part of your show today.
Yes, they will. No, we are definitely going to talk about it in the 12 o'clock hour. And then, of course, on Molly Watt Monday, Mr. Nathan Bishop, I have told him just be careful. Be careful. But we're going to be talking about it an awful lot because, boy, oh boy, are those comments tough to digest at a time like this.
Ooh, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Chris is up next from 12 until 3. Thank you, sir.
You bet, buddy. Have a great week.
You as well. Enjoy your Monday. Jessamine McIntyre and I thank you. I'm heading off to go do some interviews, hopefully trying to catch Bud Clark. If I get him, you'll hear from him tomorrow. Go. I'll do it again, the rookie safety, second-round pick. I'll do it again tomorrow, 10 to noon, here from Seahawks headquarters. Jessamine and I will do it again tomorrow. Up next is Chris Crawford. Enjoy. Have a great Monday. Bye.
portions of the following?
Now, from the Star Reynolds Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM Sports Headlines.
Headlines are brought to you by Frost Brewer Coors Light. Choose chill. The Mariners win 2 out of 3 in Houston versus the Astros over the weekend. They are now 4 games back of Houston for the division lead, 2.5 games back in the wild card. Still 6 teams separating the M's from that final wild card spot. They begin a series tomorrow in Milwaukee, one of the best teams in baseball versus the Brewers. Seahawks lose their first preseason game versus the Cowboys on Saturday, 17-7. The Sounders, 7th straight loss. They're just not very good, Anders. They're just not very good.
Nope.
And it's not very fun to watch. Speaking of not very good, the Storm lost to the Chicago Sky yesterday, 82-80, 7-30 on the season. A lot of NFL news. Jamal Adams will miss the 2026 season because of a right knee injury he suffered in the Minnesota Vikings preseason victory over the New York Giants. Von Miller agrees to a 1-year, $5.5 million deal, with the Dallas Cowboys. And Jeremiah Love has a high ankle sprain, unlikely to play the rest of the preseason. Padres get sold $3.9 billion. I came up just short. I bid $3.8. And also the AP Top 25 poll comes out. Ohio State and Oregon 1 and 2. Washington 17th on the list.
3rd and goal from the 5 for Seattle. This time it's locked on a shotgun. 2 receivers on the near side. Alani to his right, takes the snap. Blocks, steps up, throws to the end zone. Caught, touchdown, Seattle. Montori Foster with the touchdown continues what's been a great training camp for the undrafted free agent. And Seattle's on the board.
Headline courtesy of the Compass Radio Network and brought to you courtesy of one Ian Furness.
Who?
I'm going to talk a little bit about him because he's an up-and-coming scrappy guy that I think people need to really get to know. Welcome to the Ian Furness Show. My name is Chris Crawford, filling in for Ian today. And I just got to tell you, Anders, I was so impressed listening to those headlines from a guy who obviously he's covered football for so long, but hasn't done that in so long. To be that good at it honestly kind of pisses me off.
Yeah.
It shouldn't
It's not
be
fair.
It's not fair to be good looking, good at your job, relatively nice, I would say. Like
he's Canadian.
On the nice spectrum.
Gets a pass for it.
Yeah, passive aggressive nice for sure.
Yeah.
Outside of not being able to pronounce tomorrow and rooting for that silly college football team, he's kind of perfect. He's kind of a perfect dude. No, I was just so impressed and so proud is the wrong word because this guy has just done everything in this industry. But that's pretty dang cool to hear him covering an NFL game like that, isn't it, my friend Anderson Hurst?
Oh, yeah. It's, I'm not surprised by it by any stretch of the imagination.
By no means.
I knew he would be excellent at it as soon as he stepped on the mic. He did a great job with the Kraken when he was a play-by-play guy for them as well. So hearing him and Cam Cleland on the call for the for Compass Radio was pretty cool for a Seahawks game, which, those are 2 guys that, obviously have voices here on KJR as well.
Sure.
So, yeah, it's awesome to see.
It was very, very cool to hear. And we're going to talk about that game, but we got to start with the Mariners who, boy, they sure, the old, just when I thought I was out, they dragged me back in.
They had us in the first half.
Not going to lie. Boy, what a big 2 wins to get that series win. And unfortunately, it's also one that's going to make you go, what if? Because it really should have been a sweep. It should have been a sweep. And instead of us talking about the Mariners being 4 games back with 35 games to go, which is certainly manageable, but difficult, how different would it feel if it was 2? How different do you feel if it's a 2-game lead? Just a quick little 2-game winning streak and a 2 little funk for the Astros and it's tied and you have clinched that tiebreaker with the Astros and then some, no matter what happens in. And by the way, for those who don't know, they play a 2-game series near the end of the year. I believe it's the second to last, the penultimate series before they play the Angels, I believe, to end the year, which is friendly, to be sure. Boy, it would just feel so much different. And that game, I hated that we both had to talk about it right afterwards, Anders, because it was just such a heartbreaking loss. Heartbreaking loss.
I kind of, whenever we talk to beat writers and people that are always in the stadiums for these games, and they always complain when the outcome of the game changes at the last second because they already had their game stories written. I kind of felt like that when I was doing right before I went live for my postcast on Friday, because I was ready to talk about how, man, they played a complete game. They even though it was a rough start from George Kirby, the bullpen stepped up in a huge way. We like to do our unsung hero. 2 innings from Bizzardo looked great on Friday. Everything was going the Mariners' way. The offense finally starting to put together good at bat after good at bat, and it's not the home run ball. They scored 14 runs at one point when it was 7-2, I believe, on Saturday. They had scored 14 runs in those first 2 games without hitting a home run, which is awesome to see.
It's really nice to see because it's just been, like you said, such a problem for this team to string together quality at bats and then to obviously get these runners home. They are, they've had some bad luck for sure. There's a stat called BABIP, which stands for batting average on balls in play, which the Mariners rank low at. And the runners in scoring position stats, a lot of people have a hard time taking it too seriously because it's tough to quantify just how much clutch means. But I'll tell you this, it's hard to negate clutch watching the Seattle Mariner team because they just haven't been for the overwhelming majority of 2026. They're still absolutely carried by that 8-game winning streak.
Yeah.
But boy, there were some really good at bats. And what I really liked about this series too, and I sure wish it would have been a sweep because we'd be a lot more jacked, I think. But everybody contributed.
Yeah.
Everybody contributed throughout the lineup. Even Cal Raleigh, who had jokingly even admitted he had a 315 and 1-inch home run, that ball that just gets over the fence. And there's some very funny stats that you can look at of that would not have been a homer at any other park. And it had an expected batting average of .030, which means 3 out of 100 times that is hit. But it does go over the fence, and it was nice to see for a guy who just has had an absolute, there's no other way to put it, disaster of a year. But everybody contributed. The starting pitching was solid. George Kirby's start wasn't great, but outside of the second inning, he battled and kept them in the game and allowed them to have that comeback. It was great to see Andres Munoz bounce back, too, because, yes, Friday was disappointing, and you give up 5 runs, 4 of them earned because of the zombie runner. A lot of dink and dunk. Really just 2 maybe bad pitches, Anders, in that outing.
Yeah.
But, at the end of the day, it's a results-based industry.
And that's where you leave yourself such a little room for error.
That's a great point.
One mistake is, and it's also the life of a reliever, I should say, right? When you're pitching in such low, sample sizes, like 1 innings versus like a starter pitches 6 or 7, right? So, I mean, it's just... That was so heartbreaking because you want to look for something to blame on Friday. I think, and we all love to get on Dan Wilson for his decision-making. I think everything he did on Friday was the right move. Pulling George Kirby when he did was the right move. Letting Bizzardo go 2 innings was the right move. Andres Munoz, obviously, you wouldn't choose anyone else to be in that situation, right? So it's just, and even the execution part of it, like, yes, he left a hanger to Christian Walker, but having basically literally Jose Altuve throw his bat to the ball for the slider that was a foot outside the zone, and then Dalton Varsho just the dinkest of dunks, the batter after that. Both had 2 strikes on them as well. Either one of those missing or, hitting to a place where you have a defender and the game's over at that point. So there are some bad luck things involved with this baseball team.
There's no question about it. And, They just haven't earned the benefit of the doubt, I think, with a lot of that stuff.
Sure.
And if you just say they're just unlucky, if you just point to the...
No one's saying that either.
No. There are some people who point out that their WRC plus is like average, that they should be a better offense based on
Team WRC plus, I don't look at it all.
No, I don't really either. And ultimately, it's a results-based industry.
Yeah, runs scored.
The runs scored.
Yeah.
And they are near the very bottom of baseball in that, and that's unacceptable.
Right.
That is simply unacceptable. So, speaking of simply, we're going to talk to Nathan Bishop at the 1 o'clock hour. Thanks to Simply Seattle.
There's where you tied it in. Okay. Yeah.
Very good at this. I'm very, very good at this sometimes. And we're going to talk, of course, about that series, about what's coming up, about how realistic this really is that they can get not just into the postseason, but win this division and potentially do some damage in this postseason. But we're definitely going to take some time to talk about the Colt Emerson comments, because for those who missed it, Mr. Jerry Dipoto, Pobo Dipoto, president of baseball operations, Jerry Dipoto, had some comments that certainly were controversial and basically suggested that, and for those who missed that, Colt Emerson is currently dealing with a wrist injury that apparently he has been dealing with since early February. And Dipoto's comments were basically, I sure wish you would have said something sooner. And I just don't know how tone deaf you can frickin' get. I just don't think you can. It's crazy for someone who I know is an incredibly smart human being who just says some of the most inane, tone deaf, and silly things, because blaming a 20-year-old for this is asinine. Now, is it a learning experience for Colt Emerson? Yep. I keep going back to this. Anders, I know you're a fan of the movie Remember the Titans.
I am.
Do you remember what...
The Titans? Yes, I do.
Bertram, you do remember the Titans. You do remember them? The quote about that it's a bad attitude when they're early in practices.
Yeah.
And do you remember what the player says to him?
I do not.
Attitude reflects leadership.
Oh, yes, it's true.
Attitude reflects leadership. And I think the leadership for the Seattle Mariners should kind of be ashamed of itself right now, because it's just not acceptable to put that blame on that kid when we've seen this over and over again from the Mariners, Anders, and they have not earned the benefit of the doubt with injury stuff either. They just flat out haven't. So I'm just going to be honest with you. I don't believe the Seattle Mariners when they say Colt Emerson hasn't said anything. I just flat out don't. And I don't believe that someone on that training staff wouldn't have noticed Colt Emerson dealing with the pain that would come from that kind of injury either. I feel ridiculous saying it, but I'm going to say it. Shame on you, Jerry Dipoto, for those comments, because they're just tone deaf and borderline silly.
Yeah, and the big thing is, like, it's one thing for fans to say, hey, you need to protect the player from himself, right? And you need to realize that you're not helping the team and report your injury, right? But then there's also fans that say, hey, back in our day, we'd play through that kind of stuff, all that. But the big thing is this, like you said, this is coming from leadership. So this is going to be one of those things where you don't really understand why it's him. Of all the people that have, quote unquote, played through injuries this year, you've had Cal Raleigh go play through an injury, then go on the IL, then come back and still look like he's injured, by the way.
No doubt about it.
Josh Naylor, even in the past couple of weeks, has multiple times after he's taken swings looked like he's in discomfort on his right arm. JP Crawford, you said it yourself, literally flat out said, hey, he's playing through injuries right now. That's why he sucks at defense.
Yeah.
So why is it that this is the situation in which you're going to call it out and not with those other ones? And you could cherry pick all you want.
Sure.
Right? But you're choosing to do it to the rookie 21-year-old who has struggled in his, first year in the major leagues that you already paid, by the way.
Sure.
So it has nothing to do with money and how much you're giving these guys, because you paid this guy too.
Right.
So why is it this situation in which you're calling out and not the other ones?
You hit the nail on the head. It's because they can get away with it. You can flat out get away with it because of the youth and because you can Now, the contract is the contract, but you can't option Cal Raleigh to Tacoma. Like, you literally can't.
Right.
Like, you would have to put him on waivers and create a big kerfuffle. And while some people would love to see Cal Raleigh go on waivers based on this year, I think it would be a pretty dang big mistake. It's because they can get away with it. They can get away with it because of the lack of experience. And, we deal with this in jobs all the time, that the new guy, the grunt, is a guy who doesn't earn the same level of respect. And, I know that when I've started a job, maybe sometimes I don't feel great about talking about, hey, I don't understand this. Hey, I'm not feeling great. I'm certainly not going to call in sick or anything like that.
Yeah.
And we shouldn't compare daily lives to MLB players' lives, but, it is somewhat similar in that structure where the little fish, even though he's making $98 million, he's still the smallest fish in that pond.
Right.
49451 on the Tacoma Dodge text line. Let us know what you think about those comments and whether you think this is being overblown or if this does sort of reflect that leadership. We're also going to talk about the Seahawk game. We'll get into it more in the next segment. It wasn't the most impressive. It was also the first preseason game of the year, and anyone who takes those too seriously is crazy. Just an absolute crazy person. We're also going to have a fun segment in the 2 o'clock hour. I'm going to talk to you about some fantasy football. We are going to look at some sleepers. Now, for those of you who don't know, and I know I've said for those of you who don't know about 20 times this segment, and that's okay, but I work for NBC Sports /RotoWorld. I cover fantasy football for a living, and I thought it would be fun to kind of go over some potential sleepers because draft season's coming, baby.
Yep.
It's coming. We are just getting into our leagues pretty soon here, Anders. We're pretty excited about
I'm
that.
interested to see what tips you give our listening audience, and then I'm going to do the exact opposite of them, and then see what happens in terms of our drafts.
There you go.
Here, coming up pretty quick on the KJR League.
Being a fantasy expert might be the easiest thing in the entire world because there's just no accountability. I picked 2 jobs where there's no accountability. Prospect writing and fantasy sports. Because you just give your takes and everyone forgets if you're wrong. And if you're right, you get to do some fun victory laps. So
there you go.
We'll see if I get to do fun victory laps instead of the tilt my head in shame and everybody forgets about it. There's a few players. There might even be a Seattle Seahawk that I list in the potential sleeper thing. Sleeper is always a very subjective term, like I can't call Jadarian Price a sleeper. He was a first-round pick last year who's probably going to get a substantial amount of playing time going forward. It'd be weird to call him. I certainly won't be calling Jackson Smith-Njigba a sleeper.
I think he's a sleeper.
He is. You know what? If you think
breakout season coming.
You know what? I think people are finally going to start paying attention to this guy. It'll be really nice to see.
Yeah.
But we're going to talk about that. But we're going to talk about some Seahawks next. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
to Ian Furness on your home for the Huskies, Kraken, and the 12th Man. Brought to you by Seattle's closest Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Chris Crawford in for Ian Furness. So football is back. Exhibition football is back.
Is it fully
But
back?
football is quote unquote back. The Seahawks get off to a disappointing exhibition start, which everyone will forget about very quickly, but they do lose 17-7. Now, Anders, we had opposite situations here because I had to watch the game for my work for NBC because I was covering it for RotoWorld.
The Seahawks game.
The Seahawks game.
Got it.
I had to cover that, and you had to watch the Mariner game
For my postcast.
For your postcast.
Yes.
So I just want to congratulate you.
Thank you.
On number one, having a wonderful job. Number two, having a beautiful family.
Thank
and
you.
number three, not having to watch preseason football. Because it's just terrible.
I want to congratulate you on number one, doing an excellent job filling in for Ian Furness.
Hey, thanks, bud.
Number two, not having to watch this dreadful baseball team. Oh, wait, you do still.
Oh, yeah, I do. I do a lot. Unfortunately, I had to. So this was, just to take you a little bit behind the scenes, the day from hell. I worked 5 a.m. to 9 a.m. on a baseball shift. I had to drive to Portland for a medical thing. I had to drive back from Portland in Saturday afternoon traffic. Then I had to cover the Seahawk game. So basically 5 a.m. And then I had to watch the Mariner game for my OI after that.
Fun.
So basically 5 a.m. to 1 a.m. doing stuff and none of it all that fun. So, you know, it's not the worst life, but sometimes it's not the best. So just some thoughts about the Seahawk game. Number one, and I thought Greg kind of hit the nail on the head here. It was a difficult situation for Jalen Milroe, rotating with Drew Lock. As Greg pointed out, this was the first time that he was throwing competitive passes in a very long time against a defense. You did see the athleticism, 5 carries for 36 yards, a long of 20. But you also saw why this guy's not ready to be a backup quarterback in the NFL. And some of the sacks that this guy takes are just not acceptable right now. The pocket awareness is just not there. And it does remind me, unfortunately, so I cover the NFL draft a lot for RotoWorld, and I talked to some folks. And after watching Milroe at the Senior Bowl, there were a lot of people wondering why the hell this guy entered the NFL draft, because he really struggled. Now, he also, the Seahawks liked what they saw, and they were incredibly impressed with what they saw last summer. Like, how many times did we talk about it, Anders, like on different postcasts and for Locked On about just how impressive he was looking over the summer?
Yeah.
So there's no doubt about the athleticism. There's no doubt about, I don't even think the arm talent's really in question here. Like, he can throw the football.
Yeah. Physical tools are there. Yeah.
The mental aspect of the game is still very much a work in progress. And sure, it's playing with backup players, but it's also playing against backup players. For a Cowboys team that's not exactly lauded for its depth, there's some talented players, but they were playing against, you know, to do the Major League 2 quote, guys will be begging groceries in a week.
Yep.
It was disappointing to see Milroe not play well. And it's not a end all. And I think the fact that Drew Lock is there is a wonderful thing, because it does allow Milroe to be that gadget player without having to say, heaven forbid something happened to Sam Darnold, I need to bring in Jalen Milroe. No, you do not. Gadget player is what he is. And, you know, as a 3rd round pick, if all he is Seneca Wallace, if that's all he is, that's not the worst thing in the world. It'll be slightly disappointing because you'd like your 3rd round pick to someday develop into, you know, maybe not a starter at the quarterback position, but a really good backup who maybe competes for that starting gig so far. Nothing I've seen so far suggests he can be that. But the nice thing here is that Drew Lock is here. And I never thought I would say, thank goodness for Drew Lock, but here we are, Anders.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to put this in a little bit different perspective.
Please do.
I think it would be disappointing if that's all he became. Would be because at this point, year 2, he's not even a good backup
That's a good point.
And that's just a wasted draft pick for me. Yeah, I get it. You have the chance that he pops off and turns into a stud in this league when you make the pick, obviously. And this is the risk you do take when you take quarterbacks. This is a reason why John Schneider has so rarely taken quarterbacks, is because they have no other value to the team. It's not like a receiver that, he either becomes an elite receiver or, hey, even if he doesn't work out, we can stick him on special teams or something like that, right? Jalen Milroe at this point is a guy that is just taking up space because you have obviously your starter in Sam Darnold. You have your very capable backup in Drew Lock that you feel fine about. And obviously, God forbid, if something were to happen to one of them, then you would need a backup for Drew Lock, and that ends up being Jalen Milroe. But that's if that's all he is as a third-round pick, for a team that just made another risk in signing Terrion Arnold.
That's a good point.
You could have spent some more capital in some other areas, right? I know, and this is obviously like we're looking at reasons to be worried. This is the preseason, right? You only score 7 points, right? You are a team that is lauded for your depth, right? The Seahawks are. So having that not exactly show up on all levels in their first game was something that, if nothing else, it just causes us to rethink about how we evaluate the other parts of the team. Obviously, none of your starters really play, so that doesn't make a huge difference for me. But just regarding Jalen Milroe by himself, if all he became was, I hope this guy turns into a backup, I think that's a wasted third-round pick for me.
I don't disagree. I just would say, thank God it wasn't a second-round pick, or heaven forbid, the round earlier. There was a guy that Miami took, oh boy, this is a long time ago, named Pat White, who was a very similar profile to Jalen Milroe, who they took, I believe, 47th overall, who just was a disaster as a quarterback. And the thing with Milroe, too, is, this is not probably a guy who can be a Slash Stewart guy, who's a wide receiver who gives you contributions, or a punt returner / kick returner. He doesn't. I don't think he has that kind of athleticism. He has great athleticism. Boy, the guy who was complaining about that I can't talk, you're right. Great athleticism. He's not the athlete that is going to be someone who's lining up, like you mentioned, on special teams or anything along those lines. I think the biggest positive that I took from that game, really two, and they're both kind of crowd-related. Number one, that was the loudest preseason game I can remember in a while, and that was really cool to see. And I'm not surprised. You're just coming off winning the Super Bowl, I believe it's what it's called.
Oh, yes, that's right.
Yeah, it's funny that we
that little game,
that little scrimmage that they like to play in February every year, that cost me an arm and a leg to go, and it was worth every frickin' penny. That crowd was hyped. It was really, and 49451. If you were at the game, was it just a case of where maybe the TV caught at the right times? But it just really felt like they were really into this game. And it's not surprising, just like we weren't surprised that Ian was so good on the call. I'm not surprised that the 12s came up to show up, or came in to show that they are the best fans in football by any stretch of the imagination. I'm not surprised by that. But it felt different than a preseason game. The other cool thing is, boy, it's going to be fun to watch Hard Knocks and see the actual recap. And one of the reasons I think it's going to be fun, Mike McDonald looked mad.
Yeah,
Mike McDonald looked very disappointed, and that makes for good TV.
Of course.
And heaven forbid, I don't want him to get mad after week 1 against the Patriots. I want him to look mad after a poor performance in preseason week 1.
Yeah.
I haven't watched Hard Knocks yet, but I'm starting my binge tomorrow.
Okay.
And I needed to make sure I could watch it with just no distractions. And I don't work tomorrow. If Ian calls me to talk about some sort of roster move, I'm just not picking up the phone. I'm really excited. And I know a lot of people were really worried about Hard Knocks. I just think they're crazy. I think it's an awesome thing.
Yeah, I don't think any fans were worried about it. I think it's more people in the building who just didn't want the extra distractions and having to deal with all that stuff. But to the Seahawks' credit, at least from what you can tell on the tape, they've kind of embraced it. And that's from people who are there as well. I've said the same thing. It's like, hey, you know what? If we have to do this, might as well not try and hide everything. We'll just be ourselves,
Right.
and that's going to be. I think you'll enjoy watching the first. If you watch it after the third one comes out tomorrow, then
Yes.
the first 3 episodes, because the
Right.
first 2 are fantastic. That's also, I think, a reason why there's more interest in the preseason this year. Is because Hard Knocks obviously is you're seeing a lot of more behind the scenes stuff for people who don't get to go to training camp because those spots are very limited. Then you're seeing some stuff like that you normally wouldn't be able to see at this point in the year, right? So that raises the interest for preseason football, and you want to see what's going on that you're watching on your TV for HBO Max. So, yeah, I think I still am not a huge fan of preseason football. Like, I'm not going to be the guy to judge where the 53rd guy on the roster should make the team or not. Like, that's just not what I do.
No.
I'm not the film guru who's looking at every single play and like trying to decide what scheme Brian Fleury is going to run and how that works for Sam Darnold and Drew Lock and Jalen Milroe.
Sure.
But I just want the regular games to come. But seeing that all of this is kind of mixing together to form more interest in, the preseason of the NFL, I think it is a good thing for the Seahawks.
I've loved Hard Knocks. It was one of the reasons I was so excited when we first got HBO. The number one reason I can't talk about on the air, but the number 2 reason was definitely to get Hard Knocks, to watch those. Like, I'd seen the clips and stuff, but actually watching those episodes, it's phenomenal, and one of the smartest things the NFL has ever done is giving that sort of access. Some positives also from the game. I thought George Holani looked fine. I really feel confident in George Holani. Like,
man, there are some Holani stans in the media. You are one of them.
There's no question about it. Now, I'll be honest with you. I was a Kenny McIntosh stan, so I've struggled a little bit to get on the Holani bandwagon because sometimes you feel like, if I like this one, I can't really like this one.
Sure.
Well, now Kenny McIntosh is no longer a thing.
Nope.
So it's pretty easy to get behind Holani. And boy, he looked good in the Super Bowl too, picking up some blocks and making some pretty big receptions to help set up some field goals as well. Shout out Montori Foster. And this is one of the fun things about preseason. This is a 25-year-old rookie who graduated from Michigan State in 2024, gets bounced around a little bit, and I wouldn't say that he's done enough. Now, I have heard good things about him in camp as well. It's just the Seahawk wide receiver room is so cluttered. It's tough for me to imagine that he's anything more than, to use a baseball term, organizational depth. But this is one of the cool things about preseason is getting these guys to show out and seeing how pumped up the players were for these guys. In particular, I forget the guy's name. I got to get it here right now. Rashad Rochelle, when he has that big kick return.
Oh, yeah.
That entire sideline was just bouncing up and down for this dude. That's a really cool thing. So we got to take a break. I got to ask you one quick question, Anders. Would you rather see a bunch of Jalen Milroe for the rest of this preseason or a bunch of Drew Lock? Because what's more important, the long-term building of Milroe or making sure Drew Lock is ready in case something happens to Sam Darnold?
The easy question would be Milroe, because I think you already know what you have in Drew Lock. And that probably would still be my answer, but I don't think it's as easy as just saying let Milroe play the 80 to 90% of all the snaps here just to get him as many reps as possible. Because I do think it's important that you feel even better about your backup situation. God forbid something does happen to Sam Darnold. But I'll still say Jalen Milroe, because you want to give him as much of a runway as possible, because if he is going to break out, it's not just going to be randomly playing third-string reps and being the scout team for the first-team defense, right? It's going to be playing in in-game situations as much as possible. So I'll say Jalen Milroe.
I'll be honest, too. The main reason I say Milroe as well, it's going to be a lot easier to trade him if he has a lot of tape.
That's another good way to put it, yeah.
And I'll just be honest, I'd be looking to trade him. I just don't think that he's
get some value out of that pick that I said was no value. If you get something back for it, then you get some.
Don't do the sunken cost fallacy where you think you have to get some sort of third-round value back.
Right.
Because there's a chance you'll never be able to get value. Speaking of value, ESPN just came out with a list where the Seahawks rank number 1, and we're going to talk about it next. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. ankle sprain, unlikely to play the rest of the season. The San Diego Padres sold for $3.9 billion. It's crazy, Anders, to say that seems low, but it kind of does.
It does. I expected higher.
I expected higher, too. Maybe we can ask Nathan what the real estate equivalent of that will be next, because we're going to mollywop.
It's Monday, and that means one thing. It's time to mollywop. Uncensored, unscripted, and filled with the passion that all Mariners fans can relate to. And brought to you by the company that's all about Seattle sports. Simply Seattle. Visit simplyseattle.com for the best Mariners gear. Now with the mollywop boys, Nathan Bishop and Chris Crawford. With My Oh Why, here's Ian Furness.
Chris Crawford in for Ian Finesse. Anderson Hurst in for Christopher Crawford. And Nathan Bishop, it's just irreplaceable, so we're going to have him go. The segment brought to you by Simply Seattle. Save 15% off your order with code MOLLYWOP15. Awesome stuff for the Mariners, of course, but there's great Kraken stuff, Sounder stuff, Seahawks stuff, Husky stuff. If you hate yourself, there's Washington State Cougar stuff. All sorts of great stuff. Please go support them because we sure appreciate them, supporting us. And I'm going to need Nathan to support me now because I just can't talk today, Nathan. But how are you doing?
Oh, well, I'm very, very excited that I think usually when we do this, you assign Anders to the role as me.
Oh, yeah.
And so I'm glad to just be able to be myself today, which feels great. It's always nice to feel comfortable in your own shoes. So I'm doing great, guys. It's like, I don't know, like strangely perfect outside. Like I feel like by August it's usually like the upper 80s and I hate it, but we're just cruising around in the high 70s here in the beautiful Pacific Northwest. I heard you may need some help with your real estate needs too coming out of the break there. So if anybody's looking for any good Puget Sound real estate, just hit me up. But yeah, I'm good.
That's awesome to hear. And it was awesome to see the Mariners win a series, even though, boy, it was a frustrating series win, if such thing exists, because it really should have been a sweep. It really should have been them 2 games back of the division instead of 4. But I want to get your opening statements, and then we'll have Anders give his as well. But your opening statement and your thoughts on the week that was.
Well, I think, first of all, we have to acknowledge good when we see it. And that's something that we've talked about. I've talked about as the resident negative guy on the show who can harp on and cling to the bad. The Mariners played better this week than they have in some time. And to your point, Chris, they probably should have been at least 4-2. They won the Classic. You know, anytime you can win a game 1-0 with a Weston Wilson solo home run in Yankee Stadium, that always is a sign of a good thing for a week to go. But also to your point, Chris, I think what you're seeing is just the things that this team has struggled with so much, which feel like the little things combined with maybe just a little bit more bad luck than they're used to experiencing. Boy, that manifested on Friday night. That has to be the most frustrating loss of the season for fans, and I'm sure for the players as well. But hey, I think it's a tremendous bit if the Mariners end up missing the playoffs and the one team that they are actually good against this year is the Houston Astros. I think that that's a fantastic turn of kind of flipping the way that things have gone for so long for them. And it's always just fun to watch them beat the Astros. There's just something aesthetically and karmically fulfilling about the experience. You know what I mean? And it was great. I think they were the better team on the field all 3 games against Houston. And it sucks that they could not pull off the sweep. But hey, we talked at the beginning of this road trip that what we're looking for is for them to flip the script. Now you have an opportunity with 3 games against a really good Brewers team. You win another series here. You're coming back at 5-4 on this road trip, and now you actually may have something start to cook because there's still only 4 games back in the division and still right there in the wild card.
Mr. Hurst, your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, when the Mariners lost that game to the Yankees 10-5 on Wednesday, after getting swept by Tampa over the weekend before and then losing the first 2 against the Yankees in the fashion that they did, and it just looked like everything was down. yes, you do get the 1-0 win that Nathan was talking about, but you didn't really feel like much had changed to that point. I do feel like over the weekend there at least was a shift, I will say, in feelings towards watching this baseball team, if nothing else, because that's been one of my big issues with this team is the watchability of the product on the field. For so long throughout the course of this season has been poor to worse than that, whatever that can be. I'm not going to, be the thesaurus here that Nathan Bishop can be, but actually having a team that does, a lot of things well, then instead of just, hey, if we hit a home run, we win, and if we don't, we lose. You got some good starting pitching performances. You had good at bats up and down the lineup. You beat up on, again, your division rival that you've actually had the number of in the last couple of years. So it's good to see the Mariners still own the Astros, thankfully. But yeah, it would have been nice to see the sweep. I think silver lining, though, it feels like there has been a shift in the way the Mariners are finally starting to put the things together that we have said could be the case all of this time. I guess the question for me is why it took this long.
Molly Watt Monday presents.
Why did it take this long to promote Brock Rodden? I think is what Anders is really trying to.
We're going to talk about good old Brock because, we have talked about how we love our triple Bs, our big beefy boys. But I think to show that I'm not super old or show I'm even older than you might think, we do stand a short king. We do stand a guy who is listed at, I believe, 5'8", and no. Absolutely not. Right. It was fun to see that spark. I do have to ask you guys a quick question, though, because there were flashes of brilliance, and it was fun to see. And as I mentioned in the opening segment, it was great to see everyone contribute in this. Every single player had something good. But there were still moments of frustration. And boy, if they lose that game on Sunday, I would be a sicko and watching that pop up to Sir Anthony Dominguez or to someone anyway with the Benny Hill music playing behind it, probably for the rest of my life. It would have been, if you guys have seen A Clockwork Orange, my eyes would have been tied open and just watching that play over and over again. Anders, I'm going to start with you about this because I was really disappointed that they didn't go to Munoz for a 4-out save there. Was that a mistaken process in your mind?
I mean, yes, but I didn't expect anything different because they haven't done it all year long, right? So it's what they do. I mean, the fact that either Dan Wilson or whoever's making these decisions, right. And Munoz has actually come out and said he prefers pitching in the 9th inning, but, whatever. You still got to do what's best for the team at this point. The refusal to accept that there's a difference between the most important at bats in late game situations versus the 9th inning, right? And having your best reliever, and everyone's going to point to the fact that Munoz blew the save on Friday, to the fact that maybe you shouldn't want him in that situation. I completely disagree. He's still your best reliever by a large margin, in my opinion. Having your best reliever be in the most important situation in a late game instead of just saving him for the 9th inning for the save situation. So I wish there was more of the, nuanced way of thinking instead of just, saving him for the end of the game, so to speak. But that's just not how this coaching staff / front office / players operate, I guess, at this point.
Nathan?
I think that I'm going to answer the question, but I just want to circle back really quick because you were talking about being sickos, and I don't want to bring too much of the internet to live radio since I know that those demographics don't necessarily perfectly align. But you were talking about that drop pop-up back there. And I do think that there is something telling about how you experience the Seattle Mariners, because for a lot of people, that hits the ground and, you're firing up off the couch, you're throwing your hat, you're cursing and swearing. And then there's me who, as Chris outlined, I'm the sicko guy. Like, I'm sitting there with my face up against the window going, ha, yes. Like, because to me, that's what being the Seattle Mariners fan, being a Seattle Mariners fan is Dylan Moore throwing to an empty home plate all the time. That said, yes, it was a mistaken process. Obviously, it was a mistaken process. But as Anders already said, or Anders or Anderson or whatever it is.
Whatever you want, Nathan.
Mr. Hurst.
Yeah, whatever you want. Old Hursty. Why would we expect anything different? You know what I mean? Like, it's been par for the course for the Dan Wilson managerial experience. So, yeah, super frustrating. I think that anybody who I understand the emotion of being upset with the loss on Friday, but if you actually watch that game, there's no way you could come away thinking that Andres Munoz melted down.
No.
He threw one bad pitch, and Jose Altuve hit a ball that even for Jose Altuve was very low to the ground for the weakest single that you'll ever see in your life. So, at some point, maybe the Mariners will have a manager who understands the idea of leverage and having your best reliever in the highest leverage situation. 2026 is just, it's not that year, guys.
Molly Watt Monday presented by Simply Seattle. So I was really encouraged. And by the way, I think it's just insane that Munoz wasn't used in that situation. And what frustrated me about it was they did it in the Twin Series, and they treated that Twin Series like the most must-win series. So what changed other than the fact that, unfortunately, Munoz had one of his worst outings of the year? That's kind of an understatement based on runs allowed. Boy, it stinks to see process and result both get kind of screwed up there. But thankfully it worked out. And kudos to Sir Anthony Dominguez, who after a disaster of a first outing has looked like a solid major league reliever. I know a lot of people were not thrilled by that move, and I'm one of them because of the fact that, and good for Luis Castillo, by the way, shoving in his home debut with the Chicago White Sox. But speaking of shoving, the starting pitching was pretty darn good over this series. And, George Kirby, unfortunately, does give up the 5 runs, but kept them in the game. But, boy, I've been really encouraged by what Brian Wu has done. I will also point out that Brian Wu, unfortunately, dealing with some shoulder trouble. And that is something that we're going to have to keep an eye on. Cade Anderson, potentially, that could be an interesting development there. With some off days, you could potentially go otherwise. But Nathan, how encouraging was it to see Brian Wu over this road trip pitch like the Brian Wu that we've been wanting to see?
Well, yeah. I mean, we've talked so many times on this show the past couple of years about when the Mariners are going to be good, they're not going to just transform, and especially this group of guys. This is not going to be some slick fielding, do all the little things, bunt guys over, speed on the base paths kind of unit that's going to just wear people down. A lot like what the team they're going to play for the next 3 days is in the Brewers. The Mariners are very clearly designed to do 2 things. They're designed to hit home runs, and they're designed to melt your face with their starting pitching depth. And the starting pitching depth has been okay by their standards for a while now, but finally on this road trip against good offenses, you've seen kind of the best of. And we talked about already the 1-0 win in Yankee Stadium with Weston Wilson hitting a home run. That's because Logan Gilbert showed up like an ace and he shoved against a really good Yankees team. They don't win that game without that effort. Yesterday, Brian Wu, who's been absolute trash on the road for quite some time, locks it in and looks just like home Brian Wu. And that's what's going to, if there's going to be a run in this team, I think that's where it comes from. It doesn't come from this positional group being something that it's not, which is an elite group. It does come from their strengths of this roster, which is the starting pitching depth really catching fire. We've seen them go on these runs for, 3, 4, 5 weeks in a row where they go turn after turn, just not giving offenses a chance to breathe. So I do think it's a great sign that it's happening on the road and against above average offenses that you're starting to see the rotation flex its muscles a little bit.
Anders, how much more encouraged are you, assuming everything's all right with Wu and that he's able to make that next start? How much more are you encouraged about Wu on the road based on these last 2?
Yeah, I mean, I think we can finally, hopefully, again, assuming that everything's healthy. He did mention that it wasn't anything to be concerned about, but we've heard pitchers say that before. And have there something to be concerned about for sure? So hopefully everything's good there. And just from all the information that we know, I think we can flush the Brian Wu home versus Brian Wu on the road. Obviously, you're going to still have some difference in splits when you pitch at one of the most pitcher-friendly ballparks as your home ballpark in T-Mobile Park. But I think the extreme of the splits is going to definitely come back down to earth. And as we've seen in 2 very hitter-friendly parks in his last 2 starts, he pitched really well in the first game against the Yankees in a just, we talked about the Crawford boxes. The right field short porch in Yankee Stadium is just as easy to hit a home run in. And then he did it again in Houston's just trash can of a ballpark as well on Sundays. So doing that in those two situations and in times where you needed him to be as good as he was, I think is a huge sign for him moving forward. And I want to say one more thing about that Nathan mentioned about Logan Gilbert there in their 1-0 win, because that's been something that I think is underrated about the struggles of the Mariners in 2026 is, yes, their pitching staff overall. I think you can look at the depth and say that you've been happy with what you've gotten from the starting pitching. But I think not having a true ace this season has really hurt this team. And having someone who can literally carry you to a victory like Logan Gilbert did in that third Yankees game on Thursday, I think is huge for this team, because that happens when your offense is struggling and you need a starter to go 7 innings of no run or 1 run baseball to just be like, hey, we need 2 runs today and we can win the game. That's all we need. And I feel like the Mariners haven't really had that. Even though they've pitched well as a whole, they haven't had the guy who can literally put the team on his back and pull them to victory like Logan Gilbert did on Thursday. So if that can be the case moving forward a few more times, I think that's going to be a huge development for this team.
Yeah, and some of this is just, I wouldn't say that Wu has been unlucky on the road, but I would say it's impossible to be as bad as he's been on the road too. And I was honestly encouraged with the start against the Dodgers. I know that's 5 innings of 5-run baseball. That's not what you sign up for, but it's against the Dodgers, and he did strike out 8. So I think the stuff and maybe more confidence on the road is starting to show up for this guy. I don't think confidence has ever been a huge issue for Bryan Wu. That guy, I mean, if I was that handsome, I would exude it too. Let's just be honest. I will always mention how handsome Bryan Wu is in every Mollywop Monday segment. It is written in my contract. Let's just say, though, for a second, that maybe playing the worst, I'm knocking on all sorts of wood here. I'll start with you, Nathan, and quickly. I'm demanding you be quickly while I'm talking too much, too. If you have to go to another starter, it has to be Cade Anderson, or do you consider maybe manipulating the rotation a little bit?
No, Cade Anderson's one of their 5 best pitchers, and they're trying to make the playoffs. They should pitch him immediately. Now.
Anders,
how's that for fast?
That's very fast. Anders?
Even if Bryan Wu isn't injured, he should be pitching. That's my answer.
I totally agree.
May I ask one question of you guys?
You bet.
If Bryan Wu, it comes out and that there is anything other than the best case result here, and maybe he's not been totally forthcoming about his issues with his shoulder, is he going to get lambasted in the media by the Mariners president of baseball operations? Is that now standard operating policy, do we think, or was that just a one-off with Cole Emerson?
Hey, speaking of that, why don't we go ahead and talk about in the next segment those comments? And I've been looking forward to hearing what Nathan has to say about this for a very long time. So as entertaining as these commercials will be, it's going to be even better to hear Nathan talk about that next. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Now back to Ian Furness on your home for the Huskies, Kraken, and the 12th Man. Brought to you by Seattle's closest Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
It's just such a great song, and it fit that play so well while that ball was in the air. It was just absolutely magnificent. Mollywop Monday presented by Simply Seattle. Go to simplyseattle.com and use code Mollywop15 to save 15% off your order. So Nathan, Popo de Poto had some comments about a certain shortstop who was originally going to be sent down to AAA and then was placed on the injured list due to a wrist injury. And Jerry DiPoto's quote, and it's just crazy how often we have to talk about Jerry DiPoto quotes, was that he wished that Colt Emerson would have said something sooner about how much it was bothering him. Now, he didn't say they didn't know about the injury, because they did. He had a cortisone injection in February. But he did say that he wishes that the 21-year-old prospect, and not a prospect anymore, but the 21-year-old, you know what, for all intents and purposes, prospect, didn't say something. And I would just like you to tell me your thoughts on that quote, and I will just sit there and listen and be invested as possible.
I think that Jerry is one of the preeminent hot dog guy memes of we're all trying to figure out who did this of our time. The thing that I keep coming back to with Jerry, I'm very on record of not caring for him. And I'm very on record of saying I would be more than content with the Mariners moving on from him. And I think a lot of it is just that, like this one and this specific kind of thing that keeps happening over and over again, it's so easily avoided. We joke a lot about, like, the Rob Refsnyder hit tracker and AJ Pollock and Colton Wong and all these trades that, have not worked out very well, Chris Taylor for Zach Lee and that kind of stuff. But at the end of the day, building a baseball roster is a hard thing. And it's definitely something that I can't do with any level of acumen or competence. But what I do know a little bit about is how you interact with people in your life and how you treat them and how you react and compartmentalize the things that you think about in a leadership position privately and what you choose to say publicly and to whom and how that impacts those underneath you. And I think that the thing that I keep coming back to with Jerry is that this is a man who is unqualified to be in a forward-facing leadership position for a major corporation. I don't even really care if it's a baseball team. I don't care if it's like a widget machine. I don't care if it's like a yarn manufacturer or Hershey's chocolate or whatever the heck. This guy should not be in charge of being the public face of a major business entity who has to make comments to the media, because he cannot do it without coming across as arrogant, as condescending, as avoidant of blame as anybody I've ever heard. When was the last time that Jerry said something that he thought was his fault and came across like he actually meant it? I don't think it's ever happened. This guy cannot get over his own insecurities, his own issues, and he can't lead this group of people that he's in charge of because he can't stop going in front of the press and saying the worst thing that he possibly can in the worst way. Is it fair for him to be frustrated that Colt Emerson didn't disclose to them how much this injury was bothering him? Absolutely. Has that impacted the debut of I think when he signed his contract, the highest paid player before his Major League debut in Major League history? That's totally fair. You know what you do there? You don't go to the media and say all that stuff. And the fact that we have to have this conversation years after 54%, doing the fans a favor, all of the other things, the organizational stuff with Kevin Mather, the Lorena Martin situation, like over and over and over again, we have seen this man fail at the public-facing part of his job in a way that I think for most teams and most businesses would have involved his removal from his position a long time ago. That's clearly not going to happen. As I've said, he's very obviously baked into the walls of T-Mobile Park at this point, and you would have to raise that place to the ground in order to get rid of him. But it's just such an easy L. It's such an easily avoidable L that he keeps taking over and over and over again.
Anders, I know you wanted to talk about this, and I'd love to get your thoughts as well.
Yeah, I mean, I can't say it as eloquently as Nathan did, but I also want to point out that in a season where I think compared to expectations, possibly in his entire Mariners tenure, this is probably the biggest, I don't want to say failure just yet because the season is not over, but compared to where you expect it to be, the Mariners, I think, are the farthest away from that this season than any other season so far in the Jerry Dipoto tenure. And somehow, for the vast majority of media and coverage and analysts around the league, there has been one area that's been pretty devoid of blame, and that's the Jerry Dipoto side of things, the baseball roster construction side of things. It's been mostly on the Dan Wilson experience, as we like to say, or it's the underperforming of your players at this point. Very little of the blame for this season has gone to Jerry Dipoto. And I wonder if there was a little part of him that was like, dang, I'm missing out on this party. I need to say something to make sure I do get some of the blame here. I'm not getting talked about enough. So what's going on here? So just in the weirdest situation possible, he had to once again put his foot in his mouth. In this crazy kind of world that we live in, that he just continues to find ways to get people pissed off at him.
It's just go ahead, please.
We're all talking here on the radio. We're all clearly narcissists who love the sound of our own voice.
Factual
we can't get enough of it.
1,000%.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. The big difference is I'm not being paid millions of dollars to run a major billion-dollar sporting enterprise, and I'd shut up really fast if you give me Jerry Dipoto's salary. I would not be talking to the media like that and the way that I do. So, yeah. It's just amazing. I get the impulse of why he does the way that he does, because I think that I can relate to a lot of it. The difference is just that that's not my job, and I would like to think that if I had that job, I would discipline myself better to not make that mistake.
It just is so tone deaf to me, and I don't see the upside on a comment like this.
That's the other thing. What is he gaining out of this?
I don't understand it. I just don't get it. I just, you've seen the dig up stupid, dig up, man. What are you doing? What good does this comment do? And why do you feel like Colt Emerson didn't feel comfortable making those comments? What is it that makes it that Colt Emerson didn't? And I'll tell you what it is. It's that I feel like the leadership on this ball club has gotten a little bit too red, you know what? And been a little bit too much. You got to be super grind through, and you got to be stoic, and you can't have fun playing the game. And I bet you the 21-year-old doesn't feel comfortable saying, hey, Skip, my wrist freaking hurts. I bet you that's not a very comfortable thing playing in that situation. And, it's not the worst thing he's ever said. I don't think it's anywhere close to 54% or some of the other nonsense quotes that he's given, but it's not good. And it's just anyone who feels like Jerry Dipoto deflects anytime he's criticized. That quote didn't do anything to dissuade you from those opinions. Molly Watt Monday presented by Simply Seattle. Now, his replacement, Brock Rodden, has looked really good over 3 games. And, I'll toot my own horn here for a second. Those of you who are Maiawai enthusiasts know that I've had Brock Rodden somewhere in the top 12 to 15 prospects on my list. I am a fan. I think the guy can swing it. I have some real doubts about whether or not he's a starting shortstop at the highest level. You saw a couple of plays there that Brock Rodden didn't get to that maybe Colt Emerson does, or a shortstop not of the J.P. Crawford caliber probably gets to as well. But I do think there was a little bit of a spark there, and I really like the plate appearances. Nathan, it's just fun to see stuff like that, and it was nice to have a reason to celebrate. Now, obviously, the 2 wins mean more, but seeing a young guy come up and ball out, as the kids once said, that's pretty fun, too.
Everybody loves Sean O'Malley. We talked about this in the first segment. And just a little scrappy guy that you can put him up in your coat closet there next to your nice jackets and bring him down whenever you need to get stuff going. I'll tell you what, man, I have no idea what Brock Rodden's future is in Major League Baseball. Chris, obviously, you're way more educated and well-suited to talk about that. I will say 2 things. One, what an amazing sense of composure and just not letting pressure get to you to get that game-tying hit on Friday night. Like, Brock Rodden deserved that win on Friday night, which is part of why that loss sucked so bad.
No doubt.
What an incredible major league debut that was for him. And two, one of the very best things in baseball that I never, ever get tired of is seeing a guy get his debut, get his first good hit, make good play or strikeout or whatever, and watching his family just go absolutely bananas.
Yeah.
And in this case, they were extra going bananas because he had the biggest hit of the game as his first ever major league hit. It's just so cool, man. Like, is it a spark? I don't know, man. He could be back in the minor leagues within 2 weeks, and he may go like one for his next 30. We'll be perfectly honest with our audience. I don't know a whole lot about Brock Rodden outside of the fact that he's small and very white and seems fun. But for that one night, man, that was just a really, really cool. I don't know if spark is such a loaded term because I've been hearing spark about this team every time they win a game for the last month.
Yeah.
And then they go out and they crap the bed for the next week. So I don't want to say spark. It's more to what Anders was saying in the first segment. It was just fun to watch that happen. And the Mariners have not been very fun very often in 2026.
Did you enjoy it as much as we did, Anders?
Absolutely, yes. I mean, a guy that I think the composure aspect of it can't be overstated, too. A guy that brought, what was it, 20 or 30 of his family members down because he's from Oklahoma. And it was a perfect debut spot for him that's in Houston. So it's nice and close, or close-ish, I should say. It's a big moment in the season. This is the biggest series that the Mariners have played up until this point.
No doubt.
And they absolutely just say, hey, you're starting shortstop. You're going to need to make some plays for us. And the fact that he not only did that, not only just looked like a Major League Baseball player, but in some cases did some things that a lot of other people on the lineup haven't been doing recently, I think is an awesome thing for him. And having him do that in his first 3 games at the Major League level is fantastic. So, yes, I mean, is he going to be the starting shortstop for 10 years to come? No, probably not, because you've already signed someone to be that in Colt Emerson, right?
Sure.
But having someone just step in and the provide a spark thing, it just gets overblown. I agree, Nathan, 100%. But having something be different, right? And this is why a lot of people have been advocating for not just the firing of Dan Wilson or changing in leadership or changing in all that stuff, but bring up some young guys.
Sure.
Get something different here. We've been asking for Kate Anderson forever. We've been asking for Laz Montez, Michael Arroyo, all these guys, give us something different. This team needs to win this year and might as well turn over every stone at this point.
I was just so pumped for this kid, man. And, he's not the youngest prospect by any stretch of the imagination. He's already 26. He'll be 27 next year.
Gives me Ben Williamson vibes.
There's more pop in the bat there. He hit 19 homers. Thanks for bringing up Ben Williamson to the ultimate Ben Williamson apologist, Nathan Bishop.
I'm going to leave.
19 homers. Nope, you've got one more segment.
Well, it's like the inverse of Ben Williamson because it's much better offensively, but maybe has holes defensively.
But a similar path to the major leagues and a similar role that where they're best is a guy who can play a little bit of third base, a little bit of second base, a little bit of shortstop. Unfortunately, because he's Spud Webb size, you don't feel great about that in the outfield, but it's just fun to see. And, sometimes we get annoyed about the Mariners promoting the future and talking about things where, there's too much talk about Jimothy and not enough talk about the Major League roster. But this is something that's a little bit of both. You can both be extremely happy for Brock Rodden, be curious about what his future is, and also be super thankful because he not saved your bacon, but he sure as hell helped you win 2 of those 3 games. Big old week still coming up for the Mariners. They have 3 against the Brewers, 3 against the Cubs. We'll talk about those series and what the Mariners need to do next on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. Thought Monday presented by Simply Seattle. Chris Crawford filling in for Ian Furness. Got Nathan Bishop and Anderson Hurst with me. So, the gauntlet continues. The Mariners have 6 games this week after an off day tonight. 3 games against the Milwaukee Brewers, who they are a wagon right now, 77-48. They currently have a 99.9% chance of making the postseason because they just refuse to put 100 until you actually get there. And the Chicago Cubs, who are 72-53 and have been playing well. On the counter side of that, the Houston Astros get the doldrums of the division. The Oakland Athletics and Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim. This is a big week, and Nathan, it seems like an obvious point, just how important is it to play well over these 6, knowing that the Astros are probably going to get pretty healthy against 2 bad teams?
If they play the way that they have played against everybody except for the Astros this year for the next 6 games, they could very easily be looking at being 7 to 8 games back in the AL West, which would be just about night time, given that I don't think they have any games against the Astros left.
2 more.
So I'm sorry. So that's 2 more guaranteed wins then between now and the end of the season.
Yes, sir.
We regret the error, but yeah, it's absolutely massive. And it's, you know what it is too? It's an opportunity for them. Like we talked about this before, not just to statistically keep themselves in contention, but to prove to us and to themselves that they can go toe to toe with the best teams in baseball, because we've talked ad nauseum, all the best teams in baseball are in the National League this year. And that's what the Brewers are, man. The Brewers are the Tampa Bay Rays if the Tampa Bay Rays really had their you-know-what together. Like they have this thing dialed in so well right now in a lot of ways, like not necessarily with payroll or whatnot. They remind me of like the 2001 Mariners, just in that sense of like, every single player on that team is doing exactly what they want them to do at all times. They have a fit for absolutely everything that you're going to try to do. They are just so comprehensively put together, so well managed. They are the efficiency obsessed modern baseball saber dork's dream. They just do all of that stuff so well. That's going to be a huge test for them. Very fortunate that they don't face Jacob Mizrowski in that series, but that's still a really tough matchup. And then the Cubs are just, a very talented team that's playing really well. PCA is probably the MVP of all of baseball right now. So it's going to be a huge test. If they can go 4-2 or better in this week, I think that will be a turning point. That will be a spark that you can look at and say the Mariners can make a run, because they just went toe-to-toe with 2 of the best teams in baseball, and they came out with a couple of series wins. That's what I need to see from this week.
Anders?
Yeah, and I'm looking at it from a different standpoint, but the exact same result. I want 2 series wins, but it's less about who the Mariners are facing for me and more the fact that one time, a grand total of one time in 2026, the Mariners have won 3 straight series. One time during their 8-game winning streak late May and early June. And winning 3 straight series is something that good baseball teams do, a handful of times throughout, if not more, throughout the course of a season. So the fact that the Mariners have done that once this entire season, that needs to stop. Now, this is where you finally put together a stretch of good baseball. And I still believe the Mariners' talent is to the level of the fact that they can do that against almost any team that they play against, no matter who they're facing. Now, it would be even that much sweeter to have it happen against, number 1, the team you're chasing in the AL West in Houston, which is job done. Number 2, one of the best teams in the National League in the Brewers, and same thing with the Cubs. For having those be the 3 series that you end up winning, which hopefully will be the case, that will be a definite sign that this team has finally turned a page and just go win 3 straight series. That's all I ask at this point.
And it's not that much to ask.
Really not.
Every team that has these type of aspirations should be able to do that and do that multiple times. It's just those 6-3s just haven't been there for the Mariners this year. There's an 8-0, there's a 5-1, and there's a hell of a lot of mediocrity or worse in between. And not just do I want to see them win series, I just want to see them look like the baseball team I've been waiting for them to look like all year. And maybe it won't be enough. There's a very good chance it won't be enough because of the hole they've dug themselves. But at least let me enjoy these final 35. Make these 35 matter. Make it matter. That's what I said on Mile Y in the last video, is that all I'm asking for now is that you make it matter. I can't completely forgive you for the first 5/6 of this season, but you can make it matter. You can make it so, and if you end up winning the World Series, I don't think anyone will care how the first 5/6 went. In fact, 5/6 of the season went. In fact, it'll just make a better DVD if they still made DVDs. It would just make a better story here. My biggest concern, I think, here is that they're going to face 4 of these 6 guys are going to be lefties. You're going to face Kyle Harrison, Robert Gasser, Matthew Boyd, and Shota Imanaga. And to be determined on Saturday, Cubs are a tough team. And that's another series where the Seattle Mariners will not have the home field advantage. There will be just as many, if not more, Chicago Cub fans in that stadium. And that's something they've struggled with. It's one of the reasons why sometimes Toronto and Boston can be such a tricky matchup for them, because they just really don't have that home field advantage. But these are big games. And at the very least, I will take some solace in knowing that they're not out of it. It's partially because of how terrible everyone else is. In fact, it's more because of how terrible everyone else is. But Nathan, how many times have we watched Mariner games or Mariner seasons where they're just completely out of it? We can take some solace in this, right?
Oh yeah, I mean, this is not the 2011 Mariners. It's not the 2006 Mariners. I mean, it's so funny. Like we talked before, if you're a newer fan this decade, like this is by far your worst Mariners experience. This is like the standard median Seattle Mariners season thus far. It can get so much worse than this, folks. And thanks to the extremely wise stewardship of Robert Manfred, there's about 85 playoff spots in baseball now. So you really don't have to be great to make the postseason. And that's good, because this baseball team is not great. But to your point, Chris, if they can navigate the next 12 games at 500 or better, they are going to be lined up coming down the stretch with so many winnable series, so many winnable games, and a real chance to do the thing in some ways that they have done year after year this decade, which is kind of just fart around until mid-August and early September. And then catch fire and either win 14 in a row or 17 out of 18, and then find themselves in the playoffs. So that opportunity is still there. But the real risk is if they keep playing the way that they play against everybody but the Astros, they can be staring at 4-8 or worse over this stretch, and then that's probably night-night.
Nothing will surprise me. Absolutely nothing will surprise me. Nathan, you're the man. I'm going to talk to you next week, and
that surprised me. You just gave Nathan Bishop a compliment.
It's really hard. The ghost of Dick Fane just jumped in me and was like, please stop what you're doing right now. We'll talk to you next week, buddy.
All right, guys. Thank you so much.
You bet. We're going to talk some fantasy football next. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Reynolds Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM sports headlines.
Headlines are brought to you by Frost Brewered Coors Light. Choose chill. The Mariners win 2 out of 3 in Houston versus the Astros over the weekend. Now 4 games back, a chance to get to 2, but unfortunately the loss on Friday. 2.5 back in the wild card race, and there's still 6 teams separating the M's from that final wild card spot. They begin a series tomorrow in Milwaukee versus the Brewers. Seahawks lose their first preseason game versus the Cowboys on Saturday, 17-7. But really the bigger news there, Devin Witherspoon, a 4-year, $132 million extension. Good for him. We'll talk about that in just a second. Not good. The Sounders lose their 7th straight with a 2-0 loss to Vancouver. And the Storm lose 82-80 and fall to 7-30 on the season. Give me that WNBA lottery right now.
Tank for Juju.
Tank for Juju. Jamal Adams will miss the 2026 season because of a right knee injury he suffered Saturday in the Vikings' preseason victory over the Giants. Von Miller agrees to a 1-year, $5.5 million deal with the Dallas Cowboys. Jeremiah Love has a high ankle sprain, unlikely to play the rest of the preseason. Padres sold $3.9 billion. Can't help but wonder what the Mariner evaluation would be after something like that. And the AP poll is out. Some team named the Ducks is number 2. Some wonderful, wonderful team named the Washington Huskies is number 16. Washington State, not ranked.
Now back to Ian Furness on your home for the Huskies, Kraken, and the 12th Man. Brought to you by Seattle's closest Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Chris Crawford in for Ian Furness. Thanks everybody who's tuned in. Thanks again to Nathan Bishop. Good as always. No surprise there. I just knew those comments about Jerry DiPoto were going to be chef's fingers.
Can I ask you something about that?
Please.
Because I am a little bit foggy on the entire timeline of the situation here. So can you shed some light on it for me? But let me ask first.
Please.
So to my understanding, it was reported by multiple people that are always right on this kind of stuff.
Sure.
That Colt Emerson was being sent down.
Down to AAA.
Not to the IL.
Nope. He was being optioned to AAA Tacoma.
So when did that change and how? And where was the miscommunication?
Like literally hours later.
Was it Colt Emerson being like, hey, I'm actually hurt. Don't send me down. I need to go on the IL. Or was it how did that change?
So that's not too clear.
Okay.
And I think that is important.
Yeah.
It would be nice to add that context. I just know this. Jerry DiPoto has not earned the benefit of the doubt with this stuff. And until there's more clarity, and we're certainly not going to hear Colt Emerson give his full side of the story, because that just is not what happens. They will not let that happen. And, again, I'm not saying this is the biggest deal in the world. It's just another tone-deaf comment from a guy who was made, in my humble estimation,
a lot of them.
A lot of tone-deaf comments. I want to talk, before we get into fantasy football, that Devin Witherspoon extension.
Yeah.
That's exciting stuff.
Yeah.
And, I remember, I forget what the guy's name was. He went on with Rich Eisen. He might go by Rick to some of his friends.
Probably
I doubt it. Ricky Eisen had somebody on, and he was saying how big of a mistake it was that Jackson Smith and Jigbo was going to make more than Sam Darnold. Well, now your cornerback's going to make more. Number one, that guy's full of crap. There's nothing to it. But what Eisen pointed out, and I think this is the best thing you can have in an organization, if you show out and if you succeed, you are going to get paid by this organization. And I know it's different than Seattle because there is a literal salary cap in the NFL. But it's so awesome to see them reward star players. And Devin Witherspoon is a star. He is an absolute star, one of the absolute elite, not just cornerbacks in football, defenders in football. Anders, I rewatched the Super Bowl the other day. It's hard for me to not say he was the MVP of that game.
Yeah.
The plays that he was making, especially on those perfectly timed blitzes, that touchdown doesn't happen unless Devin Witherspoon times that blitz, and it certainly helps that the New England offensive line was
not
10
good.
pounds of crap in a 5-pound bag.
Oh, there it is.
You're
the first one of the day.
Very welcome.
You bet your sweet Biffy it is.
You bet your sweet Biffy it was 10 pounds of crap in a 5-pound bag. But boy, he was just dominant. Like the best player on the football field for a large portion of that game. And sure, it hurts the flexibility. You can talk about all that stuff, blah, blah, blah.
You got to keep your best
The most important thing is keeping your best players happy and your best players locked up long term. I think it's awesome.
Yeah, I think I'm just happy that even though there was you actually haven't seen this, but I'm sure you've heard the stories about the talk in Hard Knocks about the miscommunication between the Seahawks and Devin Witherspoon about the contract negotiation.
I haven't seen this.
It's in the first episode.
Awesome.
So those I don't want to say spoil. It's not really spoiled. It's out there obviously already. But for those of you who have watched it, they could have been interpreted that there was definitely more drama than there really was.
Sure.
And now that we know that this is all taken care of, I'm also happy it's taken care of before Christian Gonzalez, who is also waiting to get paid. So having that kind of lead the way, and then someone else is going to jump in right away. It's just the way it goes in the NFL these days. And you're right. You need to pay your best players. And honestly, you look at the value of positions. Quarterback's obviously number one.
Sure.
You could argue wide receiver, edge rusher, cornerback for that second best or second most valuable position in the NFL in terms of how much you're going to pay these guys. So it's just as much important. It's just as important to get Witherspoon paid as, a star edge rusher, the Micah Parsons, the Myles Garretts of the world, right?
Sure.
So stopping the quarterback is just as important as, having the quarterback that ends up making those plays. So, and he does more than just cover. That's that's where he gets his value. He can blitz. He's great in the run game. He can play on the inside. He can play on the outside. And it's just Swiss Army knife, and it's a perfect player from Mike McDonald's system. And I'm happy that that's all taken care of, and we don't have to think about that as we get closer and closer to the season.
Absolutely not. Happy as a clam, and they're both JSN and both Devin Witherspoon are taken care of, and they're going to take care of business for sure. So I wanted to talk some fantasy football. Now, some of you guys know that I work for NBC Sports. NBC Sports. May the Schwartz be with you.
May the Schwartz be with you, yeah.
I can't wait for Spaceballs too. But I do mostly fantasy baseball, but I do a lot of fantasy football. And I'm not as forefront as people like Patrick Doherty or Denny Carter, but I cover a lot of stuff and I get asked a lot of questions. So I thought it would be fun to take a look at some players that I consider sleepers for the upcoming fantasy football season. And I just want to preface this real quick. Sleeper is the most subjective term possible in fantasy sports, and maybe just in sports, because if you know who the hell this guy is and you've already drafted him in the 5th round, good for you. But for everybody else who, we have a lot of people who just play fantasy football as a hobby. It's a way to keep them connected with their friend group. It's a way, it makes Sundays a hell of a lot more interesting when you're paying attention to the box scores. So this is for them as well as those people who just want to win their league.
Let's phrase it this way. It's, even if you know about it already, these are players who Chris Crawford thinks are more valuable than where they're being drafted.
1,000%. Perfectly put. That's why they pay you the big bucks.
Big bucks.
So quarterback's always a little tough one because there's only a dozen that are really playable.
And depends on what league you're in.
And it depends on the league. And I'm just assuming your standard one quarterback league, no super flex or anything like that. By the way, 49451 Tacoma Dodge text line. If you have some questions about players that you're considering drafting or keeping, Anders and I would be happy to answer that for you.
Yes, we would. Also, I'm curious, as a text/talkback discussion that we can get to next segment.
Please.
What is your favorite
fantasy format?
Fantasy format.
Beautiful.
Text in 49451 what your favorite fantasy football format is.
Do you remember how excited Robert Turbin was when I told him about the Vampire League?
Yeah.
That was so fun.
That was very fun.
Oh, I hope Turbo.
Do you miss Turbo?
I miss Turbo a lot. Man, just, the motivation to get my arms to look like that guy, I just need to see it every single day. So I'll start with quarterback.
Okay.
I'm going to say Tyler Shuck. Now, Tyler Shuck had a rookie season that doesn't jump off the page. 2,384 yards passing, 10 touchdowns, and 6 interceptions. QBR rating of 48.8. The improvement that he made as the season went on really impressed me. And I think he's a guy who's going to get a chance to throw quite a bit because I think the Saints are going to have to score a lot of points to stay in games this year.
Yep.
And that matters. I won so many leagues from the garbage time all-stars that were the Jacksonville Jaguars
Yes, sir.
and Blake Bortles putting up 20 points in the fourth quarter every year. And I'm not saying that. And I do think, there was skepticism. Tyler Shuck is 26 going on 38 because he was in college for what seemed like a decade. And he didn't start off great, but he really improved as the season went on. I like his weapons. I think Chris Olave is one of the best wide receivers in football. Juwan Johnson, one of the more underrated. He has a couple of running backs who can catch the football well. I won't be shocked at all if Tyler Shuck ends up being a top 10 quarterback this year.
Wow.
I would prefer him as my quarterback
Top 10
too.
fantasy
Top
quarterback.
10 fantasy quarterback. If you missed that, we're talking about fantasy at the beginning. My apologies, because I don't think he's there yet. But I like Tyler Shuck. Any thoughts on Tyler Shuck?
I wasn't even on my radar, so this is a perfect sleeper for me.
Perfect. Running back is a little bit trickier, just because I can't put Jadarian Price as a sleeper. I will tell you this.
You could put Jadarian Price as a sleeper since he's not even playing in the NFL.
He gave me 4 years of Jadarian Price as Notre Dame. He has to earn Jadarian for me. He has to earn Jadarian. The name that immediately jumps to my mind is Keaton Mitchell, a member now of the Los Angeles Chargers. I've just always been super intrigued by this guy's speed. And when he's gotten a chance, he's been very productive. Last year, he had 59 carries for 341 yards. That's a 5.8 average yards per carry. In 2023, in 47 attempts, he averaged 8.4 yards per carry. Do I think he's going to be a running back one? Absolutely not. Do I think he has a chance to be a top 25 or so running back, which would make him an excellent flex play on Sundays?
Yes.
I do. And I have some concerns about Amarian Hampton being just that bell cow guy. Mike McDaniel is one of not a very good NFL head coach so far, although I'd love to see what he could do without Tua Tagovailoa as an NFL quarterback. But he certainly is a very creative dude. He is certainly a guy who's going to find a way to get Keaton Mitchell the football, in particular PPR leagues. And if you're not playing in a PPR league, what are you doing? Like, come on, you got to get that point per reception, man. It puts there's two things I'll say to your format thing. Number one, quarterback touchdowns, 4 points. You have to limit that to 4 points. And number two, there's got to be PPR. That way you add more positional value and you create more. It's more fun when you have the guy who catches 65 balls for 800 yards have some potential versatility there. The other guy is Kyle Monangai, who is the backup running back right now for the Bears, who I think is going to develop into the starter.
Yeah.
I think he's just a better player than DeAndre Swift. I think he's going to get a lot of touches. Another guy who plays with a quote-unquote genius in offense in Ben Johnson. I love Ben Johnson, by the way.
I can tell.
I wouldn't have...
You like Ben Johnson and Mike McDaniel, or do you just go to the school of the mad scientist offensive coordinators?
Yes, it's both.
Yeah.
It is a little bit of both. I'm super happy that the Seahawks picked the coach that they did over Ben Johnson, although maybe it sounds like Ben Johnson picked to stay in Detroit more than he picked not going to Seattle. A lot of misinformation on both sides of there. But Kyle Monangai and Keaton Mitchell would be the two running backs that I would be targeting in the mid to late rounds, who I think have a chance to be one a little bit more running back two. Monangai, I think he is a running back two who has a chance to be a running back one.
Especially if injuries happen.
And DeAndre Swift has not exactly been a beacon of health. Wide receiver. There's a bunch of rookie wide receivers that I really like, but they're going to go off the board a little too soon. Jordan Tyson is a guy who I think has a chance to be productive. Mekhi Lemon, assuming good health, has a chance to be productive. I'm going to give you a different rookie, though, and I'm going to give you Jacoby Lane. Jacoby Lane was a guy who, out of USC, who tested well, but really wasn't really on a hell of a lot of radars. But now he enters the Baltimore Ravens offense, an offense that's going to be much different under their new OC compared to Todd Monken. We are going to see them throw the football, I think, a heck of a lot more. This guy has perfect red zone size, the perfect build to be that red zone target. Zay Flowers is a good wide receiver. Red zone target, he is not. And, they do have Mark Andrews and Isaiah Likely at tight end. But that big wideout who can run those, I know the fade route is not everybody's favorite play, but it can be an effective one. And having somebody of his size who can line up in the slot and allow Flowers to work inside and have him release into those. Lamar Jackson just hasn't had a weapon like that. I am intrigued by Jacoby Lane. Have you been drafting yet at all? Any wide receivers, or are you just waiting?
I haven't had a draft yet, so I'm excited to kind of get this information.
Sure.
Considering you are in my league, so
yeah,
we'll see. I'm kind of pitting this against you. I don't know if this is you trying to throw me off in our league, or if this is one of those situations where you're actually sacrificing possible success in the KJR Fantasy League for the good of the content for the people here. And if so, good on you for doing that.
So I didn't think about that. So let me change that. My quarterback sleeper is Tua Tagovailoa.
Oh, yeah.
He just looks like an absolute stud.
Draft him in the second round.
No, first round. Why would you even wait? I mean, he's left-handed. He's gonna. The two lefty quarterbacks are gonna lead Atlanta to the promised land. Nah, I mean, there's so many good football players that even giving up's like my sleepers, and there might be a few I hide, but no, I just don't have that ability to not give you the players I think are going to be good. And then tight end. Tight end's a mess. If I could play in a non-tight end league, I think I would, to be completely honest with you. For every Trey McBride, there are an awful lot of guys that... Now, I'll say the one Seahawk I considered, I do think A.J. Barner is going to be a tight end one this year.
Really?
And I think that... Now, tight end one, for those unfamiliar, that means I think in a standard 12-team league, I think he will be one of the 12 best tight ends in football. He's just improved as a receiver so much. Anders, the very first week that Ian was being lazy when we came in,
of course,
we talked about the draft, and we talked about how excited we were that they drafted A.J. Barner because, man, he's going to be such a good blocker and such a good special teams contributor.
Yeah, we didn't think of him as a pass catcher.
He is a good blocker.
Yeah.
And when he played special teams, he did do a good job.
Doesn't anymore because he's
Doesn't
too
have
good.
to anymore because he is legitimately a really nice target. Ultimately, though, I think I'm going to go with Greg Dulcich here. He's a tight end for the Miami Dolphins. I love safety valves at the tight end position at PPR. And you take a look at the Dolphins. They have a new quarterback in Malik Willis. They have a dreadful offensive line. And they lost their two best receivers. And I think Malik Willis is going to need to get rid of the football quickly. And when Greg Dulcich has had a chance, he's done a nice job. He's averaged 13 yards per reception last year, 26 catches for 325 yards. Far from elite production, far from production that would put you in to fantasy consideration. But he's going to be the guy there at tight end. He is going to get a chance to get a bunch of targets, I think, and don't expect a ton of touchdowns. Don't expect the yardage to be elite, but I think the chance to get 60 to 70 catches for 600 to 700 yards absolutely puts you in the tight end one consideration. And I'll just say this too. If you can't get Brock Bowers and you can't get Trey McBride, just wait. Wait. Don't overdraft Kyle Pitts. Don't overdraft George Kittle. Don't draft the legacy that was Travis Kelce. Wait and draft a tight end like Greg Dulcich. Again, if you have any fantasy questions, 49451. We'll look at those texts next. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
on your home for the Huskies, Kraken, and the 12th Man. Brought to you by Seattle's closest Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Chris Crawford in for Ian Furness. I'm already cracking up because the first text I see here is Stan Gelbaugh or Kelly Stoffer. I'll take your fantasy question off the air. The answer is Dan McGuire. Go get Dan McGuire. That's 6'8", beautiful Adonis of a terrible quarterback. Boy, just saying those names makes you appreciate Sam Darnold even more, Anders. Like, there have been some good Seahawks quarterbacks.
Am I supposed to know who those names are?
No.
Okay.
Ideally, no. If you really want to be a self-hating Seahawks fan, then yeah, you absolutely should. But that's a miserable way to live, so don't do that. So I asked you guys for your fantasy questions. We got a bunch of them, so that's really cool. By the way, misspoke. Isaiah Likely is now with the Giants, and would he be a good late-round pick? If he's available late round, I would say yes. I think the name and the organization is probably going to get him overdrafted.
And then the thought that he was going to be the starter there and stuff like that.
Yeah, and, Jackson Dart he's a quarterback I'm probably going to avoid, but in 2 quarterback leagues with a little bit of scrambling ability, I can ignore what an idiot.
Before we get to your fantasy questions,
Please.
I have a rebuttal on your PPR claim.
Please.
About that you need to be playing PPR. And I'm not necessarily saying that I disagree. Here's my thought process with fantasy scoring formats.
Sure.
I want it to represent as close to the value that players play in a real situation as closely as you can. So having the guy that catches a bunch of screen passes for 6 yards that is just incredibly valuable because every reception that he gets is an extra point is a little bit over the top for me versus just like, hey, it's however many yards you get, that's how much value you're bringing to the team. Maybe there's a good happy medium, half point PPR, which a lot of people do now.
Sure,
so
absolutely. And I'll take half point over no point for sure.
Okay.
My rebuttal to your rebuttal is that it's literally called fantasy football.
Yeah.
So I think adding more players and more people to pay attention to, I like that. And if you really want realism, then, go watch the game. Yes. But I'm not saying just watch the game nerd or anything like that. But I do like, I get your point because a lot of people feel the same way you do.
Yeah. 206, playing Chris Crawford bingo today. 10 pounds of crap in a 5-pound bag, check. You bet your sweet bippy, check. For those of you who don't know, athleticism. And for Ian Furness, that lazy Canadian.
Hey, I didn't call him a lazy Canadian. I implied it. I just called him lazy.
And Canadian.
He happens to be Canadian. That lazy Canadian. Bingo.
There it is. You got it.
From the 714, I'm in a PPR league, non-super flex, which is my favorite format. I'm keeping Jonathan Taylor and Puka Nacua, but he's a great player, as a no-brainer. But my third keeper, should I keep Tyler Warren, 5th round, Jaden Daniels, 8th round, Kyle Pitts, 12th round, 10-team, 17-round draft? I would probably go with, as much as I just said the tight end thing,
Tyler Warren.
I'd probably go with Tyler Warren. Yeah. I think he's going to be the number 1 receiver in Indianapolis this year. And the upside there, Jaden Daniels is close. It's just, we'll see how he has to react to that injury.
And the crap that he's dealing with right now. Or not dealing with, because he did it to himself. But, dude, come on.
Yeah. It's true. It's a good point. Sleeper quarterback Kirk Cousins from the 206.
Oh, I love this text.
That offense will literally put anyone to sleep. You get to host the show next week.
I actually have a question about that. Do you think the Raiders are going to offensively put up some numbers because of Clint Kubiak?
Maybe. I mean, I still am a believer in Ashton Genty.
I think he's going to be really good this year. That's someone, if you can get for a decent value, snag him.
Brock Bowers is a stud. Michael Mayer is one of the best backup tight ends in football, and I think he's going to get involved in this offense. We've seen the Seahawks, and Clint Kubiak offenses use multiple tight ends with success. I wish there was a better wide receiver one there, and I'll also be curious to see who's quarterbacking, right? Because Kirk Cousins doesn't do it for me.
And you could get the ball to some people.
Sure.
You know?
And they're going to be playing behind, too. That's something to keep in mind. I'm really excited for Clint Kubiak. I hope it all goes well for him. If they play the Seahawks, I'll hope they lose 107 to -6. But I do have good thoughts about Clint Kubiak as, even in a short time, one of the greatest just one of the greatest coaches in Seahawks history. I don't know if you can...
For 1 year? Can't say
1
that.
year, but leading them to a Super Bowl.
Did he lead them to the Super Bowl,
helping them to a Super Bowl, and just the schemes, man. I loved watching Clint Kubiak's schemes.
Yeah. I guess we'll see, because if
it's a little bit damning with faint praise. There's not a lot of offensive coordinators that I just rave about in Seahawk history, you know?
Yeah.
So, let's see here. With the lack of bell cow running backs this year, text from the 425, I have the number 4 pick in a 12-team PPR league. Would it be crazy to take Jonathan Taylor over names like Puka and JSN? Not crazy. I would still take JSN in that spot. I expect JSN to have a monster season. In fact, I'll go on record that I think JSN will have less catches than he did last year, less yards, but more touchdowns, and maybe considerably more touchdowns. I think JSN is going to be the weapon in the red zone this year because he just can do so many different things, and I think the Seahawks are going to need to find a way to get him the football.
I agree. It's going to be so tough to match his value that he brought last year, obviously. But, I mean, he's that good. I don't think last year was a fluke. I don't think last year was a fluke at all, actually. So, maybe there's some regression, but I wouldn't be surprised if, hey, I'm going to avoid saying this because I said this about Cal Raleigh this year. And, boy, was there some regression. I wouldn't be surprised if he does it again, though. If he's that valuable once again, it may be in a different way, as you said, with more touchdowns.
Sure.
But I think he's going to be just a stud for a long time.
He would be the 4th player off the board for me. I would say I have Bijan Robinson 1.
Yeah.
Jahmyr Gibbs 2. I still have Jamar Chase as the 3rd because I just think it's a little bit better overall. And I think the Bengals are another team that's going to have to throw the football
from behind
a lot.
Yep.
So those would be my 3. And then I think JSN, Jonathan Taylor, and a few other guys can be in that conversation. 425. If you were the manager of the Seattle Mariners, what would you have done with Josh Naylor after he got caught stealing third base? I realize it was the second out and you're trying to add to your lead, but I would have told him, you look tired after trying to steal third. Why don't you sit on the bench and rest for the rest of the game? I kind of forgot about it. That was a horrible, horrible decision from Naylor. Now, do we know that Naylor was running on his own? No. Are you trying to, and am I asking myself easy questions? Yes, but that's a big mistake. And Josh Naylor's stolen bases are fun. Boy, there have been some bad decisions from Josh Naylor. We were talking it a little bit off air a little bit, and just the overall takeaway is that while he's been better as of late, Josh Naylor's season's been a massive disappointment.
What was the home run that happened after that? I feel like
it was.
Wasn't there a home run after that?
It was.
So
Cal Raleigh with the 315.
That's right.
Home run.
That's what it was. Okay.
Yeah.
So that could have been a 2-run homer. Obviously, you still win the game, and maybe that moment gets overlooked because Cal Raleigh hits the home run after that, and you still score a run. But man, yeah, if that's like getting out of an inning or something, there's been too many of those moments. And Josh Naylor, you mentioned it before, has just, you never know when these things are going to go south, but you don't expect them to go south in the first year of a contract, right? So having him be as disappointing as he has been this year, I think is a huge reason why the Mariners are where they're at.
Text from the 360, pretty funny. I don't know, guys. I think you're on a different planet. They go 3-3 over this 6-game series. It's a complete success to me. And then immediately followed up, okay, maybe a different neighborhood.
Yeah, because I replied, I was like, what, 3-3 is a different planet than 4-2?
Yeah.
That guy's a great guy, though. He was responding
and you
to
know
me,
what?
so.
It's very funny, too.
Yeah.
And here's the thing. He's not wrong.
Right.
But they've put themselves in position where 3-3 is just not good enough.
Yeah.
It's just not going to be. So you need the 4-2. It's not impossible. You're just going to have to play your very best baseball against a team that's not the Astros for the first time in a long time. Lost a text, but somebody asking me about Tank Dell as a potential fantasy play. Tank Dell's someone I considered as a sleeper as well.
Really?
So Tank Dell was extremely productive and then had one of the most gruesome knee injuries. I believe it was a knee injury, definitely leg related. It was horrible, and he ended up missing all of last year. Boy, I'm a big fan of that guy's talent, and I don't believe this is one of the rare the Texans aren't going to have to throw the football a lot. But outside of Nico Collins, I don't see a lot of weapons that I'm too excited about there. And he did have a good repertoire. I love saying repertoire with CJ Stroud before. I like that. It would have to be late. I'm not drafting him, to be a starter. But I'd love to have that guy on my bench, knowing, too, if the injury, and this is something people do not take advantage of enough. If you're drafting late, you don't know who to draft, take somebody with that injury, put him on IR, and then add another player there. It doesn't hurt you at all. Don't waste draft picks on guys who aren't going to be successful, but give that guy a little bit of a benefit, that you can put that guy on IR, that you can use an extra roster spot. Not enough people take advantage of that.
I do have a couple talkbacks. Someone called in looking for you. Can I play it for you?
Please.
Hey, gentlemen. Ian Furness here. Chris Crawford filling in. Thank you very much. I'll be back in the studio tomorrow. Period. End of story. So want to chime in here for a second. We did hear a few puns on Jerry DiPoto, and I just don't like giving him the airtime. I mean, what are we doing? He's a nothing burger. So I'll be back in tomorrow, and I just want to say thanks to Chris Crawford for filling in there, fella.
That's so good.
So good.
That's so good. Now, he did turn into Tucker Carlson there for just a little bit with the, what are we doing? What are we doing?
Ian says that a lot, too.
Oh, I totally. Well, if I listened to the show, I would know that. But, I have better things to do.
Whoa!
Sorry.
What are we doing? What are we doing?
Boy, you sure didn't hear a heck of a lot of him during the World Cup, did you?
No.
You sure didn't hear a lot. Text from our good buddy Keith. Is Loveland a potential difference maker on that Bears offense? Potentially. Him and Tyler Warren are not very different. Of course, drafted like 2 picks apart at most. Yeah. And a lot of people were surprised that it was Loveland who went ahead of Warren. And I do like Warren better as a fantasy player. The thing there is, there's no tight end 2 for Indianapolis that I'm even kind of intrigued by. Cole Kmet's still a pretty good football player, and I think he's going to get involved. Luther Burden, by the way, I know he's dealing with some injury stuff. Not a sleeper because a lot of people are hyping this guy up.
Yeah.
Luther Burden has a chance to be a wide receiver 2 this year. Just an incredibly talented.
Feels like Cole Kmet has been the perpetual, all right, we're going to draft someone else, but then he's going to steal a bunch of their targets and yards and stuff like that. My God.
I'm pretty sure Kmet is actually Slovenian for what you just described. I'm going to talk to somebody who just loves the country, and I don't know if it's Softy or Dick next, but we're going to talk about Slovenia. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. Chris Crawford in for Ian Furness. Ian will be back tomorrow.
Are you sure he's back?
No.
It's kind of crossing my fingers, man. I know Andrews told me off the air. He's like, God, this has been pretty fun with Crawford. I hope he Wally Pips Furness. You did tell me that. Oh, that was in confidence? I'm sorry.
Oh,
I apologize.
Now he puts it on the air. That's
I didn't mean, well, in honor of Jerry DePoto airing out his shortstop.
Jeez, yeah. What
if we only really knew that you hated Ian all along, we would have put you on somebody else's show.
Yeah,
Jeez, man, good guy.
Mr. Softy, how you doing today?
I'm good. Good listening to you and Anders on the way in, talking about the Emerson thing and the Mariners' fortunes. It just dawned on me that the Mariners are in this race, and it's got nothing to do with them at all.
So true.
It's incredible, man.
It's just bizarre. And
wouldn't this be just so Mariner if they made the playoffs this year?
Yeah.
And finally made the World Series.
As a 500 team.
We're all dumping on them for 4.5 months, and they finally get there. Like in 95, it was 31 years ago, obviously. But I don't remember where my mind was in, late July, early August of 95. But I guarantee you I wasn't thinking playoffs.
No.
Hell no.
In 95.
Was it right around then when they started making the run?
It was mid-August.
Yeah.
Mid-August.
So, right now.
That's
Right.
when the screw the
Correct.
wild card stuff happened.
That's right.
That's when Jay Buhner threw the big fit about the wild card.
F the wild card, not screw the wild card. It's okay. People know what you're talking about.
Yes.
Rhymes with truck, but starts with F. We know what you're talking about. That's the crazy thing about baseball, man. And the funny thing is, I've heard a lot of people say, and it's obviously accurate, and it's worth pointing out that you got 6 teams in front of you.
Sure.
But those other teams are also saying, man, there's like 6 teams around us.
Exactly.
They're all saying the same damn thing.
Same thing.
Did they all win series over the weekend?
It sure seems like it.
Did Baltimore win a series over the weekend? Okay.
So they're in a playoff spot for the first time in May. Since May.
And they're under 500.
By the way, wouldn't this be just an awesome time to have 1-game playoffs? Like to have all of these round robin things just to determine, but instead it's going to be determined by some dorky formula to.
Well, let me ask you this, because I threw this out on Twitter over the weekend, and I may have been a little bit fueled by something.
A wee bit.
Okay, just tad. You know how you have like the thing you blow into when you're in the car?
Sure.
I think I need one of those for my Twitter account.
Yeah. If you're over a certain percentage,
I
then
cannot
can't
post
tweet.
until I blow here. Sorry, you're not available. I said this on Twitter over the weekend that whatever the 6 teams are that make the playoffs in the American League, I could see any of them making it. Any of them.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Obviously, Tampa Bay, the Yankees would be the top 2 you'd look at. But they're perfectly capable of losing a series.
And when you say making it, going to the World Series.
Yes.
Yeah.
Any of them. I can see any of them.
Yeah.
Any of them.
Anybody gets hot, they get lucky,
And
right?
Baltimore?
Sure.
It's not. It's not a compliment to Baltimore and to Minnesota and them. It's just a huge indictment of how terrible the American League is.
Which is what makes this year so maddening. The baseball gods have blessed you.
All they had to do was be above average.
With the worst division in baseball.
Imagine
all you had to do was
if,
be 54%.
Oh, that's what I was just going to say. Imagine if they would have reached that number.
When it's easier than ever to make the playoffs.
Yeah.
In the worst division in baseball. Yeah. In a terrible American League. Maybe even worse than last year, by the way, when all of us thought last year was terrible.
Sure.
And this year's even terribler.
Yep.
Okay?
Yep.
And here you are, and you're struggling just to stay alive.
Yeah.
And breathe. And I was telling Chris off the air, Andrews, hell, you told me right now they're 4 games out, end of this month. I'll sign up for that right now.
Yeah.
Really?
If they just float, just stay above water. They don't lose ground. They don't gain ground, but they're 4 games out in the 1st of September.
Yeah.
Because look at their schedule the next 6 games. And look at who the Astros are playing.
Yeah.
They got the Angels and the A's.
Yeah, we talked about
Guys,
that.
we could be 10 games out by Monday.
Easily.
Seriously.
Even it's, Nathan said that as well. And now that's someone who has a little bit more
cachet than Nathan.
Yeah,
for
maybe
sure.
just a little bit.
Yeah, he's a nobody.
Hey, not
I'm
speaking
kidding.
of
No, he would agree.
He would agree for sure. Did you see the AP poll today?
Yeah, I did.
Is that where they should be, or do you even care?
Yeah, I don't really care. But you know what struck me is that the SEC got no first-place votes.
Not a single
one.
You know who did?
One SEC team.
Notre Dame Fighting Irish got 8 of them, Softy.
Yeah,
they did, and yet somehow are ranked below a team that didn't get them.
Yeah,
so
I don't know, man. It's gonna be a crazy year, man. We all expect the Huskies to be in the CFP conversation, but a little hiccup at USC, a little hiccup at Iowa, or here against Iowa.
Sure.
Hiccup at Nebraska.
Never know.
You never know, man. You never know.
I bet you know what's coming up on your show.
What's that?
What's coming up on the
You
show?
want to bet what's coming up? Oh,
Nope.
I was going to make you an offer.
Well.
If you can tell me what's coming up on my show, I'll give you all the cash I have in my wallet.
Hugh Mellon.
That is correct, but there's more. There's more.
Guess the rest.
What else are we doing? Who else are we talking to today?
New York Vinny.
That's not true.
Fabulous Sports Babe.
Nope.
And James Mark.
It's a good thing you got that wrong because I have no money in my wallet. Yogi Roth will join us at 4 o'clock, and then we're going to talk to a gal named Kaylee Campen, sorry. She is the director of Hard Knocks, and she will join us on the air at 6 o'clock tonight. Yeah.
Well, that'll be fun.
Yeah.
That angry, surly Canadian will be back tomorrow.
Yes,
I'm
he
always
will be.
pleased to get to
Pissed
do this.
off Canadian.
Stay tuned
Whiny
for
Canadian.
Stay tuned for the whiny American instead. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
from the Star Reynolds Sports Desk. Your 93.3 KJR FM Sports Headlines.
All right, boys and girls, here we go. Happy Monday. Headlines on Softy and Dick with Jackson with no Dick. Hugh Millen in for Dick today. Headlines are brought to you by our friends at Frost Brewed Coors Light, as cold as the Rockies.
They all have their head up their ass, and that's a lousy take.
Mariners got a series win, yay, against the Astros over the weekend, 2 out of 3. Now, 4 games out in the West, 2.5 games out in the wild card. They got 3 with the Brewers starting tomorrow in Milwaukee. Bryce Miller, Logan Gilbert, George Kirby on the mound starting tomorrow in Milwaukee. By the way, as far as the wild card, there are 6 teams in front of the M's right now, all separated by 2.5 games. More news in baseball. The Cubs will be here this weekend. Shortstop Dansby Swanson will not be playing. He is out for 4 to 6 months with an oblique injury. MLS, oh man, Sounders, a 2-0 loss to Vancouver over the weekend. Their 7th straight MLS loss. Next up, Austin, Wednesday, 6 p.m. pregame, 6:30 kickoff. Is that right, Jackson? Right here on 93.3 KJR FM. The AP poll is out. Ohio State, Oregon, Georgia, Notre Dame, Texas, your top 5. UW 17th. The Huskies have 5 teams on their schedule as of right now in the AP top 25. And the Seahawks with a 17-7 loss to Dallas over the weekend. They'll be at the Titans on Sunday, at Kansas City next Friday to wrap up the preseason. Jamal Adams, by the way, former Seahawk, torn quad for Minnesota in the very first preseason game. He is out for the season.
And here we go.
And now, 2 goofy, wacko, out-of-touch homers. Just brutal radio. Just horrible.
Live
41 yards.
from Elliott Bay.
Can you feel it now?
This is Softy and Dick.
All righty, boys and girls, here we go on a busy, beautiful Monday right here on 93.3 KJR FM. A lot to get to between now and 7 o'clock on the radio show, but whatever we do, it will not include Dick because we have no Dick. Hugh Millen in for Dick today.
Yes, it's true. This man has no dick.
And we cannot thank you enough. Whenever we need someone to step up and fill the gigantic shoes of Richard Elfane, you always answer the bell and say yes when so many others say no.
Yeah,
so thank you. Thank
just
you.
a loser.
Thank you.
Waiting for a call.
Loser with
great to be
nothing
with you.
else.
What is happening?
Nothing else going on in your life, so you
Glad to
join
help.
us.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, what's happening? I don't know, man. I mean, I was hoping for a sweep over the weekend. We came this close to getting one, and I'm watching that game on Friday night as you are, thinking, man, Andres Munoz is getting some bad luck here, and then bang, he gives up a 3-run bomb that I think may have just landed, by the way, in Oklahoma to Christian Walker to make it 10-7, give the win to the Astros. And look, you want to give up the tie, you want to get unlucky, whatever, on a couple of, backdoor sliders, whatever. That's going to happen. Those guys are professionals too, right? Blah, blah, all that stuff. But you got to get me to the 11th, man. You got to get me to the 11th with a chance to win the game. And Munoz didn't do that, but you know what? 2 out of 3. Hey, listen, at least they avoided disaster, which would have been getting swept and being 8 games back, because I think if that was the case, we'd all be sitting here having a funeral right now on the air.
Yeah, there's 4 outcomes, right? You're either going to go up or down 1 game, or you're going to go up or down 3 games. So I think the math is kind of interesting when you have a series like this. But just a thought on Walker. The hits that preceded that were end of the barrel, just duck farts, right?
Sure.
But now we've all seen walk-off home runs because we've all watched a lot of baseball, but I will say, for me, that is rare to see a walk-off dinger punished like that ball. That if there's such a thing as a line drive into the upper deck,
right?
I understand that stadium doesn't technically have an upper deck because they got the wall with the arches and the net and all, but it's in the area of an upper deck. He put a line drive. Now they said it was 405 feet. But I remember from physics class that the arch, if you give an object force, it's going to go with the greatest distance at 45 degrees up. So had it been just a little higher with a little more loft, it would have gone a lot further.
Right.
But that was a line drive, Dave. Oh, my God. He just pulverized that game winner.
Yeah, I don't know if you get into things like exit velocity and launch angles and things like that.
Well, yeah.
The average exit velocity is typically around 104, 105 miles an hour. And he was
on a homer?
Yes, and he was at 108, by the way. Christian Walker was on that hit on Friday night. So, look, I would have loved to have seen things like that in play when Mark McGwire was facing Randy Johnson back in the day to see what some of those home runs would have been listed at. But, yeah, I mean, look, give them credit for getting over it. You know, they can't shake this idea that they're still in it, right? I mean, if you would have woken up, no matter how they got here, if I would have told you back in March, we're going to wake up on the 17th of August and the M's are going to be 2.5 games out of a playoff spot, nobody at that point would have thought all of us are on the air talking about them being done, or a lot of us are on the air talking about them being done, because I'm still the one idiot homer moron sucker that's on the air talking about them having a shot when Jackson and Dick, I think, jumped off the wagon months ago, right? Or weeks ago. So I still think they got a shot. But we also would have thought that they'd be maybe 10 games over 500. Maybe 8 or 9 games over 500, maybe neck and neck with the Astros, maybe tied, a game up, a game back, whatever, of Houston. And it just struck me, Hugh, on the way over here. I actually had to pull over and make a social media post because I had to get this off my chest right away, that if not for the Houston Astros, the Mariners are terrible, like terrible. They're 9-2 against Houston. They're 50-64 against everybody else they've played.
Yeah.
It is unbelievable how the Astros have saved their bacon this year, dude.
Well, that's a good team to be really good against, right? And you know, it's funny as you were talking there and describing your mood and the little banter that you guys have there internally. I'm reminded my dad. I call he's no longer with us, but I described him to his face also as a passionate pessimist. You know that? There's a lot of us that are like that. You know, we love our team, whether it's the Mariners, Seahawks, Huskies, whatever, but we always think the worst. Oh no, we're, you know, my dad was had a like your mom has a degree from Michigan, and so Michigan's his favorite team, and it's always Ohio State's going to kill us, right? You know, and then you get in a game as we're going to lose this. I say, stop, Dad. It's third quarter. Are you saying that because you don't think that there's enough time on the clock,
right?
Or because you're seeing irreversible trends? And he's always like, irreversible trends. You know, okay, all right. Just so we understand, there's still time on the clock.
Okay, can I ask you a quick question? How old were you when you were busting your dad's balls about this? By the way,
probably 7.
Oh my God!
I was probably yeah. So, what is it, Dad?
Unbelievable.
Irreversible trend. Yeah, that was definitely before the sack drop for sure. Yeah. But no, because I just tried to understand his way of thinking. Like, he was just such a pessimist. He loved the team, but he was such a pessimist. So as it pertains to you guys' discussion, you know, I would imagine Dick Fane and Jackson, you can pipe in. I think you're aware of the math. It's not that there's not enough time.
Right.
It's that you're just seeing too many irreversible trends. I don't want to put words in Dick and Jackson's mouth, but that's the way I would craft the dispute.
I think for me, the idea is the pitching staff is there for the playoffs.
Right.
But the offense has been so consistently poor this whole season. And what my exact words were this goes a couple weeks ago, and I think I'm still here. Even if they somehow win this craptastic division, their offense is nowhere near good enough to win a series. So I'm kind of just done. Because like this is not going to be a contending team like we all thought it would be. So at the end of the day, for me also, it's the classic line, Softy, that I've used a billion times.
Yeah.
Expect disappointment, so you'll never be disappointed.
Right. Well, look, I mean, for me,
that sounds like a passionate pessimist.
Yeah, totally. He's accepted his lot in life, and that's a good thing. That at your age, you already know where you're going. I just think this. I said this over the weekend, and I'll say it to you guys, that this American League, we spent so much time, guys, last year talking about how bad the league was last season, and it's even worse. It's even worse than it was a year ago. Whatever 6 teams that make the playoffs, Hugh and Jackson, I could honestly see any one of them finding a way to get in, because all we're doing is talking about winning a 2-game series, or, 5-game series, 7-game series, 3-game series, whatever the hell it is. Anything can happen in a short amount of time. And all of these teams, the Yankees, the Rays, the Red Sox, the Guardians, the Tigers, Baltimore, us, Houston, Texas, they've all had week and a half stretches where they've looked terrible. And you have a week and a half stretch like that in October, and you're done. So I think it's wide damn open. Would I bet significant amount of money that the M's make the playoffs? No. Do I think they're done? No, I do not. I mean, I said this to Chris Crawford in Crosstalk, and I'll say it to you. If the Mariners can just tread water here, hell, you told me that we're going to wake up in 2 weeks and there's still 4 games out of the division. I would sign up for that right now.
Yeah.
Mariners got the Brewers and they got the Cubs in the next 2 series. Those are 2 teams, by the way, that, what did I say? They're a combined 53 games over 500. Those teams are in the next 6 games. And the 48 games. And the Astros have the Angels and A's, who are a combined 53 games under 500. So this week right here, you find a way to come out of it 4 games back or 3 games back on Monday morning. Dude, every week you're getting closer and closer to some relief. It's like that itch that you can't scratch, and the special cream that you ordered on the internet is getting delayed, and then you get a notification from FedEx, it's on the way. You're like, hell yes, finally some relief, man. That cream is on the way in the form of a month of September that is very manageable for the M's. So all they got to do is just not scratch themselves to death between now and then. That's it.
All right, bring on the penicillin. Well, I would say everything you just said is true.
Yeah, thank you.
And about the variance within the playoffs, and baseball is, I don't want to say unique, but they certainly have more advance in rounds to lower seeds than does football, right? So baseball by its nature is exactly what you just described,
right?
And furthermore, there is an element that favors the Mariners that kind of weights the dice to their favor even more than what you described. And you know exactly what it is. It's the fact that if this is just the formula, if you have the deepest starting rotation, you're going to shorten your rotation in the playoffs. You're going to slide 1 or 2 of those starters back into available bullpen duty. And now Dan Wilson, the weakness of the team of late has been some of the setup guys, the guys before Munoz, right? So you get Brash back, and then you slide a starter or 2. I don't know who it's going to be, because I think all of them have made a case for staying in the rotation, and all of them at some point have made a case for, hey, this is the guy you slide back into the bullpen. But there are more quality arms at the bottom of the starting rotation that can be used in bullpen. So I think that kind of weights the dice even more towards the Mariners on top of the usual statistical vicissitudes that you described.
Yeah, look, and I'm not trying to sit here and tell you that the M's are a good team, right? I mean, they're not. I mean, they're one of the worst offensive teams in baseball. They're terrible, right? I mean, all their offensive numbers are piss poor. And by the way, let's not act like they just beat up on or took 2 out of 3 against a juggernaut. The Astros are mediocre at best. But it's all about the context, right? You're a bad team in a bad division, and because you're bad in a bad division, you have a better shot than you would otherwise. End of story. I mean, to me, that pretty much sums up the entire thing. The league is bad. There's probably only 2 teams that anybody would really put any significant amount of money on to play in the World Series, and that's the Yankees and Tampa Bay. Maybe Boston if they can catch fire again, but they've cooled off, obviously, a little bit, which they were going to. I just think that this team, again, maybe it's me just being a complete sucker and a complete homer. If they get in, I like their chances almost as much as anybody in this league. And it would be so unbelievably Mariner for them to finally make the World Series in a year where for 5 months we were ripping their asses, and they make it with a sub 500 record, and they finally get in, and all they're asked to do is play decent baseball for a month. That's it. 1 of 7 months, and they picked that month.
I might have predicted you'd say world in this segment, and I might have predicted you'd say series in this segment.
Right.
I'm not sure I would have predicted you would say them juxtaposed to one another. World Series.
Yeah, you get what I'm saying.
Up a lot
you get what I'm saying. I'm being slightly sarcastic here, obviously.
Your audience knows you.
Getting in would be a hell of an accomplishment. I mean, hell, getting in. Look. Hugh, the question is, do Mariner fans even want them to make the playoffs, right? Because Bob Nightingale had a story that came out over the weekend. You probably saw that, Jackson, where he says if the Mariners miss the playoffs, Dan Wilson likely is going to get fired. And that's not a surprise to anybody. I think all of us have been talking about that for the last couple of months. We just wonder if John Stanton would actually do that to a Mariner legend who he holds, I'm telling you, in very high regard. Larry Stone did say that, that he has a hard time imagining Danny coming back if the Mariners miss the playoffs. But are we to a point now with this team where we're in the Willingham zone for some people, where, man, you're losing already, you're not going anywhere. You were, 4-9, whatever it was the year before, Hugh, in 2007. Remember when they lost to Hawaii in Hawaii, and I think they were a 4-9 football team, whatever it was, and people just wanted them to be done. They wanted Tyrone Willingham to lose so they could fire the guy and move on. Are there Mariner fans out there, and I'm sure there are some, Hugh, that want this team just to fall apart so they can blow it up and move over?
Yes, as you crafted that question, how prominent are they, and is that a reasonable position? That could be a pretty good debate, but undoubtedly there are some.
Right.
I think that as we've been describing, if the Mariners can somehow tighten up the lug nuts on down the home stretch and get this thing to stop wobbling so much. I mean, if I asked any Mariner fan to say, okay, write an essay that reads as the most plausible scenario for something really special to happen, it would read something like, okay, you're getting healthier, you're getting brash, you get some of these young guys are starting to bat that Cal Raleigh is not going to be the 2025 Cal Raleigh, but maybe he's something more than the 158 and 550 OPS guy.
Right.
He hit a bomb yesterday. Maybe he just gets not hot, but just maybe something barely below average as a hitter, as a slugger. And then, as we described, once you get in the playoffs, now you get your juju's kind of fixed. You feel better about yourself, and you kind of lean on that pitching staff for 9 innings, not just 6.
Yeah, I think you can see it. I think you can see it. I think you're tilting your head, you're squinting your eyes, and you can see it. And the number one reason why you can see it is because the league stinks. Yeah. That's why you can see it, Jackson. But that's why he can see it.
I think it's unreasonable for Mariner fans to root for this team to lose. I think it's, in general, this is just my opinion, and I know everybody's entitled to theirs, but I think it's unreasonable to ever root for your team to lose unless you are going to gain something out of it. Now, if you are saying I'm rooting for my football team who's 4-10 to lose
number
out,
one draft pick, whatever,
that's
right.
fine. You're going to gain something out of that, right? Yeah. If you are a Mariner fan who thinks that Dan Wilson is the only thing holding this team back from going to and getting a pennant and doing the improbable, if Dan Wilson's the only thing and removing him would change that, okay, I think that's a wild take.
Right.
Because I think there are a lot more from a new manager in charge to get them to a World Series. So that would be my thought against rooting for the team, but clearly, if you just are on Twitter, which is obviously the cesspool, there are an insane amount of people who want this team to lose.
Yeah, well, I think there's a lot more reasons why they're losing besides the manager. I think those people, and I can't speak for them, but I'm assuming that some of those people that would say, hey, we're better off losing, are not just rooting that for the manager's situation, but also for the roster. Right? Like, this will force Jerry to blow it up even more, make some massive changes to the offense, go out and do this, go out and do that. I'm not even remotely close to that because I'm with you. Draft picks in baseball, whatever. No. Look, I mean, I would just hope these guys would evaluate the team based on the way they performed, not in context to their peers. And if they underperformed, if the numbers weren't there, if the production wasn't there, whether you make the playoffs or not, you're still going to have to make changes for next year. For example, let's just live in some stupid, wacky world, Hugh, for a quick second, where they make the playoffs and they make a miracle run and they make the World Series. Okay, do you wake up then all of a sudden during the parade and say, God, our right field spot's great, our DH spot's great, third base is awesome, our Rosarena's gone, but left field's great. Right? No, you don't feel good about that. You feel good about guys making a run for a month or so, but by no means would that be sustainable heading into next year. This team's going to need changes no matter what next year.
Yeah, I do think it's interesting. I think it's a little early to root against the team, but I'm of the mind. I always say fan how you want to fan.
Right.
And I do think that there is logic in, hey, I'll lose the battle to win a war, and I'll raise my hand right now. I have rooted against the Washington Huskies, and and a day that I did it was when Washington played Hawaii, just exactly what you were talking about. I look, I have some like some weird ass, like deep husky freaking affection, like going to do the honks, driving in from Snoqualmie, taking a CD that put it into my car of the Washington marching band and listening to the fight songs and the other songs. And now all of a sudden I'm wiping tears off my eyes. I'm coming to do a freaking Husky honk show. Like, I'm a crazy Husky fan, and I rooted against Washington.
Yes. For the benefit.
For the greater good.
Correct. Yes.
For the greater good, because I thought that it might mean because I knew too many high school coaches around that they described him as a lazy recruiter. You watch practice, you watch the tape, you just go like, oh my God, this coach is so bad.
Right.
And he's got to go.
Right.
And so, yeah. So I do think that there are times where you say, I am willing to lose this battle to win a bigger war. And now I personally, if you have arrived at that spot as a Mariner fan, I think that's a defensible position to be in today.
Yeah.
It is defensible. I would personally think it's early for that.
Right.
But I don't cast it off as irrational.
Yeah. Well, let's do this. We got a lot more to get to. We'll talk more M's. Day off today before they head to Milwaukee. Lots of news to discuss given the Cowboys-Seahawks preseason game on Saturday night, the Devin Witherspoon signing. We're going to get you to weigh in, Hugh, on maybe some hidden messages in the last Hard Knocks episode, if you will. Get to all that coming up on 93.3 KJR FM.
by Emerald Queen Casino, bringing you the best in live music, entertainment, dining, and gaming. Whether it's your favorite games, food, concerts, MMA, or professional boxing, it's all at Emerald Queen Casino. Always entertaining. For more info, visit emeraldqueen.com.
Don't forget, we got brunch at the Slahal Steakhouse every Sunday between 10 and 2 at the Emerald Queen. Check it out, emeraldqueen.com. Great place for brunch on Sundays from 10 to 2 at the Slahal Steakhouse at the Emerald Queen Casino. Hey, I want to dive into the Hawks here a little bit, Huey, but just a quick follow-up on the Mariners from the last conversation we had there. I'm just looking at some numbers from Cal Raleigh, and I'm just desperate to find any patch, right? Any patch of 5, 6, 7, 10 games, 14, couple of ABs, maybe a couple of hours, whatever, 15-minute increments where I can look at Cal Raleigh and think, okay, there it is right there. That's the Cal Raleigh I'm looking for. Well, since he came off the IL, it's been 50 games, right, Hugh, since Cal Raleigh came off the IL. He's hitting a .154 with a .575 OPS since he came off the IL, which is terrible. Okay, fine. Let's look at since August. Let's just look at 13 games. He's hitting 114 with a .500 OPS since the start of August. Okay, how about the last month and a half or month and a week, 35, 36 games? He's hitting a .146 with a .562 OPS. How about just the last week? Can we do that? Last week, even with yesterday's homer, right? That pop fly home run to left field. He's hitting .083 with a .400 OPS. He is 2 for his last 24. And here's what kind of shocked me, guys, about Cal Raleigh. Not that I didn't realize that he was terrible, but he's got one multi-hit game in his last 31 games. Since the 12th of May, he's played 51 games. He's got one multi-hit game since May the 12th. One. In the last 51 games, he's got 7 Hugh multi-hit games on the year. He had 36 last season, and he's got 7 right now. It is just unbelievable how far this guy's fallen, man.
Well, he had obviously 60 home runs last year. This year, he's got 52 hits.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Are we positive that he had 60 home runs a year ago?
Yeah, it was
I saw it with my own eyes.
Are you sure that we did not all imagine that together?
Yeah.
I actually
we could all have hallucinated.
Isn't there a movie where everybody has like the same dream, whatever? Yeah. What's the movie with DiCaprio, right? Where the they have the layers.
Shutter Island?
No. We don't.
No, not Shutter Island.
Inception.
Inception.
Are we absolutely certain that Cal Raleigh hit 60 home runs a year ago?
Yes.
Well, we could have all just chugged the same Kool-Aid, right?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Are we in some kind of sick, insidious Mariner cult that I don't know.
I don't know, dude. It's just incredible. But again, just like the team, Cal Raleigh is almost like a reflection, right? Like of what's going on. He is symbolic, dude.
Well, you know what?
All you need is a month, bro. All we need is a month out of you, and this thing could turn around.
You know what's crazy? Like we use the term snowball, like right? It's a term we've all used. Oh, that snowballed on you, right? But if you really think, if you just take a split second to think, okay, really, what are we talking about when we talk about snowball? Snowball,
right?
Starts as a piece of snow, literally the size of a golf ball. And for whatever reason, starts rolling, and of course, it picks up, and pretty soon it could be 40 feet high. It could take down a tree.
Thank you for that.
And so, if I'm going to use the word snowball, but I really want to say it in the most literal sense.
All right.
I wonder if that thing with Arozarena at the World Baseball, like you say, okay, that little thing, like what's your mojo, what's your juju supposed to be as an athlete?
Right.
Well, the next scene is, okay, that temporarily rocked him off his, and then what happens then? Then he gets, now all of a sudden he's benched
right
for the WBC. Like, wait a minute, I thought I was the number 2 in the MVP voting. I'm getting benched by my own national team.
Right.
And then now the snowball is bigger. Then the season starts. He doesn't feel quite comfortable because of the rhythm with WBC and everything that transpired there. And then now the season started in late March. And so he doesn't get off to a hot start. And then all of a sudden the snowball, what I'm wondering is in the most literal sense that phrase is used.
Right.
Did Cal Raleigh, is he in the midst of a snowballing season, and the very first marble-sized ball of snow was the Rosarena little issue.
It's possible.
Meaning that one universe over.
Yes.
That never happened. Maybe
Yes.
a Rosarena
Yes.
never even came to the plate,
Yes.
or Cal or whatever.
Yes.
And is it possible that universe, that Cal Raleigh's season looks any different?
Well, it's possible that these two guys did not have a lot of respect for each other, and it showed itself at the WBC. It's also possible that what happened in the WBC doesn't happen, but then the lack of respect between the two of them shows itself in a different way, right? Maybe in April, maybe in May, who knows when. But yeah, I mean, looking back on it now, if the team was winning, right, and where we thought they would be, I think we'd look at that little thing at the WBC and say, whatever, it's forgotten, no harm, no foul. But that thing itself, to use your term snowballing, that thing itself, is snowballing every single week because of the way this team's playing. I mean, people are talking about it. They're wondering, was there something going on, man, behind closed doors? But we'll kind of get to that coming up on the show. We got more time to talk some Mariner baseball. But let's go back to Saturday night. My favorite thing in the world, NFL preseason football, okay? And the best part about Saturday night is that there's only 2 more of these stupid-ass things left to go this weekend in Tennessee and then next Friday in Kansas City. But we all know, and you've pointed this out before, that this is sometimes, your depth is built in the preseason. There's other things to look at. Why don't we start with just giving you the floor, because we got a couple of minutes here, and we can revisit this again later on in the show when we have more time. When you walked away from the tape study, God bless you for watching the tape and studying it, by the way, from Saturday night. Anything jump off the page to you at all, man?
Oh, there's a lot of thoughts to go through, and you're always tempering it by like, hey, it's just one game of the preseason, so I don't jump to any conclusion. But if you go back to a year ago in the Raider game, the first preseason game, and with the knowledge that you have now,
right?
Could you go back and write a game story or do a segment or two knowing what transpired? Well, Ty Okada and Drake Thomas, they were up. I don't have the list in front of me, but those guys had, 30, 40 snaps in that game. And, there was stories to be had. And so there's guys to look at. Elijah Arroyo.
Right.
We'll talk about I think right now I'm kind of just a wee bit disappointed in what I'm seeing there. I think the running back position is a concern. Noah Igbenogany, that's an interesting story. I thought that he acquitted himself well. Tyrese Knight, wow, what a game he had. So that he could be playing himself into a rotation with Drake Thomas after having lost the game. By the way, I've heard it read and I've read it rather, and I've heard it said that Tyrese Knight was the green dot middle linebacker. And I just want to say this. Yeah, he wore the green dot, and so he's in the communications. But if you throw on the tape, there's not a quarterback on planet Earth that would describe him as the Mike backer.
Sure.
He was the will linebacker in that alignment. So he was playing in the Drake Thomas position that he lost. So he's not, meaning he wasn't playing at the Ernest Jones position that he'll never get.
Right.
He was playing as the weak side linebacker. So there's some thoughts about Brian Flory.
Yep.
Certainly Jalen Milroe. I mean, I know we only have a couple. What's happening there? Let me ask you this: If John Schneider had a crystal ball on the day that he drafted Jalen Milroe, and he couldn't see any other players, it was a very special crystal ball. The only thing he could see is everything that would transpire with Jalen Milroe from that day to today. So he had prior knowledge of everything. Do you think he spends a 3rd round draft pick?
No.
And let me also throw in, I'm going to throw one other. He can see what happens with Sam Darnold, and he can see what happens with Jalen Milroe. Well, I can't imagine he would spend a 3rd round draft pick on Jalen Milroe. So I think we're just kind of treading water there, although I don't think he had a lot of opportunity to shine there due to the play calling, due to the protection and what have you. But it just feels like there's not any momentum. The Taysom Hill type of an impact that you could reasonably hope for with when Taysom Hill was never going to unseat Drew Brees, but he could still contribute to the football team with the Saints when when that was rolling. I don't really see that emerging. So lot to discuss, because there's a lot that happened Saturday that will have a direct impact on this season. We just have to find the stories.
Yeah, we'll get to it. Let's get a break. A little fun with audio, by the way, coming next on 93.3 KJR FM.
It's time for Fun with Audio, brought to you by Emerald Queen Casino. Bet, watch, and win at the EQC Sportsbook. Visit emeraldqueen.com for details. Emerald Queen Casino, always entertaining. And by Bloometry Experts, trusted and certified pros specializing in tree pruning and tree removal. Contact one of their arborists today at 206-714-9835 or bloometry.com. Now, Fun with Audio.
All right, here we go on a busy Monday. Hugh Melton in for Dick Fain. A little Fun with Audio brought to you by our friends at Bloometry and the Emerald Queen Casino. Hey, Hugh. First of all, thank you for filling in for Richard L. today. Did you happen to hear that?
What's that, Dick?
We start, by the way, with some sad news. You may have heard the news that came out this morning, Hugh, that actress Hayden Panettiere, who you may remember played the young daughter of Coach Gavin Yost in Remember the Titans, was also in TV shows like Heroes in Nashville, passed away yesterday at the age of 36 years old. Many people do remember her for playing that role of young Cheryl Yost in Remember the Titans, and this scene in particular.
That beer's getting better, I'll admit that. But you're still weak on the left side.
We're not weak on the left side. We just got to work hard on the left side. That's all.
It's not the problem.
What is the problem?
I think it is, but it ain't. It's your
Tell me what the problem. It's not. It's a run anyway. It's not a pass. The veer is a run, not a pass.
All right, you two. That's enough of that. Cheryl, don't you want to play with Nikki?
I hate playing with dolls. I'm not playing. I'm accessorizing.
Hey, why don't you go accessorize? Don't you want to go accessorize with me?
Okay. So now that you know who we're talking about, you remember the movie, you remember the Titans, you remember the scene, the gal. Now for the chilling part, Hugh. Here was an interview that Hayden Panettiere did back in 2000 when she was just 10 years old to promote Remember the Titans when it debuted in theaters.
You can like football and you can not like football. It doesn't really matter. And what is really probably most concerns for the director and the producer is that when you look at the thing, if you haven't seen it, you would just assume that it's about football, but it's really not. Also, what I want to say is when you were talking about Yost, actually the character that I play, Cheryl, she died at 35 of heart failure. And when we heard that, we were just like shocked. Me and my mom were sitting there going,
yeah, isn't that amazing?
Really sad.
Wow.
What?
The actual, because that was based on a true story, the movie, correct?
Yeah.
So the actual person, Cheryl Yost, that she portrayed, died at the age of 35 from heart failure. Now there's reports coming out that she had a drug overdose and may have passed away from heart failure.
Heart failure.
At 36 years old.
Yeah.
Dude.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Eerie. Yeah. And Jim Caviezel got hit by lightning on the cross doing the Passion of Christ. There's some creepy stuff happening out there.
It's just unbelievable, dude. And I don't know about you, but I think that role, by the way, Jackson, that Hayden played in Remember the Titans, I think it was inspiring for a lot of women and little girls to get involved with football because she was in that movie. And now she's dead at the age of 36 years old, and the character that she played in real life passed away at the age of 35 years old, man. Just terrible. All right, we'll try to move on from that. We probably should have put this at the end, by the way. Hey, Hugh, did you happen to hear that?
What's that, Dick?
On Saturday, the Chiefs played the Rams in preseason action. The game aired on KSHB Channel 41 in Kansas City. During the fourth quarter, sideline reporter Kimmy Chex caught up with defensive tackle Peter Woods. Chex wanted to highlight Woods' unique singing skills on the broadcast, but her microphone conveniently stopped working.
Quite the reputation as an incredible singer. Would you be down to sing a little something here on the preseason? Give Chiefs Kingdom a little jingle?
Yeah, for Chiefs Kingdom. You gonna sing it with me?
I'll sing it with you. Let me make sure I know it. You start and I'll hop in.
It's Love by Keisha Cole.
Oh, yeah, I got you. Bet. No, you got it. Good. All right. If you say your game on the field was really good, I say your singing lives up to expectations as well. Congratulations on everything. Welcome to Chiefs Kingdom. Best of luck this upcoming season, Peter.
Thank you so much.
So I got a rule, Hugh.
Yeah.
When it comes to being a sideline reporter, don't ask players to sing on the air.
Yeah.
Are you
Don't
with
sing
me?
yourself. Don't sing yourself.
Are you with me on that?
Well, yeah. I mean, unless you got Placido Domingo playing middle linebacker for the team you're covering.
And I don't mean to pick on these broadcasts.
I
I don't want to pick on these broadcasts, but some of these preseason broadcasts are just awful.
You know what? As a guy who does a lot of awful radio, I'm just gonna button it on that one. Yeah. I'm not gonna throw.
I mean, I guess
out of that glass house.
It's preseason for the broadcasters too, I guess, man. But my God! All right, let's move on. Hey, Hugh, did you happen to hear that?
What's that, Dick?
Let's go to 5, Jackson, if we can. Is that cool? Yeah. Rams receiver Puka Nacua joining Jake Paul's "I Am Impulsive" podcast last week. And impulsive.
Thank you.
You know what? It's a tick.
We did this last week,
It's a tick. I'm taking medication. I'm taking medication. I am last week and shared the number one opposing player he doesn't like.
So you guys don't talk on the field? Oh, 100%. I'm like, there's no friends over me. I'm like, think the number one guy, I'm like, Julian Love over there, or I think is his name, plays safety. We're not friends.
Yeah,
I'm like, he's taking a couple shots at me like mid-game, and like I definitely find my opportunities to get back at him in the game too.
Doesn't like Julian Love.
Wow.
Does that surprise you?
It does, because I would think of all the candidates on the Seahawks, I would think that Julian Love would not be foremost in his mind. I would have believed Witherspoon or Reek Woolen or others. But yeah, that surprised me a little bit.
Yeah, I guess.
But Julian Love, hey, you know what? Yeah. He's known for his versatility. So he comes across as a glib, polished, extremely gregarious, and wonderful interview. Love him.
Well, the thing about Puka Nacua, if you're a Rams fan, are you comfortable giving this guy, $30 million a year right now?
Yeah, not really.
Because he might be nuts.
Not really.
You know that.
Yeah. Well, yeah, there's definitely a risk. That's why it's taken so long for this to materialize, right?
Yeah, I mean, before he bit the gal on New Year's Eve, this would have been a no-brainer. I mean, honestly, I'm not trying to make light of the situation, but before he went completely off the deep end, this would have been an absolute no-brainer to sign Puka Nacua to a long-term deal. And now we're sitting here heading into what? He does not have the fifth-year option because he wasn't a first-rounder. So this is technically his last year. And he still is unsigned for 2027.
And I can't tell you how many times I watch Ram games and I think to myself, this guy Nacua is the best non-quarterback in the NFL, like the most impactful football player in the league who doesn't play quarterback. You say, well, wait a minute, Myles Garrett had 25 sacks. How could he be more impactful? I don't know. I get it, and if you want to argue against that, but every time I see this guy, his strength, there's such a uniqueness to his game. He's such a complete football player.
Yeah.
He is a problem, and but you, as you point out, there's other factors to consider for Kevin Demoff, president of the Rams, to in the contract.
Wild, man. All right, we'll get a break. More on Saturday's exhibition against the Cowboys. Coming up next on 93.3 KJR FM.
From the Star Reynolds Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM Sports Headlines.
Happy Monday, everybody. Headlines right here on 93.3 KJR FM, brought to you by our friends at Frost Brewed Coors Light, as cold as the Rockies.
Naughty Cal. Naughty Cal.
Naughty Cal with a home run yesterday. The M's take the series against the Astros. Now 4 games out in the West, 2.5 games out in the wild card. Starting a 3-game series with the Brewers tomorrow in Milwaukee. Miller, Gilbert, Kirby on the mound. The M's will see the Cubs starting Friday in Seattle. Dansby Swanson, shortstop, not going to be with them because he's out 4 to 6 weeks with an oblique injury. How about the AP poll coming out today? Ohio State, Oregon, Georgia, Notre Dame, Texas, your top 5. UW 17th. The Huskies have 5 teams on their schedule, by the way, ranked in the top 25. That's tied for 3rd most in college football. Our old buddy Sark in Texas, they got 7, by the way. The Seahawks losing an exhibition game Saturday.
What are you guys doing? This is supposed to be an exhibition. You understand? An exhibition.
To the Cowboys, 17-7 at the Titans on Sunday, at the Chiefs next Friday to wrap up the preseason. And by the way, Jamal Adams, his career in Minnesota likely over before it starts. He's going to be out for the year with a torn quad, suffered in the very first preseason game with Minnesota. And Cardinals running back Jeremiah Love likely out for the rest of the preseason with a high ankle sprain. All right, Hugh Millen back in for Dick Fain, joining us right now on the radio program. Been going all over the country getting ready for college foosball. In a couple weeks from now, he'll be on the call for the Apple Cup. Now with the Big Ten Network, it's our old buddy Yogi Roth. Yogi, it's Softy and Hugh. How are you, man?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Good. Great to have you back on the show, man. I know you're going to be on the call for the Apple Cup, and I know you've been to UW already. I think you went to Pullman to see Kirby Moore. And I got to ask you, because let me just throw this out there. I think you realize this, and Hugh, I know you agree. You are one of the most positive SOBs I've ever met in my life, okay? I mean, honestly, like the first time I hear you say a critical word, a bad word about anybody will be the first. And I want to be like you. I want to be sunshine. I want to have a smile on my face, and I'm a miserable bastard, and I can't do it. But when you went to Pullman, honestly, Yogi, did you sense a lot of enthusiasm for this game, the Apple Cup, continuing in its current form? It's scheduled to run through 2028. I got buddies of mine that are Cougar fans that could not care less anymore about the Apple Cup. What's the vibe in Pullman, you think, about the Apple Cup continuing, man?
Well, number one, thanks for having me on. I need to see you on the shores of Hawaii.
Yes.
I always love when I bump into you in there. And Hugh, I always love seeing you, man. There was enthusiasm for sure. I mean, think about it. It's Sunday of week 1. It's on NBC.
Yep.
It's the only game on in the country at the time. It's a huge stage. And I think that for the last couple of years, and look, all of us were heartbroken. Any fan of football, I think, was heartbroken when everything went down with the Pac-12. And the two teams, we know the story, right? They were kind of stuck hanging and competing. And I think that Wazoo, and I have been there probably more than any other analyst because I do events sometimes in the summer for the off season for them. I've done their fundraiser for now over a decade straight.
Mm-hmm.
They're over the woe is me. You know, your buddies might not be, or some fans might be pissed about it still. And I get that. And we'll feel that vitriol, I think, in the game. Like, I'm going to talk about it in the first quarter, I'm sure, of, look, it's a historic moment. Not only is it the 118th game, first time ever, I believe, played the opening weekend. Obviously, these two schools don't like each other, and then you add in the drama of the Pac-12 and the fallout and now the rebuild. My vibe from being around, I've been around Kirby now 3 times this offseason since he got the job. I was there for the fundraiser I referenced. I was there in May, watched an OTA, and then I was just there this past week for 2 days watching them practice and compete, etc. There is no more like, oh, woe is me. Like, they're over that, man. Like, they've turned the page of, they got a new league, you know, and we know this, right? You got Coach Moore, you got your boy Coach Moore there. Like, in the league is, the coaches to me are premium. I think the XO side of it is going to be a blast, and it's the reality. So I don't think, I didn't feel at all anybody saying, oh, we have to start in the Apple Cup. I actually felt the opposite of, let's go shock the world. Like, all the things you want to hear in a rivalry game. They know it's a tough schedule. They know that they got K-State in a short week, but there was no, blaming, complaining, deflecting, none of that. It was all optimism, excitement. And I'll say this, from seeing them in the spring to seeing them a couple days ago, physically, it looks like a different team. I think they added 400, whatever it's worth, 497 pounds to the roster since they all showed up. And it looked the part for what I saw with my eyes.
Yogi Roth with us, and Yogi, I want to ask you. Dave and I, we've lived the Apple Cup up close and personal, but you've been an objective observer for a long time. Just kind of your view from 30,000 feet of the Apple Cup, and talk to Cougar fans that may be of the mind like, hey, why are we even doing this? What was already a disproportionate advantage for Washington, has grown. Husky fans may be thinking, wait a minute, I think of Apple Cup is around Thanksgiving. What are we doing playing this thing on Labor Day-ish? Just kind of your view about the Apple Cup and where a Husky and a Cougar fan should feel about it.
Yeah, it's a cool question. So I'll just tell you a little story about it. So I was driving to media days with a guy in college football producer, Chuck McDonald. He works at Fox. He does the Joel Klatt kind of top game every weekend. And here I'm sitting today talking to you guys. I just saw Iowa State this morning. I'm going to see Iowa tomorrow, and I'm going to work the Cy-Hawk game. And he's also produced the Michigan-Ohio State game. So we're talking about rivalry games. And he goes, the nation knows Michigan-Ohio State for what it is. But wait do you see Iowa State? And then we start talking about other rivalries, kind of like you're talking about. The nation may not know a ton about the Apple Cup where I sit here in Iowa City, Iowa, but I've been to an Apple Cup before. You guys, to your point, you've lived it at intimate levels. And for those that don't know a lot about it, think about the greatest rivalry, whether it's Texas OU, whether it's, Auburn and Alabama. The people within the schools, within the community, it is that intense. And I know that from seeing it. I know that from calling territorial cups, being a part of the SC-UCLA thing. Like, a rivalry is a rivalry. And I know that the intensity of it is just different. And to have it week one, and to me, it's so much better than having like a weak game in week one where you're going to win by 50 or you're supposed to. I love this for both teams off seasons. You got Washington, who's got a potential CFP caliber roster, in my opinion, from what I've seen. You got Wazoo, who's restarting this thing again with a coach who's homegrown. You got so much drama around it, and then you throw the rivalry in as early as it is. I can't wait. I mean, I think it's going to be a packed house from everything I'm told. I imagine people are going to get there early. It's going to hopefully be a perfect day with sailgating, etc. And away we go, man. So we can't get to kickoff fast enough.
Yeah.
And I'm treating it that way. I'm not treating it like, there's a team that's got a budget and a roster that's totally disproportionate to the other one. And the players don't think that. I mean, I sat at practice at Washington State. They don't give a rip about what the NIL number is or the media rights revenue is. They could care less. They want to go play. And this is a team that believes they're going to go and do just that. So I can't wait, man. I hope we get a game.
Yeah. Well, I don't hope for that. I hope for a blowout, to be honest with you. But from your perspective, I get where you're coming from, Yogi. Yogi Roth is with us. And, look, man, you mentioned those three letters CFP for UW, and they've got, aspirations for sure. Schedules backloaded, Indiana, Oregon, the last two. There are some landmines on the Husky schedule, though, probably starting with your old place in USC down there in week 5 in the Coliseum. But, I mean, talk to us about that, man. What would be maybe a reason why Washington makes a run and a reason why they maybe don't make a run to the CFP?
Yeah, well, to me, I think they got to answer 3 questions, and I'm not, breaking any news here, but, can the left side of this offensive line handle grown men in the Big Ten? I don't know. Cody Green's going to be a monster. John Mills might be the best offensive lineman in the Big Ten. Can they handle the horse they're going to come through that place, or when they face them on the road? I mean, I was at SC to kick off my training camp tour, and they looked the part, man. Softy, they look like they hadn't looked since I was on the sidelines. So
wow.
Can they handle that? That's question 1. Question 2 is, can their wideouts win a man-to-man coverage? Like, if you're going to play Damon Williams, like, you got to give up something somewhere. So can guys separate? We're going to find out, because they're not really that proven based on Denzel Boston and all the attention he attracted a year ago. And then I'm so curious for Damon. Like, what does he do on the road against the real ones? Those are my 3 questions. And I'd imagine those are everybody's 3 questions to a large degree, because those are areas where they either struggled a year ago, right, playing well on the road, especially quarterback, and then this is an offensive line that is really talented. And next year, oh, my God, they're going to be so good, I think, if they can hold everything together like we might imagine. But this year, they'll have a shot. And you're right. Like, not only does it start in the Apple Cup, but if they can get the first 3, look out against Minnesota. Minnesota, to me, reminds me a lot of the Jed Arizona teams that would gave the Huskies and Oregon and SC trouble. They're as well coached of a team in the Big Ten. I'm calling their opener on the Thursday night of week one. So check them out because they got a quarterback in Drake Lindsay who might play himself into that conversation. I mean, 6'5", 235. He can spin it. You will love studying him, and he's totally changed his body.
Yeah.
The good thing about the Trojans, to your point, Softy, is they got to play the Ducks before they play the Dogs.
Yeah.
And I just think that's a challenge. And scheduling gods didn't help them. It's kind of like Iowa after USC. That doesn't help necessarily UW, but that's kind of the Big Ten now. So I think they can get SC at either at their best or at their most vulnerable. And that'll be really fun to see how that thing shakes out in early October.
Yogi Roth with us. And Yogi, you have spent the majority of your life really analyzing quarterbacks intricately with the Elite 11, the personal coaching at USC at very many stages. I want to ask you about your take on what went down with Damon Williams this offseason. He ostensibly he signs with the Huskies, I believe, on a Friday. A couple days later, he announces he's going to transfer. He's going to LSU. And then now all of a sudden a legal situation bends him over the barrel. There's nobody he can play for other than the Huskies. He comes back, and now he's facing that unprecedented situation. What is your take on matters that you think are important with everything that transpired with that?
Yeah, no, it's a good topic, and we'll obviously have to hit it in the ball game as well. I had Damon on my podcast. I just saw him a couple days ago. Spent a bunch of time with him this offseason. He was a counselor at the Elite 11 that you just mentioned. Talked to the players, the quarterbacks, about how you got to go through stuff. And I think you know this as well as anybody, Hugh, as a player and as a dad. Quarterbacks need scars, and some you can anticipate, like a pick six on the road or a sack caused fumble at Wisconsin or whatever it is, and some you can't. And to me, I always say, I call it PACE, plays after critical errors on the field. It's kind of similar now with where it exists off the field. And I have watched Damon Williams become a different guy. Jed Fish has talked a lot about how he went from staying after practice to throw more out routes to staying after to just hang out with his teammates. Things that I observed from him in the spring and then again this past weekend, it's got a levity to him. And I think when you go through something, whether you're a professional and you get fired or you get raked through the coals on social, you make a decision that you admit was not an appropriate one, which is what Damon has said. And he understands that. You come out of it kind of like, okay, I could go through stuff. Let's roll. And that's what I feel. And, talking to his teammates, they navigated it. They navigated hard things. Jed was masterful of how he made sure they got to the truth and didn't harbor any of that. And this team it's not even a concern. We're going to talk about it because you have to on the game. You guys got to talk about it because we all do. And it's a fair point. But to think that this is a distraction or even a thought around the team is absurd. Mm-hmm. It's not. From everything that I have examined, I sat in meetings, I've met with players, I've interviewed tons of people. It's not a thing. I think it's a young man who, I don't know the details of the decision and who was involved and how it was involved, but it wasn't easy. And it was also one of one. And it's the first time we saw that. Darius Mensah did the same thing and nobody flinched. I just think it shows the passion of the Dog fans. And now with this 5-for-5 rule, think about it. You might get him for 3 more seasons. Can you imagine this team and him in that offense? Unbelievable. It'd be crazy. And he might make more money at UW than he could in the NFL based on whatever NIL ends up becoming. So I think they navigated it really well. And I know this for him. He's so past it and so connected to his team in a really positive way. Not like I'm past it, screw it, bury it, let me play and get out. It's not that. It is. Jed always talks about that Curry joy, right? Steph Curry. That's what I felt being around the place for a couple days.
Yogi, just to follow up on that, because I think that's very well stated about where we are now in mid-August. The concern I would have as a Husky fan is, okay, if there's what you call the pace part of it, if there were to be a stumble, maybe it's Minnesota, something like Wisconsin, you get a loss or two or what have you, the team that appears to be unified now is there, even the crowd, I've seen Warren Moon get booed in Husky Stadium. I've been booed. A lot of quarterbacks have been booed in that stadium. I don't know. I feel like it's really important for Damon to play well and the team to win, because this could come back to him in October or November or whenever if he doesn't play well and the team doesn't play well.
Yeah, and I think that's price of admission now to a degree, because you're right. Like, throw a pick six against Penn State, and then the next drive lead them to win the game. You'll get booed, and then you'll get carried off the field. I mean, I think that's just where it is, And this one is passionate because it's a passionate fan base. So I don't think you can ignore that. And even as positive as I am, I won't ignore that. Like, that's a reality. But it's a reality for a lot of these guys. I talk to locker rooms a lot. I just talked to Iowa State's team today. And oftentimes I'll say to places, and quarterbacks specifically, you are a ranking, you wear a helmet, and now in this new age, you're a transaction. Think about it. A lot of times the quarterbacks, if you don't know them by the first name, you're like, oh yeah, that's the $2 million guy they got out of wherever. That's the $1 million transfer they got out of wherever. And I think it's important, and that's why I think Jed does a beautiful job of kind of taking the helmet off and letting people get to know his players, whether that's open practices. And he's mentioned this many times, as you guys know. I'm sure he's told you about it. I just think that part of it, Jed has been amazing at. And he's had to navigate that many times as a coach. And these two guys are connected at the hip. And I just think that my whole feeling around the program, whether it's Jed and his name, whether it's Damon and his name, I just think I feel like this team is throwing down in a way that is really healthy. Like, I walked out of there saying, damn, I sat in every meeting and position meetings and team meetings. And I said, this team is connected. This is healthy. They have a confidence. They go to work. I think they're going to be one of the coolest stories of the season. Challenges of the league is a bear. A lot of games are going to come down to the final drive.
Yep.
So we'll find out. I don't know how it'll shake out.
Yeah, I mean, Nebraska there, Iowa here, Penn State here, USC there. There's some landmines now on the road to that Indiana-Oregon finish. But, Yogi, before you go, you mentioned Drake Lindsay of Minnesota. We're going to see him in Week 4. We'll see Jaden in Week 5. We'll see Nico. Actually, no, we won't see Nico this year. For UCLA, but I did see one guy, somebody ranked all the Big Ten quarterbacks, and he's got Sayin, Dante Moore, Jaden Mayava, Malik Washington, Josh Hoover, the transfer to Indiana, Nico Iamaleava at UCLA, Drake Lindsay, and then DeMond at number 8. This is a 16-team league, and they got DeMond kind of right in the middle. I mean, is that kind of fair for now? Do you think that's the way this whole thing shakes out? Because I guess Husky fans are wondering, what do we have? Do we have a third-year star who's ready to be in the Heisman Trophy race and make everybody around him better? Or do we have a middle-of-the-road Big Ten quarterback?
Yeah, well, I think to Hugh's earlier point, the middle-of-the-road Big Ten quarterback line has to be, updated to a new iOS, because it is the best teams in the best league, and it's the best quarterbacks in the history of the historic Big Ten. A big part of that is the West Coast. I mean, the West Coast quarterbacks in the Big Ten, and I don't say their full name, right? Mayava, Nico,
right.
Dante, Damon. They're that talented, and I think that's my point of the league. I would argue, I don't know who put that list together. I'd ask for what's the context. Is it draftable? Is it what you saw on tape last year? I mean, Julian Sayin was a Heisman finalist as a second-year player, redshirt freshman, however you want to call him now with this new rule. Dante won a bunch of big games. So the way I see it is, I always look at this as who do I want to defend? And I think Damon Williams is the most challenging guy to defend against in this league. I think for every defensive coordinator, it is the biggest challenge, because he's not just a dual threat guy who can run. He's a passer. He's a pocket passer. They play from under center. There's very few teams that have old school, call it Shanahan, McVay, whatever, West Coast, marry up your outside zone and your pass game. Minnesota is one of them. Iowa is one of them. Washington is one of them. There's very few. I think DeMond is lethal. I think he's the most challenging guy to defend against in America, because of his ability to play from the pocket. And then when he takes off, he's the best athlete on the field.
Right.
So and I think he's going to get a lot better from last year. I called that game with Wisconsin. We've seen what he did on the road where they struggled. He's got to grow there. He knows that. I think he will. I expect him to. I think that should be the standard. So they got to win for him to get to New York. That's what that award is, as we all know. But he'll have all the opportunity. It starts in the Apple Cup. It continues on once they get into conference play. And the league has a stage for him every month. It's pretty big. SC's huge. at Nebraska Halloween. Hopefully we call that one on NBC. It'd be sick. Penn State at home, and then the last two. He's got a stage to make a ton of noise.
No doubt. Well, listen, we love having you on, man. Just do us a favor. Next time you're with us, stop being so damn negative, will you? For crying out loud. All right? Little positivity, all right?
Yeah, hey, if a receiver drops the ball in the Apple Cup, that's when you see me get pissed. I'm like, you catch the ball. You got no room if it touches your hands. That's a drop.
There you go.
Drop.
I love it. All right, you're the man, and we'll see you back here in a couple weeks, buddy, all right?
Yeah, can't wait.
All right. Thanks, Yogi Roth with us on the show. Always fun having him on, talking college football. All right, what do you say, Hugh? We get a break. We'll go back to Saturday night against Dallas. I got some questions. You got answers. And was there maybe a little bit of hidden meaning and maybe some words from Mike McDonald during the last Hard Knocks episode? We'll get to that. Bill Kruger will join at 5 as well on a Monday right here on 93.3 KJR FM.
Now back to Softy and Dick, brought to you by Emerald Queen Casino, bringing you the best in live music, entertainment, dining, and gaming. Whether it's your favorite games, food, concerts, MMA, or professional boxing, it's all at Emerald Queen Casino. Always entertaining. For more info, visit emeraldqueen.com.
All right, we're back on a busy Monday. Softy, Dick Jackson, no Dick Ewan for Dick. Seahawks lose to the Jerry Jones-led Cowboys on Saturday night.
Got up on Monday morning, there it was. Glory hole.
And I don't know, man. You know my take on the exhibition season by now. It's just one day closer to real football in September. But you mentioned earlier, Hugh, on the radio show that guys like Okada, Drake Thomas, Josh Jones, for example, all kind of had their roots laid, if you will, in preseason football going back to last year. So let me just ask you this. Not that I expect there to be a guy from this game that we saw on Saturday, but there may be a guy that we saw on Saturday that ends up having that kind of impact on the Seahawks, where Ty Okada, Drake Thomas, Josh Jones filling in for Charles Cross. I remember one time you called Josh Jones maybe one of the best, if not the best, backup left tackles in football. So did you see anybody along those lines from the game Saturday that you think we might be loving on maybe come late November, December?
Yeah, I got a couple candidates. Noah Igbenogany.
Okay.
I call him a strong side backer. He's just a Sam backer,
Yeah.
nickel Sam.
Yeah. We call him Iggy, by the way. Call him Iggy.
Let's just go Iggy. Thank you.
Yep.
God help me. But Iggy played the nickel Sam, and that's the position that Nicky Manwari played. So I thought that was interesting. I think that there's somewhat of a battle that he has with DeAnthony Bell in there, and just watching how they used him, to line him up outside and have him run down the sideline again, covering a receiver on a go route. It happened to be Marquez Valdes-Scanlon. He gets a pass break up there, but they had him on the outside. They had him on the inside. I think there's some versatility. I think that Igbenogany is going to make an impact here. I think that if you look at Jared Ivey, the defensive end, is kind of finding a spot there. There was a violence there that just like the end zone copy, the way he closed on a gap scheme, he literally just freaking tasered an offensive lineman. And so there's a violence that he's bringing. I think that AJ Finley, the safety, could be a fact, big safety, a lot of range. Of course, Bud Clark played. I almost feel like he's excluded from your question because we know as a second rounder that he's going to play a big part. And the football just didn't find his way. But and we talked about Tyrese Knight. The football did find his way. He found the football. Great instincts in terms of how to manage blocks, either take them on or step around blocks, step up, read the blocking scheme of the offensive line, get in the hole. He was out on slot receivers on a third down where he didn't have any help to the outside in what's called cloud coverage, where the corner would be in the zone to his outside, so he would have a much narrower space to cover. No, that corner was running up the sideline, so he had to cover all of the outside. Tyrese Knight on a wide receiver and gets a pass breakup on a third down, and so he what I interpreted from his performance on Saturday night was, this used to be my job, the will linebacker, and I lost it to Drake Thomas. Drake Thomas did a hell of a job, but I'm coming back for my job. That's what I took from his performance. So yeah, I think that there's and there's others. Elijah Arroyo. I guess on the other side of things, I like he's got to pick up his blocking. He's not going to play for the Seattle Seahawks if he doesn't pick up his, and I'd be probably less critical if I saw a guy that was showing what I would call NFL effort, which is the focus to have your feet wide, your ass low, and try and use leverage. And when you're pulling and a defensive line, you got to size a guy up and you got to explode through him. If you come down and almost cower in the hole on what's called a seal block, that I'll tell you what, that is not gonna gain favor when Mike McDonald watches that offensive tape. I mean, he's a fast receiver, beautiful athlete. I think there's some technique issues when he runs the shorter routes. So I feel like he's got to pick it up.
Right.
He's a second round draft pick. The good Lord blessed him with a frame and an athleticism that he should be providing more. Right now, I like him more as an athlete than a football player. I think he's got to pick it up.
Yeah, well, I'm looking at the history of Seahawks offensive coordinators. I'm trying to remember here the last time the Hawks had an offensive coordinator play caller who was a first-time play caller.
Yeah.
Because I'm looking at Shane Waldron, and at least there was a school that he coached at 15 years ago that was a K through 12 school that he was an offensive coordinator at. Kubiak had been an offensive coordinator. Schottenheimer had been an offensive coordinator. I'm pretty sure Bevel was not a first-time offensive coordinator when he was here. Yeah, because he was the OC for Minnesota for a while. But this is the first time Brian Fleury's ever done this.
Yeah.
Right? And he was on the field for the game Saturday. I guess he's going to be up in the booth next week to kind of get a feel for where he wants to be. But that's the point, that he's so new to this, he doesn't even know where he wants to call the game. And he's trying to figure that out. So give us your thoughts on what you saw out of him, any trends, anything out of him as formations that kind of jumped off the plate. And then just adding to that, I think there was a scene in Hard Knocks where some players were talking about, hey, there's some new terminology here. And I remember talking to Brian when they hired him, and he told me on the air, he said, look, I got to figure out, am I going to them or are they coming to me? Right? Meaning, how much am I going to change versus how much do I have to adapt to them? And it sounds like he's kind of asking them to come over to him a little bit.
Well, I think this deserves the better part of a segment. There's a lot to say there. First of all, it's preseason game number 1, but you and I are in the exact same position as Mike McDonald in the following position. None of us have seen Brian Fleury call a game, right? And so first time play, that was not the case with Clint Kubiak. He had done it with the Vikings. He had done it with the Saints. So when I watch the tape and you only score 7 points, are there things, and again, I can't say it enough, it's preseason game number 1. The starters aren't even out there, but there's some things conceptually. There's Jalen Milroe comes out on a boot play, and there's nobody there to throw the football to, and he ends up running for a couple of yards. Well, when you look at structurally the play, he had the over route coming across the intermediate over it, but that was covered. They had what's called a down flat. The tight end goes down 7 steps and then he leaks back in the flat. The down flat is when you already have somebody first into the immediate flat and the down flat trails him, and it's a little throwback in the zone, but you have to have somebody out in front. There was no flat receiver. Like structurally, that just doesn't happen. So structurally, I would give that play an F. There's a play called Hank, where an inverted Hank where you have curls on either side, you hook over the middle. This has been around a long time. You could talk to Mike Holmgren. He could give a clinic about Hank. Everybody's got it. Milroe had it at Alabama, first play of a bowl game, I can remember. And there's various versions, and I'm talking about the inverted where the outside guy takes the inside position and vice versa. Well, if you coach that play on a too high structure, the overhang defender, that's the defender over the slot, you can either hook there or wrapping is going over the top and going into that window. And I'm going, there's a big window there, but now we're hooking instead of wrapping. And so I thought that there was a mistake there. The Bobo on the deep hook, you've got to get 82, who I used to think there might be a future. Cody White did not help himself the other night, but he's jogging on a play. He's too deep on his crossing route, so he's not influencing the flat defender on the other side. I didn't like his alignment; it was too wide. You're not going to get the spacing, the stretch on the zone defense. So everything looks stacked to the quarterback when you watch the end zone copy. Like if you didn't play quarterback, until you show me that you understand that, right, and I can see that on tape, right, I'm going to have a concern about it. The 3 route, what Mike Holmgren calls the Okie route, the 3-digit, the 3, that was, I looked at it, and it was actually the very best play in the passing game by Jalen Milroe. He throws it out to the left, really looked beautiful. It was a completion to Montorie Foster. But you look at it, his left leg is forward. That means it's not a 6-step out route; it's a 7-step out route. That means you're going to hitch more. You're going to hitch before you throw. It throws off the timing. If you're taking a 6-step out route instead of a 7-step route, that changes the route. And so I look and I say, wait a minute, I know how this thing's taught, but maybe somebody's listening and saying that the league has changed. So I go into the NFL video portal and I filter it to the 3 routes, and these are the teams that go 6-step. Chargers, Eagles, Saints, Falcons, Bengals, Buccaneers, Packers, Commanders, Chiefs, Broncos, Vikings, Browns, Jets, Panthers, Rams, Giants, Texans. Here's the teams that put their outside foot forward and go 7-step. The Vikings did it off play action. The 49ers did it with what's called a seam release to the inside. The Packers did it off play action. The only team who didn't was the Seahawks. Now, you say, what? You caught me. You'd say, well, wait a minute. If they did it last year, then they should do it this year. But that I would say it's a different route when you go 7 steps. And the majority of the league for 50 years has did the third inside step, 6-step out route, because that's how it times up with the quarterback's feet.
Right.
If you go the 7-step, you gotta hitch and it changes the route. And by the way, the corner is going to bail, and the whole idea behind the 6-step out route is to when the corner bails, that's the timing where you hit it. And so I don't really like that part. And then the 4th down, man, we're gonna have to talk about the 4th down play. I know it's commercial time, but look at this is what happens when a quarterback watches a game where you only score 7 points. There's a lot of crap on that tape.
No doubt. Well, the good news is a lot of that crap was being put on tape by guys that will never, ever play.
But
Okay.
What am I supposed to say? Hey, let's talk nothing about the game.
I get it.
We'll just talk about what we expect to happen in mid-September.
All I'm telling you,
I'll do that segment with you, David.
That's not what I'm telling you. What I'm telling you is that there are certain topics in games where your blood pressure should be sky high. This is not one of them. We'll get a break. Textimonials, and then Bill Kruger coming up 5 o'clock right here on 93.3 KJR FM.
Time now for Textimonials, brought to you by Emerald Queen Casino, bringing you the best in live music, entertainment, dining, and gaming. Emerald Queen Casino, always entertaining. For more info, visit emeraldqueen.com.
All right, we're back on a busy Monday. Hugh Millen in for Dick Fain today.
They all have their head up their ass, and that's a lousy take.
Bill Kruger will join us, by the way, at 5 o'clock tonight on the radio show. Talk some baseball. Huey, little testimonials here, 49451. Brought to you by our friends at the Emerald Queen Casino on the Tacoma Dodge text line. Jackson, what do you got?
What happened to Jamal Adams? Did a surefire interception bounce off his leg?
All right, so I've been holding back on this, dude. I don't want to be that guy that starts making fun of Jamal Adams because he got hurt. Did you hear that, Huey?
I did. Yeah, he's out for the season.
Yeah, it's the same injury that he had against Denver in the first game of 22 when he missed the entire year for us.
Yeah.
The difference is the Vikings didn't give up 2 first-round picks to get him.
Yeah.
Nor pay him a buttload of money the way we did. They owe him $1 million. Whatever. Totally different scenario, but man, the guy just can't stay healthy. And when he does stay healthy, he opens up his pie hole. I mean, he's one of my least liked athletes ever in any sport, in any town. It's not just a Seattle thing. The guy just, you know?
Oh, yeah, I can't really improve upon that take. That's my take as well. I think it's probably at or near the end of the line for him.
Yeah, no doubt.
They all have their head up their ass, and that's a lousy take.
All right, what's the next?
You guys are worried about Puka Nacua in Los Angeles, but the Seahawks just signed a guy who just got 8 felonies attached to him.
Yeah, that's an idiotic comparison. Beyond idiotic. I mean, you want to tell people why, or you want to take it?
Go ahead.
Okay, well, first of all, we're not going to sign Puka Nacua to a 4-year, $100 million deal, number one. Number two, if Terrion Arnold gets out of line, you just cut the guy because he's making nothing. And number three, Terrion Arnold's already signed, likely, I think he's signed to a league minimum deal. The Rams are struggling with whether or not to make Puka Nacua one of the highest paid receivers in the history of football. Like, what are you talking about? The risk is totally different.
You're 2 for 2.
I mean, what are we doing here, guys?
It's a Rams fan trying to cope.
What are we doing, right? I mean, I don't know. Do you have any, like, we talked briefly Friday about Terrion Arnold and your concerns about him, but you wouldn't put this in the same risk category as the Rams about to give Puka Nacua a giant deal.
But I think what we have is 2 topics on the table. You're choosing one topic and the texter's choosing another. You're talking about the risk for the team,
right?
When you discuss Puka, you're like, okay, wait a minute, this guy is not stable. Do you really want to have a long-term,
correct,
a JSN type of contract for him?
Right.
And I don't think the texter is referring to that whatsoever. I think the texter is just some moral relativism between what Arnold is alleged to have done versus what Puka has done and what we know he's done. So,
hey, listen,
those are 2 different. If we're comparing what's worse, what Puka has done versus what Arnold is alleged to have done,
right?
Then I don't think that we're being terribly controversial to say what Arnold was alleged to have done is worse than anything that we know that Puka has done.
Of course, but I can move on from Terrion Arnold very easily.
Yeah.
The Rams are stuck with this guy, especially if they give him a fat 4-year contract. So, I mean, look, if we're talking morals, you know what I would tell Puka? Listen, if you can promise me that you'll never bite anybody ever again, you can have a big contract. Because I don't care what you did in the past. All I care is what you do in the future,
or
right?
Walk through a glass window.
Exactly. Exactly. All right. What's next, Jagger?
There is nothing worse than being mediocre. If the Mariners fail to make the playoffs, that would be the best-case scenario, so changes are made. If they make the playoffs, it will be a rinse and repeat for 2027.
Yeah, I don't know if it will be, by the way. I think there's going to be some changes coming no matter what, because I think you got to be smart enough if you're Jerry and Justin to realize that what you're doing in the regular season only worked because the rest of the league is terrible. and you can't rely on that happening every single year. If you're going to wake up and say, listen, we'll be fine because the league sucks, no matter how bad we are, we'll be fine. Ridiculous, number one. And then number two, I thought the goal was to win the World Series, not just make the World Series. And oh, by the way, there's a national league that you got to worry about once you get there. So, I think there's going to be changes made no matter what kind of success or lack thereof they have in October.
Yeah, I mean, I think DePoto gets more of a pass than I think he deserves, in my opinion. I think there's enough holes in this roster. I mean, just think if we were in any, close your eyes and pick any other division, and there'd be a lot more coming down on DePoto.
Right. No doubt.
Right?
No doubt.
Because you'd say, wait a minute, the things look so grim, and you say, this guy's had 11 years to do it. He told us the timeline, and we haven't delivered. Right? It would be only 2 out of the last 5 years he went to the playoffs.
Right. Correct. And they have not made the playoffs in consecutive years, by the way, in 25 seasons.
Yeah.
That is
Yeah.
unbelievable.
So, I think he gets a little bit, everybody's kind of put the Klieg lights onto Dan Wilson. And
100%.
I just feel like DePoto's getting a little bit of a pass.
No,
I love him. You want to get a right-handed starting pitcher, scout and go get the next one.
Right.
There's nobody on planet Earth that I want more than Jerry DePoto.
Yeah.
He has proven the best.
Right.
But there's some holes in his game that are definitely worth discussing.
Yeah, no question. I've said the exact same thing. I'm with you, man. All right, we'll get a break. Bill Kruger will join us. Does he feel better? Any better at all after what we saw over the weekend? Coming up next.
This is Duke of Duke Seafood, letting you know that this hour of Softy and Dick on your home for the Huskies and Kraken is proudly brought to you by Duke Seafood. Why not make it a Duke's night tonight? Reserve your table today at dukeseafood.com on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Now, from the Star Reynolds Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM Sports Headlines.
All right, boys and girls, here we go. Headlines on Softy and Dick with no Dick. Hugh Millen for Dick Fane today, brought to you by our friends at Frost Brewed Coors Light, as cold as the Rockies.
Feel a lot better than Bob.
Oh, I tell you what, man, Brian Schmetzer needs a win and fast. The Sounders have lost 7 consecutive MLS games. And, God, would it be 10 in a row if not for that one Leagues Cup victory? Unbelievable. 1-9 overall, right, in their last 10. They got Austin Wednesday at home, 6 p.m. pregame, 6:30 kickoff right here on 93.3 KJR FM. The M's take 2 out of 3 against the Astros. Now 4 games out in the West, 2.5 out in the wild card. The bad news today, everybody in front of them is winning. Tigers lead the Pirates 4-0, bottom 3. Red Sox up on the D-backs 2-0, bottom 3. And the Orioles up on the Rays 6-4, top 7 from Tampa Bay. AP poll is out. Ohio State, Oregon, Georgia, Notre Dame, Texas. Your top 5 Huskies are 17th. By the way, the Dogs have 5 teams on their schedule right now in the top 25. NFL news, Hawks obviously losing to the Cowboys on Saturday night, 17-7 in a practice game. They'll be at the Titans on Sunday, and then, thank God, wrap it up next Friday at the Chiefs on the 28th. Jamal Adams, by the way, out for the year for Minnesota with a torn quad. He suffered in the Vikings' very first preseason game. Let's get to Bill Kruger right now.
It's time for our weekly conversation with Bill Kruger, brought to you by the brand new Occidental Hall next to Lumen Field on Occidental, Seattle's newest hotspot for sports fans, with massive HD screens and a menu packed with Seattle's best smash burger, wings, and the best local craft beers in town. Now with Bill Kruger, here's Softy and Dick.
Phenomenal place to party before, during, after Seahawks games, Mariner games, the Occidental Hall right there across from the northwest corner of Lumen Field on Occidental. Get on down there before and after every sporting event, every concert, or heck, don't even wait for a sporting event or concert. Just skedaddle your butt down there now to the Ox Hall. Check out the Queen Anne Beer Hall in Seattle on Queen Anne, and also the Moss Bay Hall in Kirkland as well. Well, here he is, our friend, by the way, Bill Kruger, joining us. Hugh Millen in for Dick Fane, Softy Jackson with you until 7 o'clock. Billy, how are you, man? What's going on?
I'm good. No, just kind of enjoying a breather in the baseball schedule, and just regrouping for the rest of this gauntlet they're up against.
No doubt. Well, let's talk about what you thought about the weekend. You wanted the sweep. You could have used the sweep. You could have woken up 2 games out. Instead, you had a bit of a meltdown on Friday night, but you get the series win. You avoid disaster. What do you make of where these guys are now, man?
Well, with all their inconsistencies offensively, and there's other issues, health and screwball pitching decisions. They now have an offense that showed up, and it wasn't just the all or nothing offense. This was an offense that was able to score, 20 runs on 35 hits, and they got contact hitting throughout the lineup, and that's exciting. That felt like when we talk about energy, that's how you create energy, when you can create base runners. And you put pressure on the other team, and you're able to chase the starter early, and you get into the bullpen, you pick on the guys that aren't as good. And that's the real formula for winning. They did end up on the short end of the stick the first game, but that game had a lot of, resolve in it. You kind of felt like the team was fighting, right? They were fighting through that game. And even though they lost and it was tragic and heartbreaking, you kind of had to, once you kind of got past the unfortunate finish to that game, there was a lot of redeeming value there. And I think the team gathered some confidence from that. They knew Munoz would come back and pitch better, and he did. Mm-hmm. And now I think the club's playing with confidence. They have a really tough stretch when you look at what they have to do, right? They got to play out Milwaukee, who is really good. They got the Cubs. They got the Phillies. They got Toronto, who's playing better, and they got the Red Sox, who've been the hottest team in the second half. If they can somehow come through that, 500.
Yep.
And then they have, an absolute breeze in the month of September. They could win a bundle of games there and give themselves a chance. But you're going to have to play and keep your head above water. Otherwise, when you start losing too much traction, then you sort of lose hope.
Billy, you touch Excuse me. You mentioned the offense, and for the weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, there were 12 players in all of baseball that batted over 460. The Mariners had two of them, and Canzone and Robles kind of coming out. 556 weekend. I thought about them, but I'm curious. When you said they showed more fight. You got those two players and others that are coming through, but what are the signs that you see that you think are reliable indicators that a team is fighting more than in games where they weren't fighting?
Well, they get down, and I don't know the numbers. They're just like behind me now. But, Kirby gave up 5 runs, I think, in that game, and they came rallying back. They chipped away. They got the lead. They got into extra innings. They lost, but they fought back in the game. This team has not shown the ability to do that. They get down early and it's kind of over because they just can't manufacture. They can't do the things you need to do to come back in games. They just haven't done it all season long. And to your point, Canzone's been the middle lineup, a real weapon, right? He has proven that he can hit lefties and righties. He hits the ball up the middle. He hits the ball at the ballpark. He's been terrific. And I tell you what, when you look at right field, he's played the best right field of anybody we've had this year. I don't know what the hesitation is with him. I mean, he throws better. He's played the ball well. I mean, for him to have a career, he's going to have to play right field. But that's a different subject. Robles, to me, he was a big factor. Him, besides the kid at second base or at shortstop, him and what Donovan did, I thought lots and lots of line drive contact, lots of tough at bats, lots of balls in play. Not this all or nothing swing, 2-strike approach, especially Donovan. And I think that sends a message throughout the team when you see a guy up there with no stride, fighting balls off, hitting the ball the other way. And Robles gives you that extra dimension. He lines the ball, he hits the ball in the gap. He's a good runner. We saw him he had 2 triples. I mean, easy breezy. And then he jammed his shoulder and couldn't play. I was just shocked that he didn't play.
Right.
On Sunday. I was just shocked. Now that was unable to play. I mean, sometimes you never quite know. I guess that's probably true in the NFL even more so. You just don't know. It's like Spire misses 6 days, then he can't pitch. It's like, what? What? And in a game where they really needed him to pitch, right? The 1-0 game where they could have won the series against the Yankees. So, yeah, it was there for them. But I kind of walk away from this trip saying, showed some resolve, had some offense, had some relentlessness, cobbled hits together, hit the ball the other way. Good stuff. A little bit more footing in the bullpen. Bizzardo was much better. And Munoz is going to be fine. I think what happened to him that inning, everybody's going to talk about, cheap hit. But you know what he did? He got predictable. And what happened in that game? They ran for Cal Raleigh. You have to understand the pitch-com era, guys are just like drones. Get it and go. Sign, go. Sign, go. Sign, go. They don't even think. Sign, go, sign, go, sign, go, sign, go. And Raleigh would pick up on, these guys are hunting the slider. They've determined that Munoz can't throw his fastball for a strike. And you can't hit one or the other. I mean, you have to sort of go up there with a plan. And that's what they did.
Yeah.
They look slider. All those balls were sliders. And he's throwing 102. And what happened on Sunday? He went out there and just ripped them up with his fastball.
Right. Correct.
But I'm saying, that's an adjustment. When I can see how a hitter's approaching me, I can see it. I can pick up on it right away. But he's not, because he leans on the catcher. And the catcher was putting down slider. Why is he putting it down? Well, because the statistic of people upstairs say, his slider's unhittable, blah, 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 this and that, and the other thing. It's like, no, but what's happening in the game? These guys have got some veteran hitters that are hunting slider. It doesn't mean you stop throwing it, but, throw 102, one inside, and all of a sudden they're like, oh, well, okay. Can't sit on the slider anymore, right? And then they got no chance,
right?
Because righties shouldn't hit him. They should not hit him when he's good. And he when we've seen him struggle, he beats himself because his stuff's too good, right? And he wasn't beating himself; they beat him, but he was predictable. And that's why he got beat.
Bill Kruger with us. Bill, what do you make of the Colt Emerson situation? The word came out they're going to send him down to Tacoma. Last 32 games, hitting a $157 with a 382 OPS over basically the last 5 weeks. So the move made sense, obviously. But then this story about his wrist comes out, and Jerry DiPoto says, quote, "I wish he would have been a little more upfront if it was bothering him that much. He should have said something." And there are some people that are kind of wondering, God, why would the president of baseball ops throw the young shortstop under the bus like that? I mean, you tell me, what do you make of that entire situation, the way it went down with Colt Emerson?
Well, I think you have to be responsible for your own career. I mean, you should know whether you can play or you can't. And he could play. So he played. And I guess this is just water on the bridge. You know, we're looking for something to stir the pot with, I guess, right? Is that what we do in the media? Or just do that stuff, I guess. Yeah, I guess.
Wait, whoa. Time out.
Sort of like,
time out. No. Time out. So you're accusing media people of stirring the pot with the Colt Emerson situation, that there's no reason for fans to wonder or media to wonder why the president would say something like that about Colt Emerson? That there's no logic behind that kind of observation at all? Is that what you're saying?
I guess I don't have enough information. I mean, I guess I don't. You know, you're a player. You're responsible for yourself. You can either play or you can't. And, you know, it's a little bit of spilt milk.
Right.
And maybe Jerry, it's hard to say. I wasn't hearing how he said it. I didn't hear what was said around it, whether he was sort of just matter-of-factly saying it or trying to stick it to Colt and make it look like you should have spoken up and then we'd have done something. And maybe there's a bit of immaturity in there. He tried to tough it out, and he just you know, and this was after the fact, right? Which is not the place to bring it up after you've kind of underperformed. And look, if this team hits, and even with his struggles, if he goes out there and plays short, which he did, it'd be okay. But we have everything under a microscope because the team doesn't hit. So you look at the 9-hole guy, right? I mean, we bring a guy up and he saves us in the 9-hole, which is a real story in itself. I mean, I think with Colt Emerson, he's going to be a really good player, but he can tell physically a little bit immature at this point. He's 20 years old. You saw the kid that came up. He's 26. He's much stronger. He's had some at-bats under his belt. He's gotten bigger and stronger. Is he the defender that Colt Emerson is? No. Does he have the complete package that Emerson has? No. But he was more ready to play. He's more ready to play in the big leagues. I mean, it isn't easy to let Colt Emerson play. He was hitting 250 in AAA. That's not enough. But we got Patrick Wisdom at third base. We're dying on the vine. Rush him up, right? So, you know, and then it sort of threw everything into a tizzy, right? Now you got Crawford saying, I want to be a Mariner forever. I'll go to third because he's a great guy, right? And everything gets kind of gollywampus. So, I don't know. I guess, yeah. Okay. Point the finger at Jerry. I don't know. I mean,
but Bill, that's not
issues.
Yeah.
The issues that I care about are why we have a 6-man rotation, why we have a piggy bank.
No, for sure. But I just want to stop you for a second because I think that's an unfair kind of observation. I'm not pointing the finger at Jerry at all. And I'm
not saying
I tend to kind of agree with you that Colt's got to be responsible for his own situation and be upfront with people. But I do think there is a large segment of the fan base that's wondering, you know, why not have this kid's back a little more? You know, why go out of your way to accuse him of hiding an injury? There are people wondering that, Bill, and that's why I brought it up. So there you go.
Yeah, maybe it's a lesson learned. Maybe it's he brings it up, and maybe Colt realizes that, you know, I mean, I played with it, so there's no reason to bring it up. Or because now he's hurt after they want to send him down. Now he's hurt, right? I don't know. I don't know enough. You're right. I'm wrong.
No, I don't want that out of you either. That's not what what I'm fishing for, man.
This is, you know, I wish. Okay, fine. Great.
All right. We'll move on. Hugh, go ahead.
I think there's a couple issues there. Is you could talk about what Colt should have done, could have, or should have done, and only he knows how much it's hindering him. I'll tell you one thing: he's not the first young athlete to conceal because he's not playing well, and he doesn't want everybody to think, oh well, now he's making excuses. That is a common thing. What Colt Emerson did,
right?
Which is totally separate from what the president of the club should say publicly,
Mm-hmm.
right, Bill? And Bill, you've confessed you don't know enough about information, and so we're not going to get into the weeds on debating this. But I think in a general sense, we could maybe agree. Hey, we got two issues: what Colts should do and what the president should do. And
Totally.
and maybe the president with a young guy, given the circumstances, that he'd be better off just withholding saying that publicly, like criticizing. Hey, the guy's got to tell us.
I think you're right. That was based upon the information that you're telling me and that was said. Then yeah, I agree with you guys. He should have not
Billy,
put him in that position.
Why is Hugh right, but I can't be right? Why can't I be right? I want to be right. Damn it!
Well,
We're just soothing it out. Billy, I want to go back to what you said. You alluded to something that intrigued me there. You said that Colt was hitting 250. He wasn't ready. And here Rodden comes up and he looks ready to play because he's 26 and what have, and all of those are really salient and fascinating points. But I want to go back to is there room for second guessing the decision they made to bring up Colt? You said he wasn't ready.
Yeah.
Can we now that we've seen everything that's transpired, can we say that was a mistake?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I'm not scouting, Rodden to know. I mean, he's not the defender that Colt is, okay? But when I have a kid like that, I want to see him overwhelm the league. Like, look what they're doing with Cade Anderson. He's overwhelmed. He's really overwhelmed. Like, if they had a bad team, he'd be up here a long time ago. But I think that's a good rule. You want to see him kind of dominate the level he's at. He doesn't have to do it for the whole year, but I just didn't think he had got it going yet at AAA, and he's 20. So let's be a little bit more patient, okay? But when you got this hole at third, and that hole at third's been there for a while, right? So, I think they solved the problem and put the pressure on him. Plus, they called him up, and it wasn't like they rushed him up. I mean, drive up here and play. It's like that's how you're going to introduce a kid like that, right? And then, hey, since you are a natural shortstop, hey, play third. Sure, why not? Like a utility guy, play third. I wouldn't do that with him.
Right.
And I thought the kid showed a lot of moxie. He went over to third, he played it, and he plays with a cool confidence. He just is getting beat on the ball up. He's got a little bit of plate coverage to work out. You saw how Rodden covered the plate much better than he does. He's got a little bit more of a two-strike approach, a little short of the ball. He's never failed before. He's been a superstar, since he was 12 years old, and all of a sudden now he's making outs, right? And swinging and missing. So, but you get away with a guy hitting 200 if the rest of the lineup's doing their job. And he's catching it at short and making the plays, which he did. And he had a little stretch where he hit some homers, and whether that was good or not, I'm not disappointed in him. I think he just needs to get stronger. You can look at what Cole Young did. He came up maybe a little too soon. He was shocked when they called him up.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, I was shocked, right? He was shocked because it was a little too quick. But you have a hole, you have a hole, right? So, and they want to see this. The inside the front office, they want to see these young guys they've been swearing, going on and on about. They want to see him, right? And he did well for a bit, and then he struggled. He struggled defensively, struggled offensively. He was a little pull happy. And went home and worked on it, and look what they have now, a really good player. And I don't see why Colt Emerson won't do the same thing.
Yeah.
He's going to get stronger.
Right.
He's going to be a very good player. There's no doubt in my mind. But it was a little bit of a speed up.
Bill Kruger, hey, never a dull moment. Always love having you on, and we'll talk in a week, man. Appreciate it, buddy.
Yep. Thanks. Good to be with you.
You bet. Bill Kruger with us on the radio show. All right, well, let's get away from that. Let's get back to the Seahawks. I want to go back to Hard Knocks if I can as well, Hugh, because you may have, it's like when you play Led Zeppelin songs backwards, right? You can hear some lyrics that you didn't know were there. There might be some underlying messages from the last Hard Knocks episode that we didn't even notice that you did. We'll talk about that next on 93.3 KJR FM.
This hour is brought to you by Duke's Seafood. Why don't you make it a Duke's night tonight? Reserve your table today at dukeseafood.com. Now, back to Softy and Dick on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
By the way, for every small or large bowl of chowder you order starting today through the end of August at Duke's, they'll donate $2 to the special fund being collected by the Red Cross to support the Spokane wildfires, by the way. So when you get to Duke's, enjoy the chowder because you'll be giving back to a great cause. And big thanks to our friends at Duke's for helping out. But hey, real quick, before we get to the Hard Knocks episode that we want to talk about here in a minute, maybe some underlying themes that we may have missed, Huey, from last week. We brought the conversation up just real quick with Bill Kruger about the Colt Emerson, Jerry DiPoto thing. And look, I mean, there's obviously two things, as you said. There's, Colt Emerson's injury. Should the Mariners have known about it? Should he have fought through it and sucked it up like he did? Should he have been more forthcoming? And then how should the Mariners handle this in public? And I would just say this, up until Jerry DiPoto told Adam Jude about their understanding of the wrist injury, I wouldn't have even known that there was a disconnect between the Mariners and Colt Emerson regarding his wrist injury. When they put him on the IL before sending him down, a lot of us are like, okay, well, I guess the guy's hurt, and they've done that kind of stuff all the time where they create an injury out of nowhere, blah, blah, blah. Josh Naylor's been playing with a wrist injury the entire season, for crying out loud. So even if I agree with Bill or agree with anybody who says they got no problem with what Jerry said about Colt Emerson, there are people that disagree that Jerry should not have thrown his young shortstop under the bus the way he did. What do you think?
Well, as it pertains to Jerry DiPoto, I put it in two different categories.
Mm-hmm.
One is the true is he right that Colt Emerson should have disclosed it? Well, I could make an argument that's a multiple shades of gray. Athletes are inclined, particularly young unproven athletes, are inclined to withhold their injury status if they think that they can play through something. They don't want people thinking that's an excuse, or that maybe they'll take him out of the lineup or what have you. So guys just eat their injuries and play with it. And so there may be a behind closed door meeting where DiPoto sits Emerson down and says, hey, look, I really appreciate the courage. I understand why you did that.
Right.
But understand, for both your perspective and what's best for the team, you can't do that. We need to know, and it doesn't make you less tough or less of a man. And then that door is closed behind that, and then that is not shared with the media. So there's a lot of very worthy debates and aspects of this issue that are worthy of debate. No question. I'm inclined to land on the side that it was unnecessary to out a young player in the media.
Gotcha. Well, I tell you what, speaking of a young player, I don't know if you even know if I would call Derek Hall a young player. Is this his fourth year, I think, now in the NFL? And the average lifespan's like 3.5 years, whatever. So he's obviously putting together a solid career, just signed a brand new contract. But it's funny that you and I were talking about the last week's Hard Knocks, and you brought something up that I hadn't even thought of. I want to go back and play the interaction between Mike McDonald and Derek Hall that we played on Friday's show, obviously. This clip here was born out of it.
You can complain all you want. You can complain all the you want.
All right, but I'm running the effing practice, says Mike McDonald. So check this clip out, and then you tell me what we might be missing from this clip. Go ahead.
Derek, what are you doing? What are you doing? Why are you bull rushing right now near the quarterback?
I'm not trying to hump. I can't see behind me.
You can't be trying to hump right now. This isn't the time for it. The quarterback you almost depleted the guy into the quarterback's knees. Come on, man. You're smarter than that. Guys, it's still not time for all the power moves, okay? It's not time. These are not. We're going against our own team, okay? Damn it, Derek.
Oh, when I read clearly bad.
Get him out. Get him out. Get him out.
What do you want me to do?
Get him out.
Damn. Oh, my gosh. What the
Hey, you can complain all you want. You can complain all the you want. You're too close. That's twice. It's not smart. You can bitch all you want, but it turns out I'm running the practice. Stay away from the quarterback.
How about that? First of all, we have a hump-free zone, by the way.
You can't be trying to hump right now. This isn't the time for it.
No humping, Hugh. Okay,
Yeah.
it's like Sunday at church. No humping.
Do we understand what that means?
Save that for when you get home. All right, no humping.
But do you
I tell
understand
you
the
what I
context
think
he
it
used
means. It means him just giving everything he's got and bull rushing people. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So Mike McDonald there, though, you can bitch and moan all you want. It turns out I'm running the effing practice, says
Yes.
Mike McDonald. What did that mean to you when you heard that?
What it meant to me is first of all, I want to say that I like tough coaches. I like coaches that are trying to make us reach our highest potential, whether that's to make the playoffs, whether that's to win the Super Bowl, whatever it is, win a national championship. And so I like red-ass coaches. I mean, Don James yelled at me twice in my career. I deserved it. I liked it when he yelled at other guys because I want to be part of a tight ship. I in that sense, almost like, hey, the players are here, the coaches coach, the players play. And when coaches are intolerant of lack of hustle, lack of focus, in this case, potentially injuring the starting quarterback. That was Sam Darnold. They were talking when he said the quarterback, it's Darnold.
Sure.
So what's happening is the head coach, and I think we know all this, but
That's
just for
funny
review
you
for
said
those
that. You think he's as pissed off if it was Milroe or Lock in the pocket?
No.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, I think he's more pissed because it's the starting quarterback.
Exactly. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. I mean, isn't that logical?
Yes. I just wanted to hear you say it. That's all.
That's absolutely. Come on, man. This is the real world. So what I heard is, the most important thing, is he took control.
Yeah.
This is just my opinion.
Right.
He took control. Mike McDonald. He said, turns out I'm running the effing practice. You're doing it my way. He got enough red ass in him to take control of the situation. It's what happened prior to that. Mike McDonald did not say STFU, shut the F up. Like he did not. What he said is, what he say? You can bitch all you want.
Correct.
You can bitch all you want. He said it twice. And you're listening to Derek Hall go, damn, oh my gosh, what the F do you want me to do? Like in essence, he's not swearing at the coach, but he's swearing while he's challenging the coach. And how is McDonald responding to that? He's saying, no. He says, you can bitch all you want. Said that more than once. You can bitch all you want. What does that say to me? That he's not muzzling his players. He's not creating a situation where they have to hold it in what they're feeling, that they are allowed to express themselves. He said, you can bitch all you want. Let everybody know. Here, it could have been interpreted that Derek Hall is trying to unseat the head coach.
Right.
Because he's saying, what the F do you want me to do? And Mike McDonald is saying, I will be tolerant to it. I will tolerate your bitching. You can bitch in front of the entire team and don't feel like you have to bottle it up. Let it out.
Right.
Express it.
Right.
But at the end of the day, it's going to be my way. Are we effing clear about
So
that?
which do you prefer? Do you prefer the guy that says, shut your mouth, do it my way, or the guy that says, hey, you can complain, go ahead and have at it, but it won't make a damn bit of difference because it's my practice?
I just think that's the way that his style. I think it's probably arguably the modern style of how do you be red ass in the modern game?
Right.
Put it this way.
Totally agree with that.
Guess what I have to do? I have to defer to Mike freaking McDonald. I've already said it. If I've said it once 1,000 times, I wouldn't trade him for one coach in the NFL. Sean McVay would be a guy I would consider, but Sean McVay has said made overtures. I'm not sure if I want to coach.
Right.
So if you ask me straight up, I could pass any lie detector you can throw at me. Would I trade Mike McDonald for Sean McVay or anybody else? The answer is no. Mike McDonald, to me, is the number one guy that I want coaching the Seattle Seahawks. And if I thought he was soft, I would not feel that way.
Yeah.
But I know, for example, we're going to talk about Brian Fleury. Gary Kubiak and I have been friends for over 30 years, right? He was my quarterback coach. And I know that when Clint Kubiak thinks he had a pretty good game, Mike McDonald comes in and is like, that is not good enough. Here's a long list of things we have to be better. Like Mike McDonald runs a tight ship.
Right.
But can we call it the modern way? It's allowing his players to be expressive. At the end of the day, bitch all you want.
Yeah.
But as it turns out, it's going to be my effing way. Are we crystal clear about that? And so, I think maybe, and a lot of this is probably something that Derek Hall isn't even processing in the front of his mind.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe somewhere it's creating a mindset where he got it out. Damn, what do you want me to do? Like he's, from his perspective, is like, I'm just trying to play defensive end and rush the quarterback.
Right.
What are you getting pissed at me for? I'm bringing it.
Right.
And so he doesn't feel again muzzled, and so that's what my takeaway is. It speaks to the environment, the culture of how McDonald's handling. Yes, tough, but also allowing expressiveness.
No doubt.
Hey, you can complain all you want. You can complain all the you want.
I mean, it just Derek Hall right now just kind of looks like a caged tiger, man. That when they finally let him loose on opposing quarterbacks and Drake May in week 1, holy cow, man. All right, we're going to break. Let's come back and talk a little more about Brian Fleury, right? Because that may have been the number one story for me coming out of the exhibition game on Saturday night against Dallas. What did we learn? What did we see? Concerns, things we like, things we don't like. For the first time in a long damn time, maybe forever, the Seahawks have a first-time offensive coordinator at any level of football, by the way. We'll talk about that next on 93.3 KJR FM. We'll get back to the Seahawks Cowboy game in a minute, but real quick, our Bellevue Rare Coins golden moment from the weekend. If you've got gold, silver, coins, jewelry, watches, and don't forget the Issaquah showroom is now open again. Got 4 locations, Bellevue, Tacoma, Linwood, Issaquah. Find out more, BellevueRareCoins.com. Imagine, Hugh, if you are the father of a Major League Baseball player that is making his Major League debut, and you are in the stands watching your son play in his very first Major League Baseball game, and he hits not 1, not 2, but 3 home runs in his very first Major League game.
The Major League debut for Joshua Baez.
Swing and a high fly, belted. First pitch in the show. Baez homers. The first swing in the big leagues. How about that? Swing and a drive down the line. Did he do it again? That ball is gone. He did it again. Are you kidding me? Baez has homered twice. Unbelievable.
Got a chance to see some history potentially.
Swing, drive, well hit right. Suzuki back. It is gone. It is gone. It is gone. 3 homers for Baez. Major League history at Wrigley Field.
It's just ridiculous, man. I mean, again, the only thing would have made that better is if he would have done it at Busch Stadium in St. Louis. It was on the road. And I don't know if his parents were there. I'm not even sure if his parents are around, right? But I hope they were there. I hope they were watching their son, because I can't think of a more ridiculous, insane debut and a more amazing way for a dad to watch his son break into baseball than to see your kid hit 3 home runs in his very first game. Are you kidding me? Never happened before, and probably never will happen again in our lifetime, man. That was nuts.
And it never happened in his father's dreams.
Right.
And by the way, hell of a call. Just perfect capture of the energy involved in the occasion. So that's a goosebumps moment, and it is history.
Yeah.
We've 160 years of baseball.
Never happened.
It's never happened. So
nope.
Yeah. Wow.
Nuts.
Yeah.
Absolutely nuts.
Event.
Well, it'd be fun to keep an eye on that, kid. But hey, let's go back to Saturday real quick. The Seahawks game on Saturday night, and there's a couple things about Brian Fleury that stand out to me. Number one, when I see him, I just can't help but thinking that if he would put like a camel skin colored like cloak on, he would look like Obi-Wan Kenobi. And I'm talking episode 4. I'm talking Alec Guinness, not Ewan McGregor with the crap they came out with in episodes 1 through 3. I mean the original Obi-Wan Kenobi. That's number one. Number 2, he's still trying to figure out where he wants to call plays, by the way. And I guess we're going to see him in the booth for this game against the Titans on Saturday. But, the tight end usage, obviously, you've talked about that, what the guy's done for George Kittle. Could he do the same thing for A.J. Barner? So, I don't know. You tell me, your first chance to check out Brian Fleury in person, calling plays for the first time in his life at the NFL level. What'd you make of what you saw?
Well, I don't think anybody can be impressed with it. I mean, you had 0 completions by Seahawks quarterbacks where the ball traveled more than 10 yards in the air. So there was nothing from a big play standpoint. I didn't run the ball particularly well. Certainly didn't throw it particularly well. Scored 7 points. But I know there's a lot of groans going, dude. It's preseason game number 1. They're the Super Bowl champions. All of that is true, but I think there's a heightened scrutiny on a first-time play caller because I look at the things that I don't like about what I see on the tape. Mm-hmm. I kind of wonder, is that liable to seep into the varsity come September, right? And things like I mentioned earlier, I'm not going to repeat it, but on the 3 route, do you have your inside foot forward or back? Well, 95%. I already looked through the tape because I'm just freaking nerdy enough to do that. 90%, even in today, more than 90% of them are done with the inside foot forward. I talked about the spacing of the routes and whatever. That 4th down call,
right,
with Jalen Milroe,
yeah,
they had a halfback option. This guy Harden, number 30. I'm like, is this college football? Because number 30 is AJ Finley. He plays defense.
Oh, man.
But they had a number 30 in the backfield. I'm like, what is this? And there was Harden. He got cut today. don't spend a lot of time burning that into your memory. But they called an option route on fourth down to a guy that that play was the biggest box of coat hangers with nobody getting open, stacked on top of each other, sloppy routes. I'm telling you, Pat Mahomes, Josh Allen, Joe Namath, Joe Montana. There's not a single quarterback who could have made anything about that last fourth down play. And I just wonder, really, that's your call?
Yeah.
From that formation. So I know it's critical, but I also know that Mike Macdonald is going to be having conversations, not any like the boss coming down on you, but just like, hey, let's talk this thing through. We got to get better.
Well, it's funny you mentioned TJ Harden got let go today, and they signed a kid named Anthony Hankerson, running back, and they just gave him number 32, by the way. So
David, I gotta tell you this though, because this just speaks to Mike Macdonald's brilliance in my mind.
Yeah.
1 year ago, the opening preseason game was against the Raiders.
Right, they tied. Correct. Yes.
Correct.
Right.
Raider quarterbacks in that game threw for a total of on completions 232 air yards. They were gashing the Seahawks defense. And I remember just going, whoa. By the way, the Seahawks had 116. And for the preseason, all of the 2025 preseason, the NFL average was 111. Got me?
Yeah.
So that's 98 different offenses had their shot. The average 111. The Seahawks gave up 232. The very next week, they held the Chiefs to 15 yards of air yards on completions. They went from 232 to 15. And when you look at the list, like I have filtered right in the NFL stat portal, in both last year and this year preseason, the highest amount, the number one most amount of air yards on completions was that Raider game.
Yeah.
And this is now 132 total offenses having a shot at this. The highest was the Raider game, and the dead lowest was the Chief game. That's in the entire NFL in the preseason. So this is a guy, Mike Macdonald, that knows how to go to work and fix stuff, even with backups and guys who are going to get cut. He has a vision of how his football team needs to look. Right. And when it ain't right, he can fix it. And that's one of the reasons why I wouldn't trade him for anybody. So
you're telling us the total is 38.5 for the game Sunday. Should we play the under?
Right now he's got to fix the offense. The defense wasn't nearly, the defense was fine against the Cowboys. Not epic, but they were fine.
Yeah.
It's the offense that's got to get a lot better.
Well, I guess the question is, will this force him to maybe, I don't know what his plans were for week 2 anyway of the preseason. They probably had a blueprint they wanted to follow as far as starters and snaps and all that stuff. Will this maybe lean him to maybe play some starters, maybe a tad more against the Titans versus what he had planned?
Fair question. Don't know.
Yeah.
Don't know what his sense of urgency is, but he could have a sense of urgency, in the scrimmage with the Titans and really harp on, our details got to get a lot better. The precision's in the details, and there's too many plays where you throw on that tape, guys are stacked, guys are jogging, the wrong spacing, where it just our details got to improve a lot.
Got it. All right, let's do this.
Yeah.
We'll get a break.